What's up, y'all, and welcome back to LPL English, the unofficial English broadcast for LPL, as we head into Week 7, our final week of the regular season for Split 2. My name is Rafa. I'm joined here by Cubby. It's been a hot minute since I've casted with this beautiful, handsome devil, although, Matt, we gotta trim the facial hair. I'm just gonna let you know
that bad, really? I did some trimming today.
Okay,
you know, I had to manage a little bit.
I'm just a fan of clean-shaven Cubby. That's just me.
That's fine. My mom agrees, so you know that's okay.
Did you call her for Mother's Day?
Oh, of course I did. I had to remind the NACL broadcast like 8 times I think that Friday to talk to Mom for Mother's Day. So I followed through on my own words. That's always important, you know.
Absolutely. Shout out to Carla, but also shout out to everyone at home as we get ready for 2 back-to-back banger series today. But before we do anything else, let's just go ahead and remind everyone where we are at for our final week of the regular season, starting with the standings here in the LPL for Split 2. We are heading into Group Ascend for our first series of the day, but then later on, we'll have another Group Ascend series. But later this week, y'all, we have some banger Nirvana matchups. BLG still sitting up at the top, where later tonight, after our first series, we'll see BLG take on IG in IG's new stadium in China.
Yeah, debuting today, so kind of exciting to see that for the first time. Shout out to some of the LPL community members. I know our own Twitter account, please give LPL English a follow, _English on X, but we've been trying to promote some of the images that have come through from IG's new stadium. Looking very nice out there as another homestand got added to the LPL circuit. But yeah, in terms of standings, Rafa, this was a big week for NIP. We've seen them take a few tumbles on the way down. And now Top Esports also coming off of a couple tough matchups as well. So a real chance for both of our teams to have a bounce-back series in the first game of the day.
Yeah, overall, Week 6 was a hell of a doozy. Since not only for NIP, they had a super week, but also WE had a super week, but at least it allowed them to pick up their very first series win of Split 2. So at least they will not end the regular season with 0 in that wins column. But let's go ahead and dive on in to our first series of the night, y'all, between Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas, where up until recently, this probably would have been, on paper, a much closer series than what we would have anticipated. But like you already mentioned, NIP having a little bit of some troubles, 2 losses recently. But let's go ahead and check out Top Esports and who they are rocking with tonight. Because these guys, even if they aren't going with the same momentum that they had during the middle of the regular season where they looked almost unbeatable, they still are our number 2 roster in the league with Sueon, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and Fong Yue on the starting 5.
Number two, but it definitely had some holes poked in their play with what we've seen of late. Last week, they went up against Weibo in 2 series. They split that. They also dropped to AL. We just saw in this past week, Week 6, 1-2 versus JDG, and they did find the win versus Team WE, but this is a team that has experienced a few bumps in the road. Definitely, I think what we've seen in the last 2 weeks, Rafa, not the team that we'd have power ranked as number 2 in the LPL, even if that's where we have them in the Group Ascend standings. But we'll see today. I really feel like Cream had a tough series against JDG in a split where Cream's been quite good, I think, until the last 2 weeks. And Tian is still someone that we're looking at as could legitimately be an MVP candidate, especially if he can finish the last week of the regular season here strong.
Very much so. I think between him, Cream, and Jackie Love, they've all been kind of expected high performers, but it's been a at least pleasant surprise to see them maintain for a majority of the regular season that high caliber form. Jackie Love picking up the 80 carry of the week for Week 6 in particular, so shout outs to our boy JKL. But also for Tien, want to dive on in. As you pointed out, Matt, this guy is still a contender for MVP of the split, just because how radical of a change in look for Top Esports based on what we saw from Split 1. Obviously, we knew that with Tien returning, that he at his best can be one of the best, if not the best jungler in the league. But there are some games, Matt, where the game was just over because he had already blasted every single lane or just blew up the entire map before objectives were really even starting to spawn.
That really is TN at its best. I mean, we have a lot of tape and history to go off of TN in the LPL. Aggressive jungler, the likes of aggression of what we saw with the old guard of LPL junglers, really. And we've seen that shining through this split. In a split where it's really, like, jungle has become, it went from, I really feel like, being a role where we're playing for second crab to now we're playing to see what we can make happen before that second crab even spawns the first couple minutes in. That really is a role where I feel like TN has been comfortable of late in his history as a player, and he's really taken advantage of, I think, a lot of the changes in the meta being made, but also just him playing damn good League every time he hits the Rift, it really feels like.
Yeah, and this meta of jungle skirmishers just fits so well into TN's alley of kind of playstyle as well. This guy, his Jarvan, for example, it's 100% win rate across 6 games. He has the most Jarvan games of any other jungler in the league right now. I know Slayer had a little going to bat session for Junja as who he credited as the best Jarvan in the LPL right now. I would like to throw in TN in there just because, well, right now his numbers are looking a lot better and he's been a lot more consistent than Junja has been. But for top esports, these guys still a heavy favorite as one of our top 2 teams in the league. Now they have to see what that's going to look like when they take on Ninjas in Pajamas for the second time around in a regular season, who their starting 5 is as follows: Hoya, Guwon, Care, Awesome, and Jewel.
And this was a team that, you know, joining Group Ascension for this split, we really felt like they were benefiting off just existing in the group. And the story for NIP in the last couple of weeks was, you know, they kind of went from being like, okay, a new Group Ascension team, maybe we're just overperforming, to, oh, like, this is a legitimate contender in the group that we expect to likely be in the play-in stage versus the top of Group Nirvana, but a team that we expect to get out of that and make it into the double elimination stage for the playoffs. But a couple bumps in the road this past week, as I really feel like NIP have showed a few more cracks and showed more of the play that we might have expected from them when first joining Group Ascend.
Yeah. As I mentioned with Alk on our latest podcast episode for LPL English, this was a team that I could easily see being one of the most exciting teams to watch in the LPL and one that I would love to promote. Obviously, the prior 2 series against IG and Weibo kind of deflated a lot of momentum in my banner for waving for these guys, but I still think at their best, one of the things that makes this team so entertaining to watch is how they have adapted some of their playstyles and their strengths and really have risen to the occasion to not only make themselves a prominent name for Group Ascend this regular season, but also how they have adapted a champion in the bot lane that didn't really see any play in Split 1, and at the height of the Ashe Seraphine meta, we all thought, okay, yeah, we're probably never gonna even see this champion again. But Awesome on Lucian single-handedly brought this champion back to the forefront and has the most Lucian games out of anyone else in the world. The next highest play rate from a player is like Teddy and Paddock, who both only have 3 games on Lucian. Awesome has 8. And the average win rate for Lucian in the LPL is 50%. Global win rate average is still like 51%, and he has a 62% win rate. Just to goes to show how prolific Awesome has been in bringing Lucian back to the forefront of the meta.
It's been a big pick for NIP. I think that Lucian Milio, it kind of is a nice counter to some of the Enchantress lanes that we have running, because you are going to be really weak for the first few levels, but on the bounce of these waves, then as you scale into the mid game, what Lucian gets from Milio's, the most common pairing we've seen, has been quite good. But I think as responsible as we have seen NIP be for bringing stuff like Lucian back in, I also really feel like, again, when this team's at their best, it's Guwon and Kara being able to move and support the map. And we've really seen in the last couple of days, again, NIP had a really busy week this past week. They played 3 series, and the last 2 did not go well for them against IG or Weibo. It really feels like we've seen some of the holes in that gameplay. This is a game for me watching. We saw against Nocturne, they tried to contest the top side early on. I don't think you can ever contest that top side against Nocturne Akali Gwen. Nope. Gets contested anyway. So what happens? Wei goes for the respawn Raptors that are about to spawn. Guwon coming back went Krug's red to try and prep for respawn Raptors. Instead didn't play defense against that. Got caught out. Gets really far behind in this game here. This game got really hard for NIP. Then from here, I mean, kind of a similar look. This was a really weird draft from NIP as they try to incorporate the new Shyvana. What happens? It gets smoked in the jungle early on. They split up the Ashe Seraphine by taking a Senna Seraphine for themselves, but they don't have a jungler to really match any might early. Wade does a really good job of finding Guwon here, setting him behind, and then this turns into a bot gank where that game gets blown up really quick. So I think some of the greater strengths that we've seen from NIP in their run to get here, we've seen some of those weaknesses really falter with some bad drafts that are incohesive, some bad early game plans, and IG, I mean, I thought they had a good series. So this is them responding well into the drafts of NIP for me, but it's not NIP playing for it, which I really feel like is showing.
Yeah, because when we looked at where a lot of NIP's unexpected power come from, it's the formula was always the same. Guwon in a solid / aggressive jungle matchup that he can get into the face of the enemy jungler with very early on, and he has a hard winning bot lane that sets up Awesome and Zhuo to be able to have a naturally dominant 2v2 laning phase. That's why Lucian Milio has been so prominent for them, because before people knew that existed, or people, obviously we've seen Lucian Milio in the past, but everyone has been so prioritizing Ashe Seraphine, Ezreal Bard, Kate Bard. We've seen some MF Nautilus as well, but Lucian Milio was just under the radar until NIP started popularizing it, and then the rest of the world took a closer look, and now they're adapting it. But I think now that that strategy has been kind of unearthed, you can see that not only NIP are kind of shooting themselves in the foot with some of the draft problems you pointed out, Matt, but also teams are much more prepared for it. They're banning Lucian, they're banning Milio, they're trying to prevent Awesome and Zhuo from getting those naturally hard-winning bot lanes, or they're at least putting a lot more jungle-supported attention to making sure that Guwon cannot unlock that bot lane even further.
Yeah, Lucian's been banned in 1/3 of the games against NIP, as this is a pick that Awesome's been playing well. And yeah, I think some of the draft problems you mentioned in that last clip, we had a Gwen to Fury top side with a Yunara Lulu bot side. Not really a comp that Annie can bring together, as Annie's going to be your only form of hard CC. Definitely not what you're going to hope for outside of Polymorph. So yeah, I think that NIP, we've just kind of seen some overall drafts that have not been as cohesive as what we've seen in the past. And I do appreciate, because as much as we like to say that Hoya is just kind of this top laner that eats it, they've really started to give him a few of these range picks. Like, he was responsible for popularizing the Varus early on. He's been pretty responsible for bringing top Anivia into the LPL. I'd say he's one of the top laners that's been quicker to adapt that. Yeah. And these are some picks where you can kind of leave them on an island, and if they aren't dealt with by the enemy team, they start to become a problem. And I feel like that's been a good strategy for NIP too. But again, when drafts aren't cohesive and the rest of the map gets broken and you can't be that problem later on, I mean, Hoya's not what we expect to be one of the stronger top laners in the league. So I think in some aspects, again, Hoya has showed his value this season, sometimes of which flies under the radar, and at other times I still expect him to be the hole that other teams can look to poke through, which I'm curious to see if Top Esports can do today. Because again, one of the biggest stories for me in really this split of the LPL is just how damn good Zoyan is in the top lane for this team. I think the splash that he's made in the LPL, stepping in for 369 and competing to be, for me, is likely to find his way onto my all-pro ballot when looking at Group Ascend of the top 3 top laners.
Yeah.
That's a really impressive debut split for Top Esports. I know he has a few games under his belt. I'm not going to give 8 LPL series as like we made a full debut, especially with how far away that was. So I think that the splash he's made has been nothing but impressive.
Yeah, especially considering that it was, what, a couple years ago in 2024? Yeah. So it's been a hot minute since Weyon, before joining this Top Esports starting roster here in Split 2 of the 2026 season, that he has been on this high level of a stage. And, I mean, Zweyon not only has been able to play the standard stuff, he's been able to play the tanks and the fighters. He's also been able to adapt to the ranged counter picks, like
that's the
Vayne.
Big thing for me. Yeah, Jace is
that
good.
That matchup, yeah, yep. The Jace is great. The Vayne is great. I mean, seeing Bin get absolutely bodied in the Gnar Vayne matchup. Obviously, that matchup is hard winning for Vayne, but just being able to see it unfold before our very eyes, I was just like, oh my god, Zweyon just might be him. And then he even pulls out into the Anivia matchup, which a lot of people are like, oh my gosh, Anivia top is so annoying. What do you pick into it? Zweon says, give me Lee Sin, bro. And he solo kills him at level 3, understanding that this champion at that level is one of the strongest in the game. And it's just not that common to see soul laners be also able to have an Infinity and have a Lee Sin in their back pocket like that.
He's been fun to watch. Again, I think one of the really big stories about this team is they were set behind by some unfortunate circumstances that happened in Split 1 of this past season, and definitely seem to have picked up their form to be really what we're used to seeing, which is Jackie Love on top esports and this team being nothing but competitive within the LPL. As Jackie Love, what he's done domestically, I know that the finals wins aren't all there, but the amount of finals that he has made, if it weren't for Knight being in this league, we would be talking about Jackie Love as having the greatest tenure within a team in terms of success that he's been able to have with top esports as well. So I definitely think it speaks to just what this team has been able to do with different faces alongside the familiar stars of this roster.
It's time to see how these two teams are going to shake down when it comes to the draft phase. We've had a lot of criticism headed towards NIP's way in their prior 2 series, as we called out. I will say some of the picks that were at least pulled out for Gu1, exciting to see kind of re-enter the meta, whether it's the return of the Kiana potentially, or even more Shyvana. But I think for NIP's sake, it's time to return to some good old comfort and things that worked for them in the past in what was the formula of being able to get Gu1 ahead of the game, but dropping the Lucian priority over to top esports in favor of Nocturne. I have to wonder what NIP are going to be able to pick for Awesome and Juo now.
I think the Lucian priority just something that really speaks to this series and what it's meant for Awesome and NIP. I don't mind the fact that it's Nocturne locked in immediately, because as we were talking about with NIP, some of the issues they've had in recent series has been games getting blown up early by the opponents. Some of that has come at the hands of Nocturne, who has a lot of options in terms of what camps he can start and what side of the map he's able to start camps on if the enemy jungler is not able to contest. So I think there are some real choices there for NIP, but curious to see a blind, or I guess not blind because Annie's showing, but a Cassio into Annie coming in here, Rafa. So definitely looking to match a lot of the might of Annie's strength early. Cassio can fight early, and then the items that you build, you get big enough where you can't really get blown up by Annie, but still are range gated. So curious what else top esports can take to kind of keep that Cassio at bay.
That Melio value, though, just went up significantly more with the Gnar and the Cassiopeia locked in, since both of their ultimates, hard CC, Breath of Life is going to be quite clutch if Feng Yue can use it at the critical times. I will say Cassiopeia might even look much more stronger and dominant ever since the Deathfire touch changes came into this patch in particular. So we'll see how well Care can use that. But as we head into the second round of picks and bans, I like that at the very least Ninjas in Pajamas said, we know that there's a strong chance that they could have locked in Vayne on 3, but they really wanted to maintain the Melio pickup. So the gambit was thrown down. They are able to at least ban the Vayne, protect the Gnar a little bit, whereas top esports are now just trying to prevent Juo from having some of his support comfort picks now that the Lucian Melio is gone.
Yeah, 2 best matchups in the Melio really taken away. And I think that you're forced to take the Melio, because if you do go for the Vayne, you can ban out Melio Nami here to take away the best pairings with Lucian. Then you'd be relegated to a Braum, which you don't exactly want. So I think the draft has made sense so far, what's played out. Would not be surprised if we actually just see Mbessa taken here by Julian. But they might save that top lane pick for later, as they do have the option to grab something like Pantheon now. But maybe going to take the Mbessa. I mean, I expect this to be top, not exactly flexible anymore.
Yeah, with the recent changes to Mbessa's ulti now being a lot easier to dodge, I really want there to be more setup. Annie obviously is a great way to get that guaranteed, but I always kind of look at things like Vi or even Xin Zhao to have that guaranteed point and click knockup so that the public execution cannot be dodged in terms of that chain sequence. But top esports wanting to give Tien a little bit more firepower early on, and understanding that a Lee Sin can actually go toe-to-toe with Nocturne in the early game. And guys, it's Tien. This is the second only player in World's history to get a skin for Lee Sin, third being Owner, and the first being Bengi, of course. I'm so excited, Matt. We get to see a Tien Lee Sin.
It's the first time all split, too, but this is the pairing that's been best with Annie of late. I still think that for top esports, maybe lacking a little bit in the crowd control front. I really think it's important for them to, I expect to see an electrocute Mbessa top into the Snar. We'll see if Zoyan can actually win that matchup, as I've seen him do it before. I'm expecting a little bit more of an aggressive Mbessa build, but want to see if they can survive the early onslaught that Nocturne's going to throw out. Because for me, if Nocturne's able to turn around a couple of these lanes, I really like the early to mid game for NIP. I think that top esports are going to need some time to get this Mbessa and Lucian online. Annie Lee Sin is kind of a mid-jungle duo that can bridge you there, but want to see if they're able to execute it, because Cassio ganking her can be a little bit difficult at times as Lee Sin if you get stuck in the ground. Or also just the fact she builds health against the Annie and the Lee Sin. Going to help play defense against the expected game plan of playing around mid when you do have this mid-jungle duo locked in the Annie and Lee Sin.
There's two effective timers for trying to shut down this Cassiopeia when you are playing like Lee Sin and Annie. Either you want to get Summoners burned or even an overall kill pre-6 so that Petrifying Gaze is not something you have to deal with, and it's just so easy because Annie's going to have that point-and-click stun guaranteed, and your base kit from Lee Sin is super strong at level 3, and the other just being post-level 6 when you have access to all ultimates. But we're going to see how the story unfolds as both NIP and Top Esports take to Summoner's Rift for Game 1.
A few more fans there for Top Esports in the crowd is
just a few.
Yeah, even though it is NIP's home stadium, do have NIP. Guwon going to try and start enemy Raptors here, but this is all spotted. And Tien just kind of lying in wait as we are slowing down the jungle clears here, Rafa.
And I like that Tien has yet to level his first ability because, okay, he's going to go for Tempest Crippling Strike. Decent AoE damage onto Guwon, while Guwon is just trying to bully Tien early on.
I don't really know what the thought process is here for Tien. I don't know if the Raptors matter this much or if with time.
He's waiting for Prio from mid lane.
Yeah,
I think is what's happening.
But even against Cassio, it's kind of tough to fight that early because if the Qs are connecting, you see Cassio's pushed Annie under.
Meanwhile, Jackie Love and Pongyue hit level 2 first. Juo is forced to flash. And he already popped the Summoner Heal just off of the level 1 skirmishing that these duos were having at the beginning of the game.
We've gone a minute without any camps being taken here, Rob.
This is crazy.
This is a little wild.
If this was a standard game, Matt, we would already be on our third camps.
Oh,
but Guwon and
Tien won.
Guwon being able to get a massive heal, but...
Yeah. I think Tien took away enough little creeps, though, where it's okay. Shuo went back. Doesn't have 2.
Awesome getting dove. Juo tried to return back to lane on time, but it's not enough. Feng Yue is going to be able to pick up first blood, but now Juo, can he run down Jackie Love? There's still flash on this Lucian, and he knows that Juo doesn't have his after the previous encounter. So Top Esports' AD carry walks away clean.
Oh, well, jungle was ships in the nights, and then Guwon managed to take away the Raptors after a 90-second investment. His bot lane is already down to the Lucian that was denied by Top Esports early on. So using the duo that's given NIP a lot of success for, I'd say a lot more success than when I've seen it used. The fact that Guwon was spotted, a lot of confidence for the opponents to go for this, but oh boy.
We are level 2 and fighting for Crab. What a wild time to be alive.
He's got it. He's going to try and save the smite, which just came up off cooldown. So that will not even give him 3. Oh,
Matt,
boy.
I don't think I've seen this chaotic of a jungle start since my solo queue games earlier this morning. This is...
I have not seen a start like this where... And we are just incredibly delayed. I think Tien's going to get some of the bad news that the Raptors are gone, but he's going to try and sneak in and take a red buff, so he might actually have some vertical jungling.
He's at his best chance at being a Lee Sin on the map. Flash from Care to be able to answer against the flash setup from Cream. Not sure if Tien was really in position to try and look for that, but Cream was willing to force it, and Care had to believe him just in case Lee Sin was waiting.
That looked desync, and of course with junglers being this far behind, I mean, Tien has the smite execute. But Awesome just trying to toy around with Tien a little bit, stall him out. I expect Tien to get this.
Bubble connects on the Tien. He still has his flash. He has a ward for a safeguard. He's going to be able to get the smite down, and Feng Yue gives him the escape path out.
Well, that happened though,
Guwon,
mid. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Cream
Guwon showed up
forced out.
mid. Yeah. Well, at least he can get red buff. Actually, I don't know if he has enough time. TP is coming in from
He's got time. He's got smite. He's got smite. We're Nocturne. It's okay. He should be able to get this one. Tien's going to come, and honestly, he might try and defend his Raptors. Oh, never mind. Tien's going to get... He's got no smite, so he... Yeah, it's Guwon getting that one.
But look,
and the fight.
Cream is going to collapse first. This is why this is a little iffy from Guwon, because Care was not ready to back him up on this play.
Okay.
Guwon's going to get punished. Yes, he smites the red buff, but who's going to die at the end of the day? It should be this Guwon Nocturne, but Tien has to give respect over to the Fear to make sure that he doesn't end up botching the play. He's able to safeguard and shield from the Duskbringer's path. Spell shield blocks the Sonic Wave, but walk up, down smash for the auto attack, and Tien finally has a lead over Guwon.
All right. Well, getting the red was a thing. Getting out was not. As Guwon is going to be very delayed on his way to level 6. Tien will get the respawn Raptors on his side, which is quite nice. As looks like 400th game for Care in the LPL. Congrats to him. As this has been... Honestly, I'd say a decent showing on his new team and NIP. Yeah. It's definitely been a positive split, I think, for Care.
I think one of the nice things about this NIP roster in terms of storytelling has been when this roster was first put together back in Split 1 to kick off the season, a lot of us on the broadcast, a lot of people in the community were not very sold by the roster, but they've proven us a lot wrong many times on the broadcast. Their group perseverance run into playoffs and getting into group Ascend for Split 2 was very impressive. And even this run in Ascend, where they are not even at the bottom of the standings, they are solidly in the 5th, 4th position for group Ascend. Now, Care might be in a world of trouble since he has no flash. Tien goes in. Cream drops the bear. A little bit extra damage, but the Petrified Gaze catches Tien right under the tower. And Care turns it around in the 1v2.
Oh, Mark, that wasn't one of the 2 tires you were hoping for. You mentioned before 6 or after all ults are available. He goes when Cassio had ult, Tien did not, and Tien got stuck under the tower. Is the ground connected? And that's a big one for Care, because again, we set up this mid-jungle duo as Annie Lee Sin being the bridge to get the rest of the comp into the late game. Get ready. The Cassio, again, this pick into the Annie, you get big enough with your early items where it's kind of hard to be one-shot. And we saw at that point, Care had enough tankiness between the bone plating, the green tree, and the single ruby crystal he had so far to help the tower able to survive, and takes the first step towards possibly flipping that matchup on its head for NIP.
Yeah. It's a very weird game state when both of your mid laners are level 6 and your jungler is still in level 4. But that is the world that top esports kind of found themselves in. Awesome.
Yeah.
Able to escape danger there.
Definitely, I mean, I think there was a real choice between Guwon and Tien with that standoff, like some of the consequences of it. Really late. 6 for Nocturne, but he's here in time.
Able to hit level 6, and Jackie Love immediately flashes away from the paranoia, knowing that Tien, not level 6 yet, so cannot fight back. He's here for counter king pressure, but there's no Dragon's Rage just yet, unless he can find a Sonic Wave onto a target. Goes wide. Top esports bot lane should be able to walk out just fine.
Not sure if Dragon can be started afterwards as a consequence, as gonna lose our flash top. Hoya had access to Mega. I think there's a world there where if Hoya W flashes, maybe moves the wall up, could have chained Ambessa off for the one shot. Maybe. Not sure if he had that damage threshold, but either way. Summoner spell burned. Hoya did not burn his own. We'll see if that can be revisited. As we have Grubs on the map, and it still is Jungler is pretty far behind here, Rafa. Tien is about to ding 6, but not exactly sure what the options are going to be here, because I think for Tien, it's going to get one and try and get out. Yep, walls are closing in.
Tien is playing around with this one a lot more since Feng Yue is here first over Zhuo's Nami. But Tien is finally forced to give space. A smite was used. Does he want to go back in? Tien is thinking about it, but NIP secure 2 grubs for themselves.
Yeah, Zhuo here for some emergency heals and help from the bot lane, and will be a slight win for NIP. There's no dragon taken. I gotta say, I know we kind of set up this overall, you know, how the game's going to look, Rafa, we'll definitely set it off as we liked. NIP's kind of early to mid-game. With, I think the Ambessa and the Lucian can really take over in the scaling later on. Jackie Love's set up really nicely at the moment to try and do that into awesome. But
yeah,
the rest of the map, it really is going to be, I feel like this Cassio is going to be a problem. Just because with Lee Sin being set behind, that first gank attempt not going over the way of top esports, and Care starting to get these scaling items in, we might be at a point pretty early in this game where you need to send more than just 2 to get the Cassio.
Yeah, when it comes to a front to back, I definitely favor NIP setup just because Hoya, assuming he isn't already in mega form, can stand in front. Guwon with the paranoia is going to make battle lines a lot harder to coordinate for top esports. And once again, we're in a scenario where we're looking at a draft, and your only real hard engage that's kind of reliable is Cream flash ulting with Tibbers or W to get the sun off. And
yeah, history says that's also not very reliable. Given some Cream, so we'll see if Cream can turn that one around for himself.
He's been better. He's been better. It's not split 3, Annie. You know,
Cream has been better. Yes, it's been nice for me to see this player who I really feel like needed to go from being one of the rookies on the roster to one of the voices that can lead the young players in Fungiway and Zueon up in the top side. Cream has been more consistent. I think that he's benefited from Tien being in the team. But the last couple of weeks for top esports, I've seen more of the old version of Cream that I'm usually not too happy to see. And we'll see if we can, you know, kind of put that Cream away.
Cream trying to get some priority in the mid lane, just dropping the bear on top of Care's face. However, NIP have push in both mid and bot still, and with Tien pathing towards the top side of the map, should finally be the first dragon of the game taken off Summoner's Rift. Now, as you pointed out, things are a little volatile for top lane and for Hoya. Flash is available for the Snar, so he's just going to take his base, understanding that he is currently the play, especially with how low his health bar is at the moment.
First dragon for NIP. I think that's delayed, as I know both junglers' games have been quite delayed at this point. So, dragon delay, I'd say small win for top esports, but just given the draft, I would somewhat expect the first dragon to go that way. Unless mid was broken, which Guwon's been doing quite well. So, Kare's been doing quite well. Guwon's been doing a nice job to get back into this one, but he's going to see that his blue buff was taken. He's going to see a Lee Sin lying in wait over the wall.
A small price to pay for any dragon take. It's the opposite side of the map and the buff being stolen away. Calling from Jackie Love decent damage into awesome and forced Zhuo to open up with the tidal wave just to break open the trade pattern there. Jackie Love still, actually, his flash just returned. So there's no chance for NIP to easily get a follow-up return on that window.
If Tien gets here first, it's Essence Reaver for Jackie Love, so item advantage and Emilio strength. Yeah, very much here. So I like Tien being here because not only is he preventing Guwon from coming in and threatening a winning 3v3, but this is a point of the game where Jackie Love does have strength over Awesome and Zhuo. So able to at least try and set up, drive that one home. Guwon seeing that is going to base, will pick up his first item, the experimental Hexplate, and actually looking like he's going to make his way towards that top side. Zueon's flash is about to come off cooldown. I'm wondering if they're going to try and punish this before it's back. Ooh.
Hoya doesn't get the most inspiring amount of damage onto
he missed both Qs and the W, and didn't get the wall stun. That was a losing trade after he cast it all. It's not exactly what we're looking for in the top side.
Looking like your Gnar up there, Cubby.
Right.
And now Hoya's really feeling the business end of that one. Zueon level 11, which means he has 2 points in that public execution and that extra bit of Omnivamp. But like we said, folks, on 26.9, the cast time for public execution was increased significantly, and it's enough that Hoya is just able to hop out of it.
A significant 0.15 seconds. That help him make sure the Gnar can get out of there. Rotation's coming in.
You can't see him from that range?
Not if you hug the wall, but Zhuo might get spotted here. As long as you hug the wall, you're safe from the brushes. Lane. So, won't be the dive coming in, but will be top esports at least trying for the swap, which NIP correctly guessed. So, quests are about to wrap up. Of course, one of the changes made on 0.9 was your depreciation of quest value, if you're not in your main lane, actually not quite as bad. So I do like the fact we've seen more teams find these swaps, because I think if you could be proactive about it, whether you have quests or done yet, you can create a few waves where it's a winning play for your team and get out of some bad matchups, where in this case, your top esports, utilize the fact that your Lucian Milio's in a good spot and try and move them around the map proactively to get a win. But NIP able to match.
Yep. Awesome, at least with the Trinity Force online and stacking up that tier, which will eventually be a Muramana. This one item spike for top esports, very, very strong between Tien and Jackie Love on the Lucian as well. Once Cream has his Malignance online as well, I want to see top esports be a lot more proactive with their setup, because the game doesn't necessarily get easier for them the later the game goes on. Outside of Sway on Hoya, good flash, gets out of the public execution.
He hopped. I do think that public execution connects. He's hunted by Tien, who is still looking for the mini-R.
Well, he's level 12, and he's got Goo on his back pocket. Here he comes with the paranoia. Tien tries to disengage with the safeguard and the flash. Teleports are coming in now. Cream has the flank on the left side. Goo on is forced to flash over the wall. Zwayon falls over and is able to slice him where he stands. But Care has a flank angle of his own. He finds Bong Yue to get the petrifying gaze onto Tien. He sails on in only to die mid-air. Now Cream and Zwayon have to run. He flashes over the wall, but Awesome is there, waiting over the Dragon Pit wall. And now this Cream has got nowhere else to go. Stunned up by the bubble. Ninjas in pajamas with a massive win on the bot side of the map.
That angle from Kara's TP, for me, ended up being the big difference maker, because that early trade went in favor of Hoya and Guwon. And yes, Guwon was the first to fall, but where Kara approached the fight, given the health bars where they were at, that was a fight where NIP was stronger once Kara entered. Kara shut down the fight and forced them the wrong way. As we do have, I mean, a quick response coming out from Guwon. As the Sonic Wave doesn't connect, Hoya in the Mini-R hits a pretty fat trade. Yes, the flash is forced out, but look at the health bar. So much better here for NIP. A lot gets used to find Guwon, but that's pretty expensive. Hoya does a very nice job buying time, and honestly, Zhuo, kind of the MVP of this fight. Great tidal wave, great bubble, as Tien kind of took the Sonic Wave, forced in, trying to get out of that one, but still found the ground, the petrifying gaze, and then Corki cleans up on the back half. That was a bit of an overcommit from top esports and Tien.
And the biggest thing I want to stress there, Matt, it wasn't around their strongest member on Summoner's Rift, which was Jackie Love's Lucian. Having that fight significantly away from him, I feel like played a little against what top esports would have loved to do. Obviously, they felt like they had the upper hand of being able to force that play, but Ninjas in Pajamas with a great, fast response gives himself a solid 1.6k gold lead, and now 2 dragons at 17 minutes.
I mean, maybe they didn't think Guwon was in the area. I think if I went back to go check that play out, you could maybe check some of the vision, see if Nocturne was fogged or not, because I could see them rolling the dice on, hey, if Nocturne's not here, we can win this one to the end. But not the case, and I do want to credit Care a lot. I thought TP was great. Saw Zhuo have a really strong fight on the Nami. And that was the top esports, opted in for a play on the enemy side of the map, got punished pretty heavily, and gonna try and get some of that gold back with Rift Herald being dropped mid here, but
it's still first brick being awarded over to Ninjas in Pajamas, since Care already had the first move on being able to siege that structure on the bottom side. Tien just opens up with the Sonic Wave. I don't think there's any real world where he tries to send it on in under the tower there. I want to go back to you bringing up Care though, Matt, because he is the richest man on campus right now.
That's a big Cassio, as 4 stacks of Roa. Does look like he went for the double scaling build this game, which I think is okay into Annie, just because you're really trying to absorb that big boom boom damage. Even if I think a lot of games, the double scaling on Cassio takes a little bit too long. I like the pickup here. And with how big Cream is, I mean, we're really at that point where as the Cassio, you can kind of hit critical mass. Where it's a big entrance into the fight from the Annie Lee Sin. I think Ambessa might even be required or needed to help out against this Cassio.
Fight on the top side. Guwon able to block this public execution damage with the spell shield, but I think he's still going to get run down by Tien. However, Guwon is sidestepping all of Tien's skill shots here. Kick into the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike allows him to guarantee a 1-for-1 trade, but now he's between 2 towers, and Hoya will finish him off.
Care doesn't get a piece, but Again, another play from Top Esports. It gets turned around. Good quick split there by Guwon. I think bought enough time where guaranteed that Tian and Lord of the Trade, it was a one-way trip. And that's a lot of gold going over to the solo laners of NIP again, as Hoya sitting at 3-0-1. We've spent a lot of time focusing on the Gnar takeaway, or the Lucian takeaway. I didn't really talk about the Gnar takeaway. It's been one of the big picks for both Hoya and Zoyan, as I think he's really successfully figured out ways to play in the Gnar. And kind of nice to see Hoya this game getting the best of this matchup.
Trying to get aggressive, but it's double barriers being used by both AD carries. Joel tries to part JackeyLove with the tidal wave. Doesn't get knocked up by it, but Feng Yue is critically low on health as well. So the top esports bot lane is forced to back off as we take a look at the replay for that top fight.
I can understand it with Mega being down, but watch this spell shield from Guwon. Really well done. Gets out of the public execution. That's what enables the clicks and the dodging to come out to buy some time. Got a level, a Triumph stack as well. So good try by Hoya to try and catch the Sonic Wave and save his jungler. I think that Guwon and NIP is going to be really happy with the result of that, which was a 2-for-1 in their favor.
Big note on that fight as well, Matt. Cream TP to the plate. Care just walked up to the side of the map. And there is nothing that Top Esports was able to get off of that TP. So now there's a significant TP advantage from this Cassiopeia. Top Esports have to be extremely careful if they want to contend for this dragon, where Cream is on the other side of the map here in the next minute and 30 seconds.
Again, that strong point is JackeyLove. JackeyLove is the only laner that has a lead. I really feel like if we are going to see a comeback from Top Esports, it's going to have to be off the back of this Lucian, which it is JackeyLove. You never know when he can pull a rabbit out of the hat. Sincerely in the LPL. This guy, one of the best in the business when it comes to playing that role. But we've seen JackeyLove at least create openings or pressure. But we haven't seen anything break yet on the side of NIP. And I think as long as that's the case, I mean, Dragon's in 55 seconds here, Rafa. I don't feel the point of power for Top Esports to be strong enough to really enter. And again, this is where a comp with a bit of a lack of engage or an engage problem starts to add up. Like, I think it's really tough for the Annie and Best of Lee Sin to be big enough to start off these fights, whereas it's so easy to pull the trigger with Nocturne, Gnar, Nami. I mean, turn off the lights and create some angles or create a wave in the night that could be big. We've seen that work out.
And I think that's the biggest problem for Top Esports.
Yeah.
Because when you talk about limited engage tools for this team, usually you can break that by having really good vision control. Because you can set up flanks, you can try and look for pincer formations and try and attack NIP from different angles. How can you do that when the lights are turned out by Paranoia? Then your coordination kind of goes down the drain at that point. So Top Esports really have to rely on kind of strong manning this wave push in the mid lane to be able to get first access into the river. Care has TP. Zoyan also has TP, so he's able to match it. Both solo laners now taking their bases to get ready for this dragon.
Kind of surprised that NIP is not hard committing for this play. Awesome is still on that mid wave.
2000 HP. Guwon uses the Paranoia. Tien is able to secure Ocean Dragon, but Guwon assassinates Cream. And what a flash ulti from Hoya. Doesn't get the Mega Gnar stun into the wall. Petrifying gaze will clip Benny though. Care has been just immaculate on this Cassiopeia, and he slithers all over Top Esports, wiping every last one of them. It's an ace for an NIP at 22 minutes.
That's going to lead to Baron, as it's a clean ace at that. And I mean, Hoya's ult, it didn't catch people on the wall, but boy, did that split up the fight and allow for NIP to really capitalize off of what was already a big start to the fight, which was made by Hoya. He's got the TP shield. Cream throws that stun into Gnar, gives away any and all of his power as Hoya and Mini Gnar just starts to hunt him. Easy kill for Guwon over the top, and then Hoya, this ult. I mean, yeah, just keep him on that side of the map, man. That's our side. We're already fighting at a 5-for-4. I think the save coming in from Zoyan's a decent attempt, but man, what an entrance Care has into this fight. And it was really made off the back of Hoya, who had an awesome start. I mean, completely forced Cream out, forced Cream away, and forced Top Esports to fight on NIP's terms, of which NIP dominated. So, free Baron for them, 8.5k gold lead, and sure looks like game one's going to the side of NIP.
Cannot state enough how awesome it is to see a glow-up, standout performance from Care here in the mid lane. As we alluded to before in Split 1, this roster, that when we first saw it put together, was taking a bunch of individuals that had very less than impressive to almost disappointing overall 2025 seasons. It made NIP's roster look like a misfit of toys, or an island of misfit toys. But Care has been having one of his better splits of his overall career. The last time I've seen this much confidence from him was probably one of his very first few splits with FPX alongside Milky Way in that 2022 spring roster. Or 2024, I should say, when they made a very, very distinct run in the spring regular season.
Mid-inner falls, and again, I think the options for top esports back in pretty non-existent. This is the lower engaged team, and NIP. I mean, this is a Casio just at critical mass with how big Care is, Rafa, and definitely seems like I mean a roster that is playing with confidence. And this is, I would say, again, kind of points towards some of the issues we saw from NIP in their last 2 series or the last 4 games, as they got 2-0'd in both of those series. There were some issues with early pathing, which there was some weird early pathing in this game too, but at least it wasn't Guan being completely set outside of the barometers of the game, or you know, pretty much losing his team the game within the first 5 levels. It was also a much better and more cohesive draft. We're not looking at this like, okay, how does this top side play with this bot side? Or there is a lack of engage from this team where Annie's trying to bring it all together, which is a draft we were critical of in the pre-show for NIP, and kind of one we're seeing here for top esports. So I do feel like NIP, like some of the issues we saw in their last 2 series, there were mistakes being made so early, or mistakes in draft where it's like, okay, this is relatively fixable. And we're getting back to seeing the NIP that is a team in group ascension that we really feel like can challenge these top teams. I mean, they won more games off BLG in their 2 best ofs this year than BLG got off them. So I think it really goes to show that NIP, again, a team that can compete.
When they're at their best here, NIP are easily one of the most exciting teams to watch here for LPL in this second split of the 2026 season.
TN. Okay.
Well, that Sonic Wave will reveal the Lee Sin's location there. Top Esports, we're trying to wait to see if NIP were going to make a mistake in that push on the top side of the map. Baron buff has expired, so Top Esports do not have to deal with Baron empowered minions anymore up until the next Baron spawn at 2 minutes and 45 seconds from now. Ocean Dragon is spawning, and at the very least, Top Esports have delayed critical mass from an Ocean Soul for NIP for effectively another 5 minutes, but I do not see a world where they are going to be contesting them on this next dragon.
All that real estate being taken away, and I see Fengyue on the top side of the map. Not exactly where you want your support to be if you're thinking about contesting the upcoming dragon, which, I mean, Ocean Soul point at that. Could be dragons that are more valuable for NIP, but again, I think the lack of engage, if you have an Ocean Soul, you're playing into that, can definitely help make sure that whatever fight you have is definitely going to be taken on your conditions, as no fight to be had this time around. Cream going to use this free time to get a few waves in on top side, and I gotta say, Rafa, I'm kind of surprised about Cream's build this game, too. I don't think the one-shot Annie... I think this is a Leandri's game for me against the Gnar Casio, which is how much health we're going to get. One-shot Annie is a little... I think not as much value as it could be.
I definitely agree with you. I think the reason why this build happened is because when the game was still kind of winnable for Top Esports, he was short on gold, he was behind the pace, and he just needed to complete a second item. And I think it's not enough for me to like Rocket Belt as a immediate second rush over many other items that Chovy has seemed to popularize for the rest of the world. But Rocket Belt is 2,650 gold. It is very, very cheap. And almost every other significant mage item that you can get is like at least 3k. So I get it. It's a cheap spike, but I'm also with you that unfortunately the ship has kind of sailed for Top Esports and being able to make strong itemization choices, and they are just kind of hoping that NIP are going to mess something up.
The case, no mistakes to be found so far from NIP, as they took that free dragon for themselves. Going to take a reset in the mix and try and set up for an easy Baron once it spawns again here in 30 seconds. And again, Top Esports, Any way to break it? I appreciate that we saw Fungyue, as they did drop that last dragon, try and put down some wards to create some angles. So we're going to see... oh, yeah, there's an angle.
Run into Awesome. But Corki is able to make it out alive with a flash and a barrier. Culling opens up, doesn't get much damage. Guwon for the re-engage, and a beautiful animation cancel from Hoya. Slams 2 into the wall. Jackie Love goes back in, forces the flash out of Guwon. Jackie Love tries to step up, but he cannot step past Hoya on the Gnar. And Zweon is completely forced out of the fight as Care flashes in and sinks his twin fangs into the Empesa's back. Ninjas in pajamas with an absolute demolishing Game 1 opener to our series of tonight.
Top Esports, not enough engage, I think, from this composition. And when NIP got ahead, they were able to find the engages on their terms. And man, I really feel like, even though Care has the flashy scoreline, this has to be a Hoya Pog, Rafa. With all the big moments and entrances into these fights that we had, Hoya was making these fights unlosable for NIP with what he was finding either at the start of fights, forcing Cream out, or at the end of fights as the end of this game with a really nice Mega Gnar into the E, as, man, any hopes to Top Esports out of that Game 1 kind of went out the wayside pretty quickly. I know that going back to the jungle start we had, it felt like Tien was more punished from being behind there than Guwon, as we saw Tien not be able to find that level 4 gank mid when it was level 6. We saw the next play he went for was turned around by Nocturne, who was behind, but with Paranoia could still get in range. And Tien, first Lee Sin we've seen from him so far this split. Not the Tien Lee Sin I'm used to seeing of old, which is usually he gets that champion and can solo win the game. I've seen better Lee Sins from Krakow so far in Group Nirvana this split. So I hope Tien, I hope to see more Lee Sin from him. I know historically he's a great Lee Sin. That wasn't exactly the game for it. And the mid-jungle duo there of Top Esports faltering against NIP, as it was a big game for Care, and Guwon made it work.
Obviously, this might seem 2020 in hindsight and kind of redactive storytelling for looking at how that jungle start kind of came to be. But this is what I will say. Level 1, even though Lee Sin can fight Nocturne, your level 1 ability, no matter if it's Sonic Wave Resonating Strike or Tempest Crippling Strike, it doesn't beat Nocturne Q, unfortunately. Because Nocturne Q, you get... what is it? 20 bonus AD.
You get a lot of AD. Yeah, you get a lot of AD.
20 bonus AD level 1. You just... it's so hard for you to fight that as Lee Sin. And if you have this Lucian Melio bot lane that is already winning the push, I think it was a lot easier for Tien to drop ego on those Raptors and just play to invade bot side after starting on one of your camps on the bot side.
So start your wolves with E and then just get down there as fast as you can. And if you lose a camp to Nocturne, you lose a camp to Nocturne. That's a world we've seen a lot of games. Like, you know, your Raptors just go to Nocturne with the draft. Sometimes that just happens. But that kind of an awkward start and opener, and one that, again, I feel like the ramifications of that. And what, jungle was delayed by like 90 seconds. We saw Crab taken at level 2 and not even give over a level 3 to kind of put in perspective how delayed jungle was. Again, I feel like we saw Tien punish more for that than Guwon.
It is funny because I will say that normally if you are in a game where both junglers are delayed on their level 6, that should usually favor the champion that does not rely on level 6 nearly as much as you do, which I can understand in Tien's case, especially after punishing Guwon invading for the red buff when he had no prio in either of his lanes. That should have been enough of a point for Tien to actually just kind of close the door on Guwon and maintain that lead. But it's the botched 2v1 play into Care mid lane where Tien decides to drop some of his tempo to make that play happen, and because you're just not strong enough and you are way too squishy 2 levels down to Cassiopeia at that point in the game, that really,
I mean, might have been doable, but not if you get grounded under the turret. So that's that was definitely a mistake there from Tien. As again, I mean, Hoya, man, I really feel like this has to be a Hoya Pog. I know some of that damage comes from the lane phase, of course, ranged into melee, but boy, did we say Hoya, especially in the tape, have some impactful moments entering these fights. And I'm usually one to not be the one to point towards a Hoya Pog. He's someone that, for me, I mean, very much is a role player within this team. I think that many of the times he does his role well. I do appreciate the creativity they've had with him playing the Varus, playing the Anivia, playing his Gragas, which is yet to be beat this split and has been quite good in the games that he has been able to pull it out. But
yeah,
to have a Hoya Pog, this is a really nice game from him, because we're not exactly talking about him as the pop-off player on this roster, but if you are able to get a pop-off game from Hoya, well, that was a pretty clean win overall from NIP.
It's going to be a toss-up between Hoya and Care, I think, from the LPL official broadcast, because Care was quite massive on this Cassiopeia, and the main reason why not only the mid lane snowball doesn't happen in Cream's favor, but also a significant portion of this big bottom fight collapse that worked out so well for NIP, being able to punish on the overextension.
Yeah.
And I mean, this was really well played from NIP on all fronts. So,
yeah, Zhuo, great fight. Hoya, another big fight. But that TP angle, as you said, going into that replay, Roth, I felt like that was the big difference from Care. But, man, again, going through the replay, Hoya's involved in everything. And to, again, see Hoya have that game where we talked about Lucian Milio being a big takeaway from Awesome and Zhuo. The star is a bit of a takeaway from Zuyan, as well as it being one of the better picks for Hoya. And, man, I mean, I really feel like he had a strong game from start to finish.
Yeah.
As a player that I usually point towards when it comes to teams playing against NIP, I feel like top lane is usually the lane that you can look to get an advantage in when going up against this team. Because they will play to make sure that you can get advantages into Hoya. That is the style this team embraces. But this was a game where Hoya blinded the Gnar. I've seen Zoyan have really good success playing this Electrocute, kind of damage-heavy Ambessa into Gnar. But not this game. Hoya was able to get through the lane phase all right, with jungle not able to get as involved with how delayed it was. Maybe that was a world that really benefited Hoya in the matchup.
Yeah. When we look back at that R5 for Top Esports, and it was the overall jungle pick, once again, it might seem like redactive kind of reasoning and analysis, but by taking the Lee Sin, you are taking a bigger risk. I'm always down to see our best junglers in the LPL take that risk upon themselves because they have the hands to do it. But it did put them in a scenario uncomfortably where once they fell behind, you don't have the reliability of a Vi point and click engage. You do not have the reliability of a Xin Zhao being able to 3 talent strike prep into dash and guarantee a knockup so that these public executions are not just relying on raw dogging it or being able to find it off of an anti-stun as well, right? So 26.9 cast time nerfs, very significant, and it will cost Top Esports the first game of the series. I want to remind everyone, we didn't actually get a chance to touch on this, so it's not a reminder, it's more of a public service announcement. Ninjas in Pajamas still have a chance to make it to top 4 and get that bye, or at least the top side of the bracket, and being able to choose their opponent
that's
for playoffs.
pretty unlikely.
It's very hard,
but
it's very hard to do. But
not out of the question.
it is dashed away as soon as they take 1 game loss against Top Esports.
Damn it. It went to Care.
What? I mean, you can't be too upset about that.
No, I'm actually pretty upset. That like last set of replays, every single replay I'm watching, Hoya is pissing on everything, and they give it to the damage vote. He didn't even do that much damage. He did 19% of the damage in the game.
Oh,
I'm watching Hoya just absolutely crap on this game, and they gave it to the KDA vote in mid. I'm a little mad about that. I went to bat for Hoya for nothing now. It's just gonna be lost to history. Ref and observer.
Well,
thank you. Thank you.
One
Right
ref
side of history.
And one observer.
Right side of history. We call that the Losers Club, not voting for Hoya. Come on.
Oh my goodness. That is one way to put it, of course. Well, that is game 1 wrapped up in the books, y'all. But before we toss it over to break, we want to remind everyone that if you would like to support LPL English, please consider becoming a Coffee member, because Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. So subscribe to our Coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. More NIP action against Top Esports right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Top Esports, and it looks like draft phase has already begun, so let's just get things going. NIP are going to be taking red side, or not red side, blue side, but with first pick as well. So Top Esports with red side and counter pick going into this second game.
Interesting. I know that coming into the night, it was... I'd have to actually scroll off for the choices. I might have... Maybe I should have prepped this one before I started the point itself, Rafa. As it was top counter pick. They had choice to start the night, so I'm sure they took it again. So pretty similar setup we have here. Again, big lack of jungle bans so far, Rafa. I feel like a lot of the strong jungle are still on the table. Of course, Jarvan taken away on blue side. I do like that. I think that if you pick Jarvan early, you get 5 picks to get out of Cataclysm. That can be kind of tough. But also, if your plan is to first pick Lulu, banning Jarvan makes a lot more sense, as NIP potentially posturing for that Yunara Lulu lane, one that I'm curious to see if Top Esports denies.
And there's no Nocturne to pair with this Orianna for a nice Shockwave ball delivery combo. No Vi available. The next best 2 junglers on the patch are still things like the Xin Zhao as well as the Pantheon.
Wow. I mean, Orianna... It's still most banned champ, Rafa. I guess it's kind of surprising that one slipped through. I think Xin Zhao is the best combo left. If you just want to throw the ball and go in. It's not Nocturne, Orianna, or Jarvan Orianna levels, but Xin can still get in there. Get involved as...
Whoa.
Okay, Jackie with Ezreal. Saw some nice buffs.
Were they even in danger of losing Ezreal to NIP? Because that's not a common pairing with Lulu. So Top Esports, they're not scared of losing any junglers over to Guwon early in this first 3-pick rotation. They're just trying to secure, I guess, a safe bot lane for Jackie Love going into this core. Now,
I think we're going to Bard now.
Yeah, Yunara and Azir locked in for NIP.
I mean, you could go Bard, Nautilus, and then maybe Nico, which you throw 3 picks around in case you want to drop support for jungle here. Because I do think that taking something like Xin or Vi into Azir or Yunara can be valuable. Again, Vi sees an assist. That is one way to get Shockwave back there, even if you kind of knock people out of the way on your way in. That said, I mean, Shockwave... A lot easier to hit Shockwave when people are already stuck in place thanks to a Pop Blossom that might come out from Fungyue. So, going to be locked in. Sion taken away. Definitely a meatball for Hoya. Probably wanted, given that you have Lulu. And plenty of damage already showing between Azir and Yunara. So, I do like the Sion ban.
The Fury is a good shout from NIP because that unironically is a really nice ball delivery system as well. You can just kind of, even if they're all bunched up, you just... ult in with the ball on top of you, and that's a guaranteed Shockwave carrier. But
I would have preferred other bans. I think you can punish Nefuri. We'll see what jungler the NIP wants, though. If they want a Vi, which is Guwon's most played.
Trundle ban.
That's okay. They want Xin.
Yeah, that's protecting the Xin Zhao pickup here for Top Esports, since Trundle does kind of mog him early on.
Yeah, I think that's Xin. So... expected Xin Zhao lock in here for Tien. I think that you just throw down Vi as Guwon and call it a night.
You can.
You can get through. Oh, it's banned. Oh, I'm blind. I mean, Pantheon's still on the board, but I don't think Pantheon Lulu is the best in terms of abuse. Like, that's another thing that Xin's and Ice deny away from Lulu as well.
I mean, if you want to get creative, Jax jungle historically has been a nice matchup into the Xin. You don't get nearly as much early proactivity as the Xin Zhao does, but it's like okay. The last time Guwon played into a Xin Zhao on Summoner's Rift, he went with the Shyvana. I'm not sure if I would be the strongest advocate for it in this game, but I'm just saying.
You know what I want here, Rafa?
What?
Sejuani. Just have Sejuani Renekton be strong. I know it's not the best pick out of the jungle right now, but it would be a good bridge.
It's non-committal engage. Oh my goodness. Woo! Shyvana,
he's still doing it.
Oh boy.
We did not need more damage as NIP.
I get to cast my first Shyvana game. I've been waiting. When I saw this locked in against IG, I was so upset that I was not on the series. I've been spamming her. She is incredibly strong right now. Obviously, solo queue is a different environment than it is in competitive play, and with the Zweon Vayne lock-in into the Renekton, Oh boy, Hoya is going to need a lot of help to survive in this laning phase.
I mean, I know that some of the better, more meta matchups against Renekton weren't on the board. I get a little bit worried, though, about the Vayne. I know that this can be like a late-game checkmate, but the fear from Shyvana into a lot of the tools that NIP can then use to chain up or find the Vayne is one that's a little bit dangerous. And I'm just kind of curious, like, was Vayne necessary this game? Because I think that playing into Yunara as Vayne can be a bit tricky with how much damage she gets out that quickly. That said, I guess a late-game checkmate from Top Esports. I think we're in another game where I'm not exactly sure how this comp's going to work or function for Top. You're critical of their lack of hard engage this time. That's fixed as you have Nico Oriana with Pop Blossom into Shockwave, hopefully. You have Xin Zhao to try and combo too. I think the idea is that the openings to these fights are so big for Top Esports that they can kind of allow for the carries to run rampant later on. But I feel like Vayne was not necessary there. I would have preferred to make things less volatile than more volatile on the side of Top Esports.
Coach Cubby here, preferring a little bit more stability in the composition since Game 1 was already a pretty volatile comp from Top Esports and it didn't work out. We didn't necessarily highlight it, but I think we both assumed that Top Esports were going to try to go back to basics and just make sure that they can put a W in this column. But Ninjas in Pajamas, we'll see if they can make the Shyvana work this time around as we head to Summoner's Rift for Game 2.
You know, if Varus was up, Rafa, we could have just picked 3 champs who abuse having more magic damage on the patch. Xin Zhao and Ezreal, and I guess not exactly Varus, but I would have preferred Varus this game. Might have indexed you a little bit too much into magic damage, but again, I feel like Varus makes things a little bit calmer than a Vayne does.
You at least have an ultimate that says, okay, even if I fall behind in lane, I can offer some utility.
Not completely.
But you don't think the condemn from Zoyan after flashing forward isn't going to win you the game?
I like the after flashing forward, though. That's nice. Okay, so we prefer the Top Esports comp early and lit. Okay. Well, we're not going to waste our time fighting the AI this time around.
Don't analyze it. Don't think about it.
It's thinking about that usually gives me headaches.
There you go. Well, here's something that will not give us a headache, is that jungle pathing seems to be a lot more stable and a lot less volatile since both of our junglers started on the red side camps. No early invades as Guwon on the Shyvana. Unless you're running like lethal tempo, you don't want to take an extended trade against Xin Zhao. However, Tien, after clearing his red side camps, wants to go for the invade. He's spotted on this ward, so Guwon knows, and he's pulling the wolves defensively.
So, I mean, Tien's going to see a camp be up, and he's going to get a win here. This is exactly what happened the last time we saw the Guwon Shyvana, right? Which is Xin Zhao gets an early red buff and goes to get involved.
Nicely done by Guwon. He knows that he can hug that wall to get outside of that vision cone range. Unless they were very intent on looking at the jungle pet passing by, there's no concept of knowing that Guwon for sure is on the blue buff. Care might be in trouble. Flashes the wind, becomes lightning.
Still has to run, though. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Tien delays the base a little bit here. He's going to make sure that Cream gets out. And yeah, I mean, he wants to get the bot crab. That's the priority crab. So Guwon, again, getting a lot of info. Tien's going to get the bad news that his blue buff's already gone away. And now he might go hunt Guwon. As Guwon's trying to base. See if he gets it out.
No, he's not going to make it out. He's not going to make it out. He's got a level 4. He's got to fight to the death before everyone else gets here. Tien just needs to space this out. Level 4, Guwon is favored in the 1v1. But Guwon...
It's not a 1v1, I fear.
Nope, it is no longer a 1v1. That's First Blood going over to Top Esports, and Cream is the receiver of the kill credit.
Round 2 of the Shyvana experiment. Not going that well to start things off. Let's see if Guwon can turn this one around. Rafa, you said you hadn't put in a lot of time into this champ. What's the build going to be for Guwon this game?
Well, so I gave Gordo and Gebetto the whole layout of what the Shyvana builds are, and Guwon went none of them. I was flabbergasted by the build. So I can tell you that Trinity Force Shojin has been the most popular build, and it's like a very common like Conqueror AD Bruiser with Q max and W max. There's also been like E max builds with like Shojin and full AP, but Guwon went Hexplate into Dusk and Dawn into Rocket Belt. And I felt my soul die on the inside when I saw the Rocket Belt being built third. So
yeah,
I hope Guwon just keeps it a little bit more. I don't mind the Hexplate for what it's worth, because the ultimate ability haste does work with her Fury generation, but just commit to like AD Bruiser if you're gonna go Hexplate.
Let's not see the Rocket Belt. How about we just agree on that? Yeah.
Yes.
Let's not see that one emerge again. I would prefer that world, but yeah, I expect the Hexplate first here. As we will see, I mean, the big thing about Shyvana is I think if Guwon does get access to 6, in the changes they made, you get that fear now when you ult in. I could really see Vayne having issue with that. And kind of one of the reasons why this Vayne pick for me makes things a little bit, I would say, too volatile for my liking. Just because, if Guwon is able to get involved, get on top of Vayne, what you can do to chain that fear together with more is quite a bit. As speaking of Vayne, there's a Gluttonous Greaves on my screen, Rafa.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a little disappointed. I do not know what to say about this. So these boots, I know solo queue wise, the stats are good. They are very strong. Solo queue and comp play is not the same game, folks. We have a lot less kills played in competitive play here than we do. And I mean, Vayne as a champion, it definitely doesn't benefit from something like Berserker Greaves and getting more attack speed. That's, you know, more W procs, definitely not the entire reason we're picking this champion.
I think you missed the /S at the end of that speech there, Matt.
I thought I made it more obvious than needing a /S personally.
You know, that's fair. Just in case anyone could not catch on the drift. Shockwave clips Care, and Guwon is trying to back up Care so that he can push in this wave, but level 5 Shyvana doesn't really have a lot of firepower in terms of gank setup and utility, so Care is just forced to ditch the wave, and NIP do not have priority for this first dragon. TN wants to invade and try and challenge Guwon on these camps again.
It's been a couple of nice early bases here for Cream as he forced Care out again, and now, fight, Guwon being found. And the camp taken away.
Oh, TN now hits level 6, and Guwon cannot contest for any further camps. TN is going to be able to steal away everything now.
You know, Shyvana Lulu could work. Like, you know, I can see you dash in, you get the wild growth, attack speed buff, maybe even that too, but we're not seeing it work.
Barrier popped by Jackie Love. True shot barrage on the 2. Oh boy, Feng Yue and Jackie Love once again getting the better end of Awesome and Juo. And Guwon stayed too long, trying to contest Tien on the red. Still did not have access to level 6. Hoya now in a 1v1 battle to the death against Weion's Vayne. Who's gonna win? It's Weion with the Vayne.
Well, game 3 on the menu is kind of what I'm feeling. I just really, I mean, I know I spent some time talking about the Vayne pick. We haven't seen the Shyvana pick work yet. It just doesn't feel like you're strong enough early on. And the thing that I don't get about Shyvana this game, it was Azir, Yunara, Lulu. You don't need more late game as NIP. I feel like this Shyvana pick, we're allowing ourselves to fall in this deficit harder early because we didn't draft a winning mid lane matchup and we didn't draft a winning bot lane matchup. We drafted for scaling. So when you take a scaling jungler on top of all that too, Rafa, it's sometimes things get a little bit ugly, a little bit out of control, and I feel like that's the world we're in right now.
That, or you just have to drop ego on the camps that you cannot contest for reasonably, right? I mean,
well, that would help
these
too.
Topside camps.
Yeah.
There's just been a lot of times where they're fighting for camps and trying to hands check or just see if like, oh, am I better than this guy? And then they find out, I guess I'm not better. But Guwon does hit level 6. This is a strong point of power. They rotated their bot lane over to the top side of the map. We'll get a look at the replay at this domination from Jackie Love and Feng Yue once again. It
was a beautiful route from Feng Yue. Sets up for an easy true shot barrage by Jackie Love, and yeah, not much more else to be said. As that was a little bit too easy for the bot lane at Top Esports. And then this is the one I'm a little bit curious about, as Was the second E not cast by Hoya? No, it was. I mean, he hits everything. He just, oh, that Q misses. That was the difference. Nice flash by Zoyan. As that was the difference. That call to make hits. Maybe this 1v1 goes differently. I said it doesn't. Zoyan finds the win. Now, going to be under attack.
TP topside. They're trying to attack this Vayne and prevent her from getting any more stacks or any more gold for herself. And she is separated from Tien Xinjiao, so she does not get bailed out this time around.
I would have liked a world where maybe we saw Care pick up the bot lane, because the expense of this play is that Awesome and Zhuo stayed. Now they're going to be the ones to base, not the Renekton. So this Yunara falling quite far behind from this sequence, Rafa. But
let's see how this breaks out.
All right, so post grubs, just Yunara ripping it. And, oh, I think we missed a kill on a Fengyue. Just trying to connect and got feared in. Well played by Guwan. Again, you want to cast that ult to get behind them so that you can get fear to push them away. Well played. So, all right. I mean, good punish by NIP. They got something.
Yeah. What we have this time, since we already know what happens here, I want to advocate more for Shyvana. Obviously, like, early on, she doesn't have the CC and the setup that other skirmishing junglers have. Her numbers are just really good. And if you are able to build Q-Max and do this kind of AD Bruiser style, you can go 1v1 against some of these other junglers. But it's all about understanding when you can fight, when you can't, and when you have to just give things up. And Guwan has been a little bit more greedy on some of these plays, but does get his first kill of the game. Hexplate Rush has been acquired, so we'll have access to these Dragon's Descent a lot more often, which is, quite frankly, one of their best engaged tools this game, even if it is very risky to send your Shyvana first into the top esports backline here.
I mean, you got Lulu to help, so they're really trying to empower this pick. Again, I'm kind of surprised they took it in this game. Okay, here we go.
Nice.
Fear, well played. Good find onto Cream. Doesn't react flash and pays the price.
Hoya 1v1 against Wayon again. This time there is no flash from Vayne, but pops the ghost, and Hoya tries to run for the hills immediately. There's no flash on this Renekton. Hoya losing a lot of HP, waits for him to get into the bush. He's going to use the Ruthless Predator. Oh, he's got back up. Wild Growth right on top, and Zwayon fell for the trap. Hoya gets the better end this time around.
I mean, really nice bait, but kind of head scratching a little bit by Zoyan, as again, this Vayne pick, we talked about it and how it's making things a little bit more volatile. I think between the Gluttonous Greaves and going for the 1v1 that far in, well played by Hoya, well played by NIP, but Top Esports have given quite a few plays and ways back into this game, if you're thinking about it from NIP's perspective.
Yeah, I mean, a few minutes ago, when it was like
we called it GG.
2 kills on bot side. Yeah, we called it GG. There's 2 kills on bot, there's a kill in jungle, and there's a solo kill on top. It was a 3.5k gold lead a few minutes ago. That's like game losing right there. And now Top Esports have lost 1,000 of that gold lead effectively in the past couple of minutes.
I mean, not just that, but a lot of momentum in the game. Like, you do get to the point where, as Renekton versus Vayne, Zoyan's died twice. If you get an earlier item breakpoint as Renekton, you can munch the Vayne. I really feel like that's what they might be trying to do if they were going to go for a... Yeah, oh, I mean, again, Hoya, he's playing with it.
Care does not have TP, neither does Cream. He's way on dangerously close to the bush. Oh boy! And Zhuo was trying to flash forward to see if he can get the polymorph on the Wild Growth right on top. There's no Wild Growth available. Hoya is just able to make the dive by himself.
200 gold.
Is looking for Dragon, and Hoya doesn't die to the True Shot Barrage.
He's going
but he
down.
will die to Jackie Love as he shifts on forward, and Hoya will just try and buy some time.
No execute for Hoya. So going to be kills traded, Dragon taken overall in the long run, but still, I appreciate some of the angles we're seeing out of NIP, and this is where the Vayne pick, again, said could make the game more volatile. We have kind of seen this Vayne pick with the lead that Top Esports had. That has been the focus for NIP. They've tried to punish it and get themselves back into this game. Still, it's Top Esports that are going to be up and continuing to win harder. But again, I didn't feel like Vayne was necessary in this game. And I think that there are some struggles that it can have later on. Like the amount of DPS that comes out of Yunara, Azir, plus Lulu. I mean, if Zoyan has any missteps in these fights, we've already seen missteps be punished, but just how quickly these champions can DPS with Lulu behind them helping, I think can be really dangerous for squishy champions.
I mean, this is once again a champion that it's strong in a counter pick scenario, but whenever I see these champions locked in, I prefer to see a lot more resources from the team being kind of invested into making sure that it doesn't get put behind or it doesn't get attacked. It's been my gripe for whenever the rest of the world is picking things like Vayne and they just leave it to their own devices, assuming, oh, okay, well, we got the Vayne, so we just win lane, right? And it's like, well, what if the jungler comes? What if the mid laner comes? What if their support comes? And we have seen all iterations of that over the past few minutes now. So Top Esports working with a slightly decelerated Vayne pick, despite still being ahead in gold, not necessarily ahead of where the game is currently in favor of Top Esports and where she should be on the map. We've got 10 seconds, though, before Rift Herald spawns, 3 minutes until another dragon, and Top Esports, at least for their sake, are dragon stacking.
Yeah, I do think that in terms of game scaling, I know Vayne's that late game, you know, potentially breaker of a piece, but I like NIP scaling, just given they have the Lulu versus the Nico. I do think that in a lot of these games as Nico, you need to make sure you blow up these games early. If not, enemy teams can kind of bounce back into the game with these Enchantress picks. And the fact that this 3k gold deficit has stabilized, it really has since things just went completely Top Esports way 10 minutes ago. They can keep on stabilizing that. I mean, I expect Top to get this Rift. I expect Top to still really push the pace of the game.
Guwon takes more than 50% of his HP as a chunk.
Goodbye, Rift.
I can appreciate. Yeah. Yeah.
Hello, Vayne.
Guwon was trying to restrain using the ultimate there, as Hoya now looks for the all-in against Swayon. Level disadvantage from Hoya's Renekton, but Guwon is here. If he can just land the fear, there's no flash on this Vayne, and yep, Vayne's got nowhere else to run. Their play is the Rift Herald, and NIP's response is destroy this Vayne again.
You know, the Shy wasn't an alum of Top Esports, but we're getting to the point where I feel like we might be honoring the Shy. Did we need the Vayne this game? No. Is the Vayne 1-4? Yes. This is starting now. If there is a sick outplay later on, or maybe just within the series, because that would be a very the Shy thing. Like, make sure you play a map like full doo-doo, and then you come back and you hero mode 1v9.
I mean, Peak the Shy would be able to take these matchups. He would be able to die, and they would still be good deaths. I think that was always my favorite stat.
True, these have not been good deaths.
No. Unfortunately not for Swayon.
Well, you know, at least results-based analysis bias for me. I'm watching Gluttonous Greaves get punished. That's a positive.
There's a reason why this item is only good in a volatile solo queue environment where you are more likely to get a random amount of takedowns and fully stack it up. And it's being nerfed next patch. So if you thought that it was like even okay to build competitive, there's no way that you can reasonably think that it's going to now
just not
ever
on this
be good.
Champion. I feel like you need... I understand the Rise more than this, which I know Rise Gluttonous Greaves broke the brains of a lot of people. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, but that's also like mid lane, tier 3 boots.
Yeah.
So a little different scenario there. Top Esports, though, despite the Vayne being somewhat attacked a lot this game, they are still very strong through the power of Jackie Loves Ezreal having a strong start. More than 40 CS above Awesome's Yunara. Around 2,000 gold ahead in just the individual matchup, and it is enough for Top Esports to just brute force this dragon without any challenge from the side of Ninjas and Pajamas.
Yeah, this dragon was being given for the last couple minutes. We saw NIP playing hard to get care points on the top side, which he was able to secure. Did knock down the turret, but I feel like this was objective that was signed up to being given away for a while for NIP. So game going to come down to that Chem Soul if they can stop it. And tools in place in order to do so. I think the next big item we have to keep our eyes out for is that Dusk and Dawn, because it really is an item that while you're building it, it is kind of a random assortment of lost parts that don't really give you a lot of power until they come together. And then you get a lot of power off of it.
Yep. Definitely a lot better as a AP bruiser item, especially with the changes to getting on-hit healing from it. The ability haste is super nice, especially for Shyvana as well. I'm still would have preferred more of a AD bruiser focused build because I feel like shield max second is so strong, especially into compositions that are trying to have a lot of burst on you, especially with this Orianna. But Guwon, this is the second time running this specific build.
Got it.
For the benefit of the doubt, for NIP fans, we're going to assume that he has done the math, and for him, he feels like this is the best iteration.
He's got it. I mean, at least he's got
Just
the Dustin
don't do
Dawn.
Rocket Belt. Just don't do Rocket Belt third. I
would like to not see that as well.
I beg, Guwon.
I mean, we'll see if it's worth it, though. Again, this is a spike secured for the Shyvana, but at a cost. I mean, Tien's got a full level. He's very far ahead in camps, and he's been the Xin Zhao that's been able to throw his weight around for the majority of the game. So I think that's why we're not seeing a lot of these jungle picks that are good in solo queue or can come through. It's not a lot of good AD mids to pair with it, and also you aren't online as fast, and we've really seen the importance of being online quickly for these junglers. That really is kind of, for me, defining the meta, because it's rare for me that we have a pool be as boring as jungle has been for really the entirety of the year, where it feels like if you are not abusing the fighter items, we just are not seeing you in competitive play right now.
Southern Sky and Black Cleaver are pretty damn good, and the rest of the ensemble is also just so strong as well. Top Esports trying to see if they can establish some vision control in this top side Barren River. The only pink that they have is on their side of the jungle quadrant.
We're hitting this.
Dude, Hoya is just standing there menacingly. He has no vision. Pops the Dominus, holds the front door for a little bit, but he gets knocked up by the 3-talent strike, absorbs a lot of damage, flashes over the wall. We're only at 9,000 HP on the Baron, and NIP no longer can take this objective.
I don't even know they can take the crab. Okay, then we'll get the crab, but optimistic pull from NIP.
Cheeky ward there. Jackie Love able to stall some of the tempo on NIP's base here. Baron pull really could have only worked at that window. Now we're 2 minutes away from Chemtech Soul being potentially claimed by Top Esports. So now Ninjas in Pajamas are going to have to not only set up vision on this bottom side river now, but they also need time for Guwon to let this dragon form die out and then be able to regain all the fury on top of it as well. Oh no. Awesome. Is he in trouble? Okay.
Oh, that's Transcendence.
He ults and E's.
Cooldown used. I think he's going to have that back in time, as he does have access to the quick autos and faster ultimate coming back up from his own itemization. But it will give Top Esports a lot more time to try and control this bot side river, as we are a minute 10 away from the Chem Soul spawning for Top Esports. Fourth dragon of the game. Fourth dragon with the potential to be secured for top. And we've seen a few plays from NIP where it is Guwon ulting in, gets the fear off the Shyvana. We haven't really seen the combos yet, Rafa, but we're going to need to start seeing them now. Because they don't come through now. They're going to be staring down a Chem Sold up Top Esports, and that's not going to make the game any easier.
It will be a lot easier for Guwon to get these multi-man fears off in small corridors where that large Dragon's Descent can take advantage of Top Esports trying to corral their way and brute force their way back into the river. In open space, it's a lot harder to do, especially given how mobile some of these champions are from Top Esports' side. So love that NIP are here early. They're trying to set up vision. There is 2 wards behind the Dragon Pit. I don't think there's going to be any flank teleports going on, but it is something to consider.
We've already seen crazier things from Zoya on this game, so who knows. Shojin completed for Jackie Love this.
Oh boy, Awesome already needs the wild growth, and the True Shot Barrage chunks him out of the fight. And I do not have an AD carry for this. And the Pop Blossom Flash finds the dragon and slays her where she stands. Top Esports will be guaranteed a Chemtech Soul.
I mean, honestly, just kind of a bummer game from NIP. I really feel like both games, we identified pretty quickly that each team is playing a bit of a unique draft, Rafa. I just think that if this pick is anything but Shyvana, this game gets so much easier for NIP. I feel like Shyvana kind of is my argument that I have for Wukong at the moment, where Wukong really needs the help of some winning lanes to take advantage of the fact that he isn't going for the fighter items. And that's a far less extreme example than what Shyvana can bring to the table. And we just didn't see Guwan make the plays necessary to really...
They want to see if they can at least try and flip for this Baron, but Care gets snagged by the tangled barbs. Ninjas in Pajamas at least wanted to make an effort and not just let the game slip away from their fingers, but also might just get ran down by Zweon's Vayne, who is finally starting to get some pop-offs on these Gluttonous Grief stacks. And Top Esports, not the cleanest Vayne play we've seen from Zweon this split, but results-based analysis will say that this was another exceptional Vayne champion.
Yeah, it's gonna be a 2-0 Vayne on the year for Zweon. Again, like, I feel like if you have Pantheon in the game, how easy is it to punish Vayne in the side lane, or how easy is it to go make plays? And this is a bot lane that was put ahead by good laning from top, also a visit from TN that wasn't contested. And at what JackeyLove and Fungiway have done to run with that, it's been quite nice. We teased it was a Spear of Shojin completed on the Ezreal coming into this fight, and boy, did JackeyLove make them feel the brunt of that pain as it continues on the Rift for NIP.
And Top Esports finding another pick, this time onto a big old crocodile. They picked up some leather boots and a belt to match for their troubles. Chemtech Soul, 8,000 gold ahead. Top Esports are just moments away from being able to even up the series and send us to a game 3. And I think a bigger conversation that needs to be had, Matt, it's not just that the jungle pick was not necessarily ideal for NIP in terms of what they can set up on side lanes, but even in the game 1 loss, Top Esports still have had a better bot lane performance from JackeyLove and Fungiway over Awesome and Juo in both of our 2v2s. And I think that just needs to be really examined for this game 3 from NIP if they want a chance. They cannot leave Awesome and Juo on a 2v2 island again because they're just getting bodied and hands checked right now.
Yeah, I mean, this was a game where I feel like it's a JackeyLove pog when it's all said and done. Ezreal was granted a lead, and JackeyLove has really made NIP feel the brunt of that.
Always a pleasure to see one of our best 80 carries and one of our most notable LPL stars take to Summoner's Rift and return to form. As Top Esports are about to put a final ribbon onto this game.
Hold on.
The Pop Blossom holds the door, and JackeyLove is forced to now fight everything with these got, but Tien and JackeyLove are still alive, and despite best efforts from NIP to turn this game around, it is still a Top Esports win, and we're going to game 3.
It was a nice Shyvana Azir combo, and it's just Spirit came a little bit late in the game. Top Esports, they started this game up 5-0 with a 3.5k gold lead about 7 minutes in. It was tough treading for a couple minutes, but once they got control of this game, never really let up. And man, I mean, Tian, I feel like it's got to be a pog between him and JackeyLove, likely JackeyLove, but they really make that lead feel big. I mean, I think especially once JackeyLove got that third item where this Ezreal really takes off, that's where JackeyLove just never let up throughout the game.
Side tangent, and not the most important thing, but I saw the inventory from Guwan, and I saw a finished Codex, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe he was building to Riftmaker. No. He had a freaking Hextech Alternator. He was building another damn Proto Belt. Guwan, you are not allowed to play this champion anymore. You cannot be building Rocket Belt third. Ain't no way that is good. I've seen Rocket Belt first item be okay, but that is for top lane Shyvana. Shout out to Merwin over in the LEC, because I think the W max into E max kind of like run and gun with your flame breath and movement speed positioning with like full AP build if Rocket Belt is your first item, because it's cheap and the ability haste you get on it at that point is really valuable. But as a third item, I just refuse to believe it is good. I refuse to believe it. It cannot
Mark,
be.
I appreciate your passion for what happens with these projected third item Shyvana. I'm a lot more concerned about what happened in the first 5 levels. The fact that we picked this champion and weren't able to contest early on. I mean, this is just...
That I can't control. That I can't control.
I feel like we could control both by not playing Shyvana and then also, you know, maybe having a bit of a better build for it.
I have to advocate and defend this champion that I have become a big fan of playing, and I have to sincerely believe it can be played to a better level. I have seen it played to a better level, and
yeah, it can.
I understand the competitive meta restrictions and what you want from your jungler to be able to do, But I just personally feel that the early decisions that Guwon made, they can be avoided, and you can play a less greedier game. And so that part is like whatever. And therefore I can kind of like forgive that and say like Shyvana's still good, just don't do that. But I'm banning this champion away if this is the build that he has come up with.
I would ban it for many other reasons, but I respect dropping the ban hammer anyway, Rafa, as the Shyvana, not having the impact that we needed it to have on this game. I feel like it was the wrong angle for it, and boy, do we feel JackeyLove's impact throughout that game, as he got a lot of work done in that one. And I feel like
the most important thing for this game is, once again, JackeyLove and Fong Yue destroyed bot lane, and there is no jungle interference. There is no jungle bailout from Guwon, and neither on, at least on the Nocturne, he was able to provide some relief that didn't necessarily stop JackeyLove from being able to be ahead of the curve, but the rest of the map was able to play well enough that JackeyLove's advantage did not matter. But Guwon could not bail out bot lane. Tien was playing through bot lane. I mean, this was a game that NIP would be known for their dominance earlier in the regular season, where your bot lane 2v2 is dominating. You have a jungle matchup that can at least provide relief to that, or at least play to that strong side of the map. And NIP are just not running that same formula. Or Top Esports have been able to read them, and they are just now playing individually much better than they are.
I mean, I think to be fair, the NIP formula of winning bot lanes, this Yunara pick has not been one that has really set up to be winning very often for NIP. Moves to 1-6 now on the split for NIP in terms of record. And Yunara definitely a champion that isn't as lane dominant as some of the other bot laners in the meta. So maybe that's a good angle for NIP game 3, trying to secure a winning bot lane, because you're right, Top Esports really to cash in that small lead that Tien granted them. They turned it into a really big one, and JackeyLove ran away with this game.
Unfortunately, the rest of the game is just incredibly hard when their bot lane is not only massively ahead, but you don't have the same level of dominance from Care and Hoya as they did in the first game. So a nice combo overall. Unfortunately, it was too late into the game to be made, and it just did not matter anymore. And the main target that would have been nice to have shut down in that sequence still survived through it all. And if it is not a JackeyLove Pog, then we have lost all faith in
yeah, this one has to be a JackeyLove Pog. The Hoya Pog was already faith destroying for me. The lack of Hoya Pog, I should say. It was, there was not a lot of care put in the not giving Hoya the Pog and giving it to Care instead. But, is what it is. I think JackeyLove's going to do this one, and we'll see if Top Esports can make this a 2-1 for themselves. Of course, we have a game 3 coming up.
Boom.
Hopefully pretty soon after this. JackeyLove Ezreal. Pretty good game start to finish for him.
I just want to make a mention here. So not only this cements the fact that JackeyLove continuing his level of dominance after winning 80 carry of the week for week 6 of the regular season. This is now his 7th player of the game overall this split, which now puts him, let me see, he is now tied for 3rd for overall player of the game standings with Tarzan and Wei.
I assume Knight's leading.
Yep, he's at 9. Knight's at 9, Honky was at 8.
Who would have thought? Yeah.
Well, when you are not only the best player in your league, but potentially the best player in the world right now, then
he's up there. He's in the conversation for it for sure. I don't think I can give him that title, as I just don't think that player is in the LPL. But if anyone is going to be considered that for the best player in the world, it is Knight. We hope those international kudos can follow up the play that we've always been blessed to see him put on domestically in the LPL, as this region has been ran by him since he lifted that first trophy. But Rafa, we got to see how this series ends up after the break. I I gotta say, I'm a little bit surprised we made it to 3. I pretty much came into the day with the top esports 2-0, but I think we've seen a little bit better version of NIP today, which has been a positive.
The way I see it, Matt, is that in the LPL, you are always given the possibility of a game 1, oopsie, we kind of forfund it, let's lock in for this game 2 and game 3, even when the series is heavily favored on your side. But we're going to see how this series comes to a conclusion when we come back for game 3 right after this. Welcome back, y'all. We are getting ready for our final game of our first series tonight between Ninjas in Pajamas and Top Esports, where Top Esports bounced back after a pretty devastating loss in Game 1, but Top Esports bring things back to basics a little bit for ourselves outside of a Vayne counterpick that didn't necessarily get all the love that I would have liked that game, but they still won. So results-based analysis, Zwayon undefeated on the Vayne right now.
I think NIP gave a lot of love to that pick. What do you mean, Rafa? They were paying
well,
a lot of 10
about
11 care up to the Vayne on that top side.
No, it wasn't from Top Esports, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, true. But no, I felt like Game 1, we liked NIP's draft better, and we saw Top Esports' first couple plays didn't work out. That game got out of control pretty fast. Game 2, I definitely liked Top Esports' draft better, even if I had beef with the Vayne pick, which was, you know, as we like to say in golf, no pictures on a scorecard, I think, when it comes to that pick up in the top lane. I'm curious about what happens for Game 3 draft, because I really feel like both teams have tried to do some weird stuff. Whether it is seeing if the Shyvana pick can work again. In an angle where, you know, as much as you try to convince me in the break that Shyvana can work, I think that it needs winning lanes. That was definitely not a game where it's going to have a winning mid or bot matchup, and so didn't help Shyvana. And then the Game 1 draft from Top Esports, kind of lacking engage on their side, and we saw things get out of control. So I do think that the teams that, in our humble opinion, have had draft edges going into the two games, for the first two games of the night, have found wins, which I think puts a lot of importance on our final draft, so you can pull out the series.
And I think a microscope needs to be put on the bot lane for this third game. Even in the loss, JackeyLove and Feng Yue have had the better end of the 2v2 against Awesome and Zhuo throughout this series, and Guwon has yet to pay a ton of attention and focus to trying and shut that down early. We know that in previous Top Esports iterations that a lot of teams' answers was just trying to slow down JackeyLove or prevent him from being able to have such a dominant start to either mixed to mostly positive success. So I need to see that return from NIP as we are now heading into Game 3, where it is NIP that find themselves on red side with first pick.
Yeah, I think NIP took first pick as they did find the loss. Jarving and remain banned for the series on top of Rumble for Hoya. And honestly, we've seen Ashe Seraphine be denied for the series, Rafa. Really curious if that actually sneaks its way through, because I think that for NIP, I know we've spent a lot of time talking about how awesome it's been good when he's been winning lanes and how he's played quite well to do some of that, but I think that with a lot of the bot pairings that are missing, or at least the bot laners that have been picked so far, Ashe Jhin is a handshake for me that we might see in this game with Varus now off the table. Seraphine's been banned in this spot for the majority of the series. See if it is removed again here.
Once again, even though Pantheon is available, it is not one of Guwon's most played this split. His overwhelming record has been with Vi and Nocturne, both 7 games apiece, and then Pantheon is third, but with only 3 games. NIP are not concerned about the Pantheon at the moment. They instantly slam the Rise, and Top Esports now contemplating what their answer is going to be.
I don't love that, as Anivia is still on the board, and I think Rise lost a lot of power with Phase Rush not being in the mix anymore. His ability to proc Phase Rush and use that to be kind of dominant, really big. And now no Phase Rush going up against Yone Maokai. Strong mid-jungle duo showing that definitely has a scaling element to it, as Top Esports showing their hand. They want some scaling early on in this draft.
This will be Tien's first Maokai jungle of the split, although we know he's definitely played it in previous iterations, but really strong combo between him and Yone. But NIP are now going to try to brute force some
they're about to
decently
get
strong scaling answers with the Nefiri.
We haven't seen a Yorick from Zwayon yet. I feel like this is the Yorick game, if you want to play it in the Jace. And 1-3-1 with Yone. That said, option to just go Sion, call it a day. This really hasn't been the role of Zwayon so far, being the tank player, and he has preferred the K'Sante to the Sion so far. But
yeah, he's played 3 games of K'Sante, whereas only 1 game of Sion.
Yeah.
Seems to be the comfort pick of choice. Okay, well, Here's what I'll say, Matt. Right now, there's a significant frontline presence on Top Esports, and there's a significant lack of frontline presence on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas.
I think that Rise just really struggles without phase rush. Your ability to pop phase rush, whether it is in lane, go for positive trades, especially if you're a good mid laner. A lot of these guys go bone plating, and they'll trade on bone plating timer to pretty much guarantee a win as Rise. And then in the fights as well, move speed matters so much in this champion to try and drop those empowered rune prisons on the right targets. It really can warp a fight in your favor. Much less move speed available for Rise, as most Rises has been opting for the Deathfire touch. And even if you go for Storm Raid Surge, you need a pretty significant trade of upfront damage to proc that in favor of Rise, which you can't do in the same way you did with Phase Rush, where it was like EQ on the wave, or you can W to guarantee phase rush procs, because like that's an auto slow, and go from there.
Yeah. Top Esports recognizing that because there's a lack of significant frontline and a lack of significant engage, they already start targeting Zhuo's effective tank champion pool. He has yet to play Alistar this entire split, same with Leona, but both of those tank supports would have been nice to have for this lineup. Next most played champion, though, would be the Nautilus. That is still available. I'm curious if Top Esports try and snipe that away from Zhuo.
Yeah. I mean, you really want support counterpick usually, but I think they're really asking for Zhuo to go for something like Naut. Because if it is a Nautilus that comes in, they can easily go Jhin Bard, be really happy with where things are at. So I think NIP, if they want to deny the Bard, real conversation around that. I don't think Bard is insanely valuable this game. You are playing it in a pretty melee-heavy composition with a Jhin behind it. As I think the better answer is to Jhin kind of missing for NIP. I mean, I think Ashe is something that you can still play and just struggle through. Ashe Braum, I guess, into Bard is kind of hard. It's going to be a Sivir, though, as a choice, which makes the lack of frontline, I guess, a little bit better, giving you some of the move speed. But Sivir Nautilus, not exactly a lane that I think is really good together.
I think the only vote of confidence you can get for NIP is that
you just need Nautilus. Yeah.
You need the Nautilus, and the Sivir can be left alone, and you just wave clear all day.
This is a Kai'Sa game, if I've seen one, Rob.
Oh, Rel?
Kai'Sa Nautilus, for me, is just so much happier. And honestly, really nice in the comp that's showing. Like, Kai'Sa, I feel like, moves around the Cassante Maokai Yone better than Sivir almost does. But, yeah.
It would have been a first-time Kai'Sa from Awesome, but then again, this is also a first-time Sivir, this split as well. Yeah. So, not really a comfortable position. Would Tristana have been okay?
No.
Okay.
I think he gets stat checked by the Maokai Cassante as Triss, which is why Kai'Sa with the passive, the Plasma, I think definitely doable.
Yeah, but I was just taking a peek at what Awesome has played this split, or at least been able to show. And I remember the Tristana game he had was really, really, really hype. But looking at the overall compositions from both teams here, once again, your only front line from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas is Nautilus. You have point-and-click CC at the very least, but you are really, really betting on this entire top side to get out with not only a lead, but also to scale a lot better than the Yone Maokai Cassante big beefy front line here.
I feel like the Top Esports comp is just so much more intuitive, or I've seen this played a lot more. Now, I expect them to get behind early, and I think that's the challenge for NIP, is in the records. I mean, this is a team that's trying to punch their way up higher in the standings. This is a game where I think they really need to use the lanes they have, especially the solo lanes, to find an early lead and try and build a little bit of a snowball off of that. So we'll see. Game one, great solo lane performances from NIP. You're going to need it again in this one.
Really good damage from NIP there, being able to catch Tien out as he went for the classic ward onto the Raptor pit. Thankfully for Tien, though, he knows that this Nefiri is not going to be invading on his red side anytime soon, and the Bramble Smash is still a very, very effective tool at being able to clear these camps incredibly fast and efficiently. He also went for the Aftershock.
Yeah.
So the couple other Maokais we've seen in Global have mostly been first strike users, but because there's no real frontline from NIP, you're not necessarily pressed to make sure that your damage spread is balanced between both magic and physical. So this might just be like a full tank Maokai with like
I think it's a
Protoplasm and
Zeke's
Zeke's.
rush. Yeah,
Yep.
I think it's going to be Zeke's rush for Tien. Kind of the idea, as currently we see Gumon getting up in the face of Tien, trying to make something happen as we have a bit of a split map scenario. Care already warding for this as Tien likely to cross, and will be a bit difficult into the Sivir, who with those bouncing blades early does get pushed. So I like the map setup for NIP a lot better in this one. As again, I feel like the real strengths we've seen of NIP when they have been good this split, it has been smart pathing by Guwon. I think that him and Kara have done a nice job of playing games quickly to try and snowball things in their favor. And then their bot lane's been solid. Oh,
Can
no
Tien
way.
get there in time?
Yeah, he smited it.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's disaster.
No, 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 no. Oh, Guwon. Oh, I would want to FF if I'm in the Fury at that point.
Well,
still level
your mental's
2.
never been that good, Rafa, so don't blame me there.
No,
As
that's true.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'm giving you a
No,
bit of a
I mean,
hard
really critical for Tien to be able to hustle
That was
over
big.
there.
That was big.
The ward early placed. I don't know if that was Tien or Cream or maybe even Sueon, but that information was
Tien's.
absolutely pivotal to making sure that Guwon, who took a
Yeah.
big investment into crossing over that top side of the map, is now decelerated because he didn't want to use his own smite to finish off that blue buff
He
there.
flash smited it too.
I mean, super base, honestly. And now he can make the dive onto the bot side of the map. Does go flying over the wall since Zhuo did use his flash to create some distance there. Guwon now level 3. Wants to see if he can try and tango with these guys. Good dredge line from Zhuo right on top of Tien. You have to go for the Maokai first, but the deadly flourish blocks up Zhuo. It's not enough damage from Jackie Love. Is he forced to flash? No, he just finally walks up and puts in the third bullet. The last one being used on Awesome. It's first blood for Jackie Love's Jin, but Awesome has run him over to the other side of the tracks and will be able to get a 1-for-1 as Guwon even takes down the tree down in the bot lane.
All right, NIP, wave pull 2. Awesome should get most of that as Guwon can get the crab and get some camps back. Really big that he was able to get a kill there and try and answer back what, as you were properly highlighting, Rafa, was a really good job at Tien to set him behind. But a lot invested as he did flash to get that first smite off. And that will be at least punished a bit. So I think getting out of that, I would kind of prefer the kill going over to the Sivir and the Fury, as it was NIP who traded up a kill. And again, Zhuo, he did a good job of buying time here. That W coming up, it kind of forced Jackie Love to overcommit for this kill. So I think it might have been a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-0 if Jackie Love was able to stick with the rest of the team, but not the case. As Nautilus quite strong early, got the W back up and made sure that he stalled out enough time to make sure that it was a 2-for-1 in his team's favor. As I'm going to expect, oh, no smite for Tien. Guwon gets it.
Guwon able to now be level 4 on the Fury.
I got to talk about this real quick, Rafa.
Okay,
of course,
get in there.
Join the Discord and vote for all pros. We have all pros for Group Ascend and Group Nirvana. Something interesting for Zhuo. So he's been very Enchantress-based as a player. He's only played Nautilus, Shen, and then one Gragas game, I'd say, for Engagers. Everything else has been Enchantresses. And that's Vision Wards bought. He doesn't buy a lot of Vision Wards throughout the game, which I think on Enchantresses, there's been a lot of alternative league theories and science about not buying control wards and then making sure that you are stronger because your Enchantress items are very impactful. So kind of funny looking at some of the stats for Zhuo to see that an approach that has been taken, and it's definitely been a better split, and I'd say a good split for Zhuo. It's been a pleasant surprise.
Yeah. It's the first time that he has been considered top 3 All-Pro from us here. Meanwhile, top side, Hoya in a world of trouble as Zueyan goes all out, and he's ready to just slam down the Natofos on top of that Jace. Go ahead and fly up the Zueyan All-Pro vote as well.
Yeah, Doran's Helm for Zoyan definitely helping him early on as the new item. Cassante scales off those resistances, and Zoyan, best landing top laner we have had in Group Ascend, and definitely someone who is going to be in my top 3 for Group Ascend All-Pro voting. Nice solo kill from him as Hoya's Jace falls, and hold on, Realm Warp coming in.
Jackie Love still no flash, but Care goes for the Flash Rune Prison onto Feng Yue's Rel. I don't think it's enough damage. The second Darkened Dagger cannot reach the Rel. I was very optimistic from NIP, and unfortunately for them, they do not get it.
That was a lot invested. I think they have to turn this into first Drake, or else it's going to feel really bad. as they at least can use that to jail the bot lane for top esports, but a lot invested for not a lot there.
TN's flash is coming up in just a few seconds here. Bramble Smash Smite would be able to get the better end of Guwon. However, he needs a little bit more than just himself to be able to contest for that first dragon. So he's going to let it go over to the ninjas, and first dragon has been secured by NIP.
Well, it's off the timer of the grubs, so we'll see if NIP can play for max early again. We did set up this game as NIP needs to find some solo lane leads in order to take advantage of this comp and really have it play out the way they want to. You're going to need to use, hopefully, Ryze and Jace to control a lot of space and find some poke with the Jace early on. If not, I'm concerned about getting run over by the all-in atop esports as TN going to go for the engage.
TN looks for Care.
No flash Care.
First of all, they know that Care has no flash on this Ryze.
What a combo.
Massive fate sealed from Cream. Hoya tries to turn it around with some of the damage he's got on this Jace, but Guwon sends it into the backline with absolutely no help whatsoever.
GG.
And top esports just wiped NIP in the topside river.
Yep, I think that's game. As, I mean, what NIP wants to do, what they need to do, it's just been thrown up in the air by the top esports solo laners as both Swayon and Cream sitting on multiple kills, multiple assists, no deaths, and it is 0-1-0 and 0-2-0 for the solo laners of NIP respectively. Things are not going to get better from here, Rafa, as, and Swayon, he's got the wave. He's dropping this wave entirely, by the way. And Tien just goes straight onto the member that just burned flash for that bot lane play that didn't work out. Great combo from Cream. His top esports make this look all too easy and frankly makes it look like a play that NIP probably should have never signed up for. Where, again, I think the draft for NIP, they really need to get these solos ahead early. Might make sense early on paper to try and look for these topside plays. But with Care being flash was taken out immediately in the combo that came out from top esports as a whole, that play did not look close whatsoever.
Yeah. It's one of those moments where NIP, probably Guwon, is calling for, I have 1k smite over this Maokai. There's no way that we should lose this crab fight. Unfortunately, top esports can just jump onto a summonerless Ryze in that exchange, and those conditions are just not as good as NIP probably thought they were. And it's a massive punish. All three grubs now awarded over to Tien and top esports. 2,000 gold advantage on their side. A majority of it split up between the two solo laners, as you called out. And here comes the Maokai ultimate to lock down Hoya under the tower. Still no flash on the Jace. Guwon tries to answer back with a endless pursuit. Okay, Hound's Pursuit gets the reset, but Tien with a nice Bramble Smash interrupts the second cast. Unfortunately, he's still a Maokai and will be cut down to size, and it's 2 kills back into Guwon's pockets.
I mean, very necessary that NIP gets anything here, as the shutdown is being on to the Nefiri. It is a little bit of a different Nefiri build of late, Rafa, as it looks like we've seen some Hubris rush. Looks like this is the Voltaic coming in for Guwon. I mean, I think historically Nefiri's been a champion where it was a lot of Black Cleaver Shojin. You really wanted to get to that 2-item spike before you could take over games. I don't think that if it goes late, it matters, though. I mean, I think that Guwon needs to be as strong as possible now and keep these plays going. If he has ult up again, probably going to need to make something else happen again. As I know there's a Sivir on our screen. I think Sivir has a lot of targets to auto-attack, but in all reality, it's probably going to be a game that's pretty difficult for Sivir to auto-attack because the space takers aren't there for NIP. And this lack of frontline is you're kind of highlighting, Rafa. In games where Sivir can't auto-attack, she's just not as valuable as other ADs. And that's kind of my concern for Sivir this game, because I don't see the angles where NIP like has the space or the crowd control to get that much space going for Sivir.
Fighting for another crab onto the bot side, but Guwon do not have their bot laner here to necessarily help. Awesome can at least try and put some damage onto Jackie Love, but he fires all 4 curtain call bullets and forces NIP to retreat. Crab is secured for top esports ahead of another dragon spawn here in a minute's time.
I was talking through that one, Rafa, because I really didn't see the angle there for NIP. They were down a man, and there was a level 6 advantage on Fungiway. So they tried anyway and just kind of lose a flash for it. Bummer.
Yeah, in that scenario, I can understand that Guwon is just trying to call for these fights where he's like, guys, I have Voltaic. I should be able to rip these guys apart. But you're correct. The CC difference, if Juwo's not able to have level 6 just yet, it's kind of hard to guarantee anything for NIP here. About 30 seconds out from next dragon. I want to see what summoner spells are going to be available as Wayon. Gonna look for another chunk on the Hoya. Oh, God. Oh, my goodness! Zwayon put the damage down. Nitofo strikes. And my goodness, Hoya is not having a good game 3, folks.
Taking advantage of the aftershock on Cassante. You pop the R, you pop the W right away in all-out form because your W scales off those bonus resistances. That got a lot of damage down on the Hoya. And this Hoya Jace game, sadly, making it look, you know, making NIP's typical strategy look a little bit more just with the fact that we cannot really make the Jace work this game, as sometimes Jace needs a little bit more time and attention. And, well, Hoya's just kind of being put in a body bag right now on the top side.
Yeah.
The Hoya Pog that should have been in Game 1 now to this, it's not been the best trend, you know? As a mostly developing NA caster, we like when things trend upwards and players improve. This has been the opposite of what we want for Hoya this series.
Well, that topside river fight, I think, kind of removed any lead that Hoya might have had.
Yeah.
And now that this Cassante is ahead of the curve, getting not only Steel Caps, but also Iceborne Gauntlet ahead, where Jace can't really build Armor Shred until second or third item, right? I don't even know how you're supposed to lane into Cassante, as second Dragon was picked up, and we get to look at this replay of Zwayon absolutely dumpstering Hoya.
Oh, I guess he didn't do the W Aftershock combo, didn't need it. Just kind of weaving in the autos. As, yeah, again, if you proc Aftershock, use that W right away. Does scale off your resistances, and Aftershock gives you more, so you do bonus damage. That's somewhat the idea behind the Helm takes. Doran's Helm opener for Cassante's as well. Zwayon is taking advantage of both and opened up a very significant lead. One that, again, just given what we looked at in terms of the general direction of this game, Rafa, we were not expecting this lead to be in top esports hands. I think that if you played these comps out in a vacuum, the Jace Rise would be the team I would have a little bit higher expectations to be ahead at this point of the game. That's not the case in this one, as top esports cruising. TN, despite the Aftershock, still going for Leandres to be some magic damage for his team, as he really is the only one that is behind whatsoever, and he's done his job, as his solo laners very happy campers.
Yep. Tien now escorting Cream and falling away and being able to push this wave into the bottom turret. Juo trying to protect Hoya under the tower to make sure that he is not dove with the power of this Maokai and this Rel. I think for NIP, a lot of their game plan and their concepts that they wanted to try and weave in made a lot of sense, with Care getting the early push into the Yone matchup. He was very proactive with the Realm Warps, and just unfortunately, they weren't always fruitful in terms of what the way they got with it. I think optimistic was the correct word, and now Care might now get a treatment and understand why Hoya was struggling so terribly just a few minutes ago.
I appreciate the tech of, hey, Cassante is ahead and built a lot of armor. Let's put Hoya into the Yone and put our magic damage dealer into the person that is dealing or built armor, and we can go from there. Care is still losing that matchup, so that's not good. He has gone back, gotten the upgraded Gluttonous Greaves, and we'll try and at least use those with the best visibility. I, again, do not think that these boots are good. I feel like the defensive tier 3s are just very OP. But I don't think the boot choice matters much this game for NIP.
Juo flash forward for the death charge into the dredge line. All right, ninjas in pajamas make the 4-man gank squad happen onto Jackie Loves Jin, and they burn the flash on top of it as well. Guwon trying to continue the chase with the Hound's Pursuit onto Tien, but there's not enough follow-up there to finish off that tree, who did not rush Zeke's, by the way, Matt. This is still a Leandres for the Maokai. So while Tien might not necessarily be as tanky, and the utility is not going to be there with the improved ability, ultimate ability haste, these saplings are going to hurt. This Maokai will do a decent amount of damage. Oh, Care force a flash over the Fate Sealed.
I think it might be able to be turnable, too. Guwon doesn't have the ult up. Wasn't in... Yeah. That wasn't there. Nope. Good escape. I think getting the flash out of Care, I mean, one that hopefully Kareem and Top Esports can run with from there. As Care being Sunless, Rise, lack of movement spells without the phase rush, and just having both summoner spells missing, something that's like Top Esports can look to punish.
Oh, man. This Zwayon is starting to proxy. This is probably the most demoralizing part about being a top laner when you're this far behind, when the enemy tank just starts to go between towers and says, yeah, what are you going to do about it?
I mean, frankly, I feel like that's my question for NIP right now, is I don't know what they're going to do about all of it. I mean, things only get worse for them from here, really.
Yeah.
Yone at 2+ items, Cassante at past level 16. Not exactly a game state that's going to make NIP happier. And again, they're saving Grace. The late game solution is awesome, who I don't really know what Sivir's ability is going to be like to auto attack unless Top Esports messes up. Because trying to play Sivir against Yone, Maokai, Cassante, Rel, while in theory you're like, oh, I'm playing against a lot of melees. Like, I can bounce the blades and we can get a lot of big damage down. Think of all the circles and tools they have to make sure that Sivir cannot auto attack freely. And NIP doesn't exactly have the tools to prevent that, as they took a pretty squishy comp with a lot of backline. This is kind of coming into the day, Roth, when we were talking about we saw some drafts from NIP that we didn't feel were as cohesive. I would point to this one as well. And just Sivir Dot's kind of a weird bot lane. I know it's game 3. You're trying to hodgepodge something together, but I feel like Kai'Sa would be a lot happier in this scenario than the Sivir itself.
Yeah. Would have made the dive identity a lot more streamlined, and at least you could always say, no matter which target you select, everyone can commit to going in, or at least has tools to be able to descend onto that one target. For NIP's sake, they make the trade of picking up the second dragon, while Top Esports secure the Rift Herald for themselves, so they'll have an extra bit of sieging power here. Guwon wants to defend these Raptors, but Feng Yue has the collapse first. So Guwon's got to be careful about face checking into other camps.
Well, Cream's just able to sit here and take the Krugs away from Guwon in front of his face.
Yeah. Especially without Call of the Pack there, Guwon using it preemptively on that third Mortal Steel slash. If he stepped up any closer, Tien and Feng Yue might have pulled the trigger right then and there. And the siege continues now with both of the soul laners very ahead. A Fate Seal goes a little wide, but beautiful thing about Yone, Matt, is that sometimes you don't even need to land the ultimate to deal a crap ton of damage. And Care is going to be forced to leave after this next wave.
Well, yeah, I don't really know how NIP gets back from this one. I think the Realm Warp play they made mid, like 5 more of those are on the menu. Kind of hard to do so against soul laners like Cassante as well. So, options probably going to be limited here.
I mean, Zweon just finished a Jack show. This guy is Thanos. Who is killing this guy? At least Awesome did not make the mistake that I see a lot on AD carries where they do not, or sometimes they delay their last Whisper item until third. He recognizes that time is of the essence to help bringing down this tank with the Lord Dom's second item. Not sure if it's going to be enough, though. Top Esports setting up shop here on the bottom side with 3 members in Feng Yue, Tien, and Cream. And IP are ready to answer. Awesome has first collapse. They snagged Feng Yue with the dredge line, but a TP is coming in from Zweon's Cassante. And now NIP, do you just drop Chuo and say, I'm sorry, brother? You are the sacrificial lamb for the TP. And Realm War from Karen Guwon. Oh, Zweon was ready to try to interrupt it, just not in time.
Yeah. Again, I don't know how NIP plays their way out of this one. I think that Realm Warp's out while necessary there, and they do save a couple. It's also going to kill a lot of time of what could be positive plays afterwards. So the fact that Top Esports, they get a kill, get the bot tower, they save the Herald crash for the inner, which Cream is going to feast even more. And Hoya trying his best to answer, but again, I think so far behind and out of this game. No matter what point you get 2 items and Evolve Miramana on Jace, you are going to be useful, but I think that's going to be coming a little bit too late into this one for NIP. I was kind of hopeful after game 1 of the series, Rafa, that we saw an NIP that, worked on or fixed a couple of the issues from the last 2 series where we saw them go 0-4 against IG and Weibo. I really feel like in games 2 and 3, though, we kind of felt some of those same issues reemerge with, regardless of our thoughts on Shyvana, we agree that it wasn't appropriate in that draft, right? Like, you probably want some winning lanes around that pick. Don't have it in this draft. Why are we, we already have a lot of back damage from Yunara and Azir, so why are we taking Shyvana here as well when it's weak early and needs to help lanes that do want to scale up. That's kind of awkward. And then this one, I could see the angle of the top side, but just don't feel like this is a bot side that fits with that. And even the top side, I don't think that this is a top side that really fits with NIP as a team. Like, Hoya Jace is probably not a champion that I'd associate with Hoya. And we have seen some issues with that specifically in this game.
Sure. I think the other problem that has kind of plagued NIP this series in particular is that in the windows where you should be respecting your opponents, they haven't been. The top side river fight from Baron, as soon as Zweon is already booking it to collapse and you know that Care does not have flash, you have to respect angles for flash engages from Maokai. You have to respect angles for Fongwei just being able to send it. Potential fight in this bot side, blue quadrant. Oh, really nice W from Tien. However, he's still quite squishy on this Maokai going full AP, but Cream has the fate sealed on the two members. Guwon is instantly put down into the dog pound. NIP at least claim 2 lives for 1, and Jackula might be the next on the menu. Ninjas in pajamas getting paid.
All right, NIP. Great turn from Kara on the Realm Warp to find one more. As that fight opening up, I mean, I think it was a little bit split from Top Esports in the sense that their damage dealers weren't there. Cream and Zoyan are the ones that have the 2 big leads. I mean, Zoyan's TP was not available. He was walking down. Cream doesn't join the fight. And Guwon just kind of makes something happen off of a Realm Warp that was a little bit too far forward by the supportive core of Top Esports. Great find and take by NIP. We were questioning ways back into the game. Top Esports just gave them one.
Back to live. Dragon was soft leashed here by Top Esports, but Ninjas and Pajamas are returning to it, and they
should be NIPs.
Are definitely going to get claim of it. So now they're on Hextech Soul Point here.
Okay. I mean, big mistake there from Top Esports again. The Soul Laners are the ones that have the gold, and that fight started. It was a 4v2 as the gate's taken, just too aggressive. I do want to give some credit to Awesome. That preemptive flash out to get out of the Yone combo, I think really enabled him to make sure he got the damage down, and NIP could push that fight forward. Is a little bit of a closer game now in terms of the gold graph, and I think for Top Esports, just putting a little bit more onus. I think that playing out these 3 lanes as they try and go to set up these objectives is the right move. I mean, the solo laners are very far ahead and can hold their own to the side lanes, but connecting with them. Maybe not playing 3 lanes right before the dragon spawns or narrowing that down a little bit earlier. I do want to give Zoyan credit. He was walking down, but maybe making sure that Cream could get there a little bit earlier was the big thing. As disconnected fight from Top Esports and a good punish from NIP keeps a game that we felt like was getting a little bit out of control interesting.
And something that NIP have definitely recognized, that this Maokai is a lot squishier than what we were anticipating. We thought that with the Aftershock Keystone Rush that it was going to be something like Protoplasm Zeke's, more utility, full tank. This is AP Maokai, essentially. Leandry's and Bloodletter's Curse. So the saplings and the ultimate from Maokai is going to do a significant amount of damage. The Bramble Smashes are going to hurt, but he's also going to be popped so much faster in these fights. So your front line is now really just mostly on Zweon, whereas Tien is more of like an AP bruiser with this setup. So NIP actually have a lot more easier paths into being able to win out on numbers and get quick resets with the Hound's Pursuit.
Aaron pull here, kind of aggressive. I think they just want the TP out of Hoya. And they can play side better from there. We're engaging.
Oh, Guwon, you don't have Call the Pack! Hound's Pursuit right in the face of Jackula when Fongwei can interrupt with the Magnet Storm. It's 1-for-1 so far, but they find Cream next.
Awesome
Awesome on the front line. He just
did it.
landed all of them. Care and Awesome assassinate the back line. And who cares about a Cassante take when your entire team is dead? Ninjas in pajamas with an incredible comeback.
Top Esports, I mean, I gotta say that fight, a little disconnected, and Awesome just kept on quicking forward. Those circles, the ideas that we were talking about that can stop the server from auto-attacking, they don't connect until it's too late. Guwon goes in. I just think he got chained 100-0, Roth. I don't think he had any time to get the W down. Beautiful chain from Top Esports. They one-shot the jungler from NIP, but all those tools were used on the Fury. Look at Awesome in this fight. Was able to get right up in the face of Jackula. That spell shield wasn't exactly needed against Zoyan as the W missed. But even with that, he would have made sure they traded himself out for Jackula, and the damage was already done. As Care and Awesome shredded everyone in that fight after all the tools were used on the Guwon. And the damage of the solos from NIP, they were behind, but that damage connected. is this game just completely flipped on its head, Rafa. It's a Baron secured for NIP, and a Hextech sold the spawn while their Baron's up.
And the specter of Jackie Love not being ahead for the first time this series, that has been slowly creeping up in this game 3, finally rears its ugly head, where Awesome stands up, flashes forward, or doesn't even flash forward aggressively. He just charges past Wayon and completely massacres the backline with all this bouncing boomerang blade damage. He now has a 2,000 gold advantage against Jackie Love, who is trying to catch up on a fairly low damage build, since it is rapid fire second, trying to rely on some safety. Needs that Infinity Edge to be picked up as soon as possible before he is really a threat again in these fights. But it's not going to be happening soon enough, because we've got Hextech Soul in a minute's time.
And Hextech Soul with a Jace in the game as Hoya gets Cream's flash for free before the dragon spawns. And this could be a really oppressive Soul coming out, because easy to apply from Jace, and any of these chain slows could easily set up for non-angles, rise angles, or even in the Fury getting in the mix. I mean, I'm really concerned. I feel like Top Esports just kind of threw this one out of nowhere, frankly, with how we were setting up this game to go, Rafa. And Awesome, I mean, really stepping up for his team in the last couple fights. It was the errant skirmish from Top Esports. We got it. That got Awesome the first lead in the top jungle, and then his ability to catch that in around the Baron was massive. And this is a Sivir that's very threatening, and one that does have flash up for this fight. So Top Esports relegated to play this one through bot lane. They can't play through mid.
I like NIP trying to force mid priority with Hoya, just using the Baron buff to pressure the inhibitor turret. This is Hextech Soul Point. It would be important for NIP, but they can wait. They can try and play this out slow. Let Hoya get some decent damage down. Care has no flash. They're going to give up the dragon, but they still have mid prio, and Hoya is going to break open the base here. NIP just need to not get caught out here. Guwon uses the call of the pack, gets snagged by the deadly flourish, but he is way too far away for Top Esports to try and capitalize on. And just like that, Hoya is running into the Nexus turrets. If they can keep them here, how much damage can he get? He's going to look for a Nexus turret. Zwayon is completely isolated. There's a Realm War coming in. They want to try and look for a push and a collapse, and Hoya even gets out alive.
They're going to be on TN as Guwon.
Are they fighting this? Oh, Guwon, does he have Call of the Pack again? It's a one-for-one trade. Junglers are down, but it's still numbers favored for NIP. Hoya TP's in right into Cream's face.
No flash.
Fate sealed at the ready, but he is chunked out. And Ninjas in Pajamas went from being behind in gold to now ahead by 4,000. They're going to try and end.
30 seconds on Zoyan and Tien. This feels like a bit of an aggressive push for the end, but with Cream no flash, they might find it. Funguway.
There's no Magnet Storm. It's just a crash down. Funguway is gone. Cream tries to stand up and deliver, and now it's only down to Jackie Love. Can he defend? I don't think you can. Trenchlights connects. Ninjas in Pajamas with an impressive comeback. Upset Top Esports.
In their home arena, too. I did not see that one coming. I felt like the Top Esports comp with how far ahead Cream and Zoyan were. I felt like that game was done and dusted. But NIP, they turned one mistake from Top Esports into honestly a big one with that Baron start. We got to look at that Baron start for Top Esports and ask, why wasn't it a pull Hoya's TP and get out of that scenario? Reset the map and the conditions where you want a 1-3-1 and get a TP out for free. There's no TP on the rise, so you'd only be combating the Realm Warps. Instead, they stick the Baron, they get smashed in the fight, and NIP ends up in kind of a weird Baron scenario with Hoya just going for the push and NIP winning the standoff and Guwon being slippery. And they take this series in what felt like okay, NIP got game one off a better draft, and Top Esports cleans it up 2-1. No questions asked. This is an NIP win where we can look at their issues the last couple of days and be like, hey, they worked on it today. I still think the drafts were a little bit incohesive in the last two games, but they got the win in the third. They get the series win. That's what matters for NIP is, and take one step closer to keeping that dream of making top 4 alive.
Wow.
That was surprising. I did not have them winning that one. Did not have them winning that one.
Flabbergasted. This might be a care pog. I have to think about it.
Ooh.
But it...
Not a Hoya pog.
Nope.
I think it's an awesome pog. I actually really do. I think
it could be an awesome pog.
Yeah, I think Awesome played really well in the 2 fights that mattered.
Yeah, if it's an awesome pog, it might still be like a Care player of the match for NIP.
I would give Care player of the match. I would. I think this game's an awesome pog though. But man, I mean, what a surprise, honestly, for NIP. Again, had 2 really cold series the last couple of days. Nothing impressive in the 0-4. I'd say that a lot of those games were over 10 minutes in. A lot of the drafts, again, not very cohesive. To show up today and play the way they did, and for me, really have a surprising Game 3 victory, that is a good comeback win against Top Esports. And of course, we were setting this up as Top Esports probably need to make some mistakes, give away some angles to NIP for them to get back, which they did. But how NIP took that and ran with it, some of the realm warps from Care, very solid. I think that's the best argument for the Pog. Surprising result to the first series of the day, Rafa, as NIP move up in the standings and keep that dream of making top 4 alive. What do you think?
I'm flabbergasted.
Okay, there it is.
I'm just thinking about how Zwayon was pretty much Thanos on the Rift, and Top Esports did not play around Zwayon in 2 back-to-back critical moments that gave NIP the window back into the game. We think about the bot jungle invade that Tien and Feng Yue forced, where Zwayon was not really a part of that. And I mean, credit to NIP for being able to navigate that scenario well and being able to identify, as Elgato sends me back to the Shadow Realm.
It's all right. We want to make sure you return before we wrap up the stream, Rafa.
Bro!
I know it's been giving you some headaches today. Oh!
You know what? I prefer this.
Maybe it's good the camera died. Yeah.
Yes. You know what? We don't need the camera. This is much more adorable.
Wait, Kai, can we, like, squish the dog and then blow it up, maybe? Nice little squishy fur ball. Oh. Yeah. And then boom.
Here.
Woo! Man. It's like a cotton ball swath, you know? Just what you need.
See,
yes.
This is
content.
Woo! When I think about Hoya getting bodied for like the 5th time in lane, I just imagine Hoya looking up as Zwayon just descends upon him with the Tofo strikes going, "Please, sir, don't do it again. I'm just a Jace. Leave me alone."
Any spare bread?
Any spare CS?
Yeah.
Please. I'm just a man. Leave me alone.
We do have some post-match details to take care of while we're having fun over here. But, again, Awesome really stepped up in those last couple fights. That Sivir damage, again, where I thought if the setup between the Maokai, the Yone, the Kasante, all of it was there. Really thought this could have been one to win. But maybe something that we overlooked, as it was a Top Esports lead for the most majority of the game. It was a squishier front line for NIP. But there is a bit of a lack of damage. If the... You know, we have a Jhin if Yone isn't quite able to function, or if Kasante wasn't able to get back there. I really felt like the circles into Awesome would be really tough for Awesome to deal with, but Awesome was able to play out of it well because I don't feel like Top Esports played cohesive enough to do what needed to be done to shut down that Sivir.
I think the one sincere credit I can give over to NIP, outside of being able to punish some of Top Esports' decisions that they made that gave them windows back into the game, is that they were proactive on making sure Jackie Love did not get ahead this game. We explicitly stated that the prior 2 games, even in the first NIP win, Jackie Love and Feng Yue were dumpstering Awesome and Zhuo in lane, and they needed some relief. They needed a way to be able to survive the laning phase or be given investments and resources so that they could at least scale evenly. This time around, Jackie Love and Feng Yue are not able to actually play for lane because there's a lot of support movement around the map, and also the very, very early kill setup where Jackie Love does get first blood, but he is forced to overextend himself and gives a trade over to Awesome.
Yeah.
That prevents Jackie Love from being able to really have a significant dominant advantage this game. And the multiple Care Realm Warps trying to pick off Jackie Love puts him further behind, and Awesome is just slowly cooking before he finally is at a point of the game where Sivir damage is significant and he can actually
this fight
contribute.
is what gave him the ability to cook. And then again from here, Like, all these circle tools being used to shut down the Nefiri. I just have to ask if one could have been saved for the Sivir. Because Sivir, there's no Rel ult, no Maokai ult on top of the Sivir. That kind of allowed for Sivir to function. Even if that W hits from Cassante, that gets spell shielded. And I think Jakulev gets cleaned up. And I think it's a winning fight either way for NIPs. So I just think that in terms of target value and who is prioritized by top esports, 2 mistakes that NIP turned into the game in front of their home arena fans. As, I mean, speaking of home arenas, by the way, IG debuting theirs for the 2nd series of the day. So that will be quite fun.
Very true. That's going to be awesome.
No, this was actually
super happy.
Awesome.
Yeah. True. Super happy for all the NIP fans who showed up to the home stadium of Shenzhen. You could hear the roar of the crowd.
You could.
In that topside Baron fight. I mean, if there is a way where you could feel like a rebirth and an instant revitalization in the audience, it was in that moment. And what a pleasure to be able to witness it here firsthand.
I was surprised. I really was. Yeah, but congrats on the win for NIP. As I feel like every time I feel like NIP is a pretender, they then go out and win a series like this where I'm like, oh, maybe they aren't a pretender. And then when I'm like, no, this team actually can compete with anyone in Group Ascend, which, by the way, they did split series against both BLG and Top Esports, the top 2 teams in Group Ascend. Anytime like I'm like 100% convinced on that, I'm like, okay, no, they drop a game or like they go 0-4 in their 2 series and it looks miserable.
Yeah.
And, you know, they haven't fully sold me yet, but they keep on pulling me back in, which I feel like is a positive.
Yep. As you can see briefly before we send it back over to us, Care is getting interviewed on stage right now. I hope that he gets a well-deserved player of the match, if not at least a player of the game, although I'm very happy and content for Awesome getting player of the game as long as Care gets player of the match. But that concludes our first series for tonight between Top Esports and Ninjas in Pajamas. Definitely did not go the way that we expected it, but I am entertained nonetheless. We're going to be swapping off with Mazel and Bloxer for our second and final series of the night between BLG and Invictus Gaming. Make sure you stick around. You do not want to miss this. Woo!
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer now, and we've got Ilyasha behind us. But the biggest thing that we have now is the series on our hands. We had a banger, Series 1. Thank you, Rafa. Thank you, Cubby. Now, does NIP keep the energy going? Does IG now take down BLG? Those are the things that we have to figure out now, Bloxer.
Yeah, I mean, this is a real banger of a matchup right here. It still has some pretty big implications for where people are going to end up in the standings, but we are very much coming into this one thinking that this should be pretty easy for BLG. They have definitely seemed like the best team in the LPL this split, versus an IG that's been having a bit of a weird one, kind of struggling quite a lot recently. They're at least going to get to play in those play-ins, you have to imagine. Maybe they can just about get themselves into that bye round. Either way, very different trajectories for these two teams.
They are a little bit in different positions, but hey, we find them in the same series nonetheless. It is IG that we're going to be taking a look at first here, though. A team that has had big ups, high moments, incredible performances, and then some of the lowest lows of the split. They gave WE their first series win.
Yep.
And then they handled business against NIP, who did just beat Top Esports. So circle of results going strong. This team still needs results.
Absolutely. I mean, I love the circle of results, and the way that it has worked out, there are so many different ways in which that circle is completed, and a big part of that is, the fact that IG lose out to WE. It was a 2-1. At least they picked up one game, but I feel like that almost makes it more embarrassing. You should not have lost this matchup, and this has been the main thing that sort of put them down out of that top 4 discussion. They technically still can make it into the top 4, but it requires some insane things such as AL also losing a matchup to WE. And if they'd have won that one, we'd really be talking about how much this would mean to them, how much they really were fighting for those top 4 spots, getting into being the top 4 teams in the LPL. Instead, that's really not what we're discussing. For right now, though, the roster, it has been having some really fun moments. I think specifically Wei has been playing really well, and that's been quite fun to see. Yeah,
it truly has, as we're going to be taking a look at him a little bit more tonight as well. Some very Wei-like champions. I do love some of the prevalence of Nocturne for IG, which isn't always there for other teams in the LPL. He's had an incredible amount of the MVPs and POMs. I think it's been really, really cool to see from him as well. The track record of this guy obviously goes back dating to those days on RNG where he really made his name, but it's him trying to carve this new path that has been so interesting to me. I mean, his time on BLG, now IG, he seems to be that standing general for IG at the moment, and based on the performances we've seen all split long and even in Demacia Cup in the offseason, it is him.
Absolutely. When this team are winning, it's because he's been playing really well. I do like what the meta is for him at the moment. He really enjoys these heavy engaged champions that are looking for a lot of ganks early on, hit that level 6 and just go get involved in your lanes. You can really see it here with the Pantheon, with the Nocturne, the China champions that he just performs so very well on. And absolutely in their wins, he's been massive. That being said, when they lose, it's because he doesn't get anything going early on. He picks one of these heavy, aggressive early game champions and just doesn't make it happen. That's a lot of what we ended up seeing in that WE series, where there were a lot of problems. Don't get me wrong, the whole team ended up collapsing for them to lose that series to WE, but a big part of it was that Wei just never really got his teeth into the game, and then the whole team just sort of sputtered around him.
Yeah, and can't have that going tonight when you want to win all the games you can, and you're going to be facing off against one of the Titans. Let's go ahead and start talking about that team here as we move on to BLG, a team that has been taking names, taking numbers, and taking everything so far, gunning for first place here in the regular season. This is a team that everyone at this point should know very well.
Absolutely. This team once again looking towards the title in the LPL and beyond, looking towards those internationals, and for good reason. They have been playing incredibly well, and this just continues to be, I was going to say the year of Knight, but it's been a couple years of Knight. The end of last year as well was incredibly good for him, and he has just really kept rolling on. Such a long tenured player, and yet still playing at such an incredibly high level. At the moment, very much on for that MVP slot.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we have a fun matchup tonight as we get to talk about our next point. It reminds me of the days of Impact graphics, obviously, back in the day in LCS. But it is Knight versus Nya. Total games played in career at this level. You just got to have a moment for Knight having almost 1,200 games played, which is just insane. But it's the factor of there's a new kid on the block that gets the opportunity to play against Knight. How many people across the world can even say they've been able to do that? And you get to take him on at a best of 3 domestically. I think that's such a cool opportunity, and I hope that he's coming into it with that kind of energy, although it is a tall task to deal with.
Oh yeah, nobody is going to look at Nia and be like, wow, you suck if you don't manage to just take Knight out. Like, that's not going to happen. You very much do get to just play your own game, and I want to see him still have this kind of aggressive style, right? He has a lot of champions in his pool that like to step up to their opponents. He's been playing a lot of the Akali specifically. That's been quite fun, and if he can keep that up, I really like the idea. Now, I do think playing into this lane matchup specifically, trying to beat out Knight in the 1v1 or even the 2v1, probably not the best idea overall. I think what I'd like to see from him more is that more roaming style. Go match up alongside Wei, get involved in these other lanes, because that's going to be a heck of a lot easier than taking out Knight.
Yeah, I think being able to play towards team play might behoove them here tonight, because when we're looking at Knight, and we're going to be seeing a couple clips from him, he just does some dastardly things, man. From moving and roaming with Xun, which is going to be extremely important and potent tonight, I am sure, with the duos they like to go with, to just finding outplays, right? He is being surrounded. He's still finding ways to pick up kills. This wasn't the only crazy LeBlanc play in this single game, right? There are so many moments where he is just out mechanicsing entire teams, and there's a reason why he's leading that race for MVP again.
Yeah, he's at the top of the MVP race at the moment. He's got the most player of the games. He's got the most matches of the game. Like, he's been...
Like, look at this play right here.
How is he able to do this?
It's insane how he just thinks about the way to attack this play. He is the one being pushed in mid lane, yet he finds a way to get a kill back. Like, it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
And he walks away. Like, he doesn't even die for this. This isn't even, oh, I'm going to go 1-for-1 in this situation. He still walks it back out. And I think what's been most impressive to me about Knight throughout this split is just the wide variety of styles that he's been playing. You're seeing him here on a ton of different champions. He's got one of the biggest champion pools in the entire league at the moment. His most played is Annie with 4 champion plays. That's not a lot compared to everybody else in his team. 8, 7, 9 champions as their 8 plays as their top champion. He will play anything, every single different style. He'll be aggressive, he'll sit back, he'll go and roam around the map, or he'll just wait until he gets late into the game and blow you up with the most CS in the entire game. He can play every single style, whatever it is that BLG needs.
Yeah, and IG gonna have to rely on that mid jungle duo on the opposite side to really find something to hold on to in this series as a whole. Another little setup that we really wanted to talk about was this bot lane. Not only the supports, which we'll get to eventually, but it is these ADCs, because I think it's an interesting position to be in for Tiachi. Obviously had a very good and you know, finding good performances split number 1. I think it's been a little bit rocky here in split number 2, but really having some high key moments against top opponents, right? Like, I think of the games against Jackie Love where he's actually just kind of dumpstering him in a lot of games, and being able to find the 2v2s. It's the team fights that still beg a problem for them, and they really got to find his positioning there. But Viper also has probably been one of the most quiet members of BLG so far this split.
Absolutely, and specifically, look at the kill share percentage right here. Obviously, that doesn't really say anything if you don't know the rankings that these leave you in. That kill share is 4th right here for Jashi. He's been right in the middle. Basically, all of his stats leave him in either 4th or 5th place. He's been kind of right down the middle compared to the other ADCs. For Viper, he's topping out almost every single statistical category for ADCs, mostly because the rest of the team's been doing well, but this kill share percentage is 8th. He is the least likely ADC to be picking up kills during their team fights, during their big moments. Like you said, he's been quiet. It's really borne out in the statistics as well. And a big part of that is that, hey, if as an ADC you don't have to be really explosive to win, that's a great sign. That's a really good sign that you could just sit in the bot lane, farm until you hit 4 items, arrive to a team fight, get a couple kills. Wonderful, everything's good. But as a BLG with really high aspirations, really lofty goals for this year as a whole, you need an ADC that can step up, that can really show that he can be that main guy, and so far he just hasn't proved that to us so much.
And there's been little moments where, like, oh yeah, that's Viper right there. And I expect that to kind of ramp up as time goes on. But we're in a different state of meta. We're in a different place, and we're in a setup where BLG are finding so much success around pressure around Knight that not all that spotlight needs to go to Viper. But in this matchup tonight, that 2v2, it's going to be a little bit spicy. I'm sure that Diati and Mako are going to be looking for at least something to go on to. And we do have a little bit of fun here for On in the bot lane, as it is his 23rd birthday. Congratulations and happy birthday to one of the funnest players in our league, one of the guys that's really made a wholesome effort, I feel like, in LPL throughout his tenure. I still remember running a graphic back in one of my first years showing Mako and On next to each other, and like On was a little baby. He was like 17 at the time, and Mako was like however old he was at the, like, it's crazy to see how much this guy has grown, not only just in my tenure obviously, but throughout the years for himself. It's been really, really cool.
I mean, what, 23? Does that make you an esports unk at this point? Are you old?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might. I think 22 is the last age for esports players before you really enter into that. You're an old man in the scene category. Like you said, there's 17, 18-year-olds all around. All of a sudden, you're 5 years older than them.
I still remember him when he was like 17 when he first came in the league. That's just wild, man.
Yeah. And hey, he's been getting, I'd say, better and better. Obviously, high highs, and a player that has some pretty low lows, right? The on-off jokes always going to be coming through, and we'll see what it's going to be for his birthday right here. But I feel like in this split specifically, he's been really, really good. As much as we're talking about Knight, there has to be a lot of praise also going over to Shun, going over to On for facilitating a lot of these big plays. Sure, sometimes Knight just puts the whole team on his back and 1v9s, but in a lot of situations he doesn't have to. He's able to easily capitalize on the plays that are set up for him by his jungle and support.
Yeah, and that's going to be a crucial factor tonight as well. Little side note as well. I mean, it's always fun. I feel like it's been so long now that maybe it's not as relevant, but always cool to see two World Championship teammates facing off against each other. You have Viper back in the fold, Mako going at him again. And obviously with their new pairing, it should be a lot of fun to kind of keep an eye on that friendship history. I want to see if they give any hugs, any fun stuff in person. But I don't expect it. You know, I think it's all business here, especially for IG.
Yeah, very much so. For BLG, they could lose out the rest of their games. They've got 3 series left. They've actually got some of the most series left of any of the teams in the tournament right now. So they do still really need to win, but they've guaranteed themselves a top 4 spot at least. So they're not in so much of a pressurized situation. Still, as BLG, you really want to come out of this with as many wins as possible. If you can top out the table without dropping a single game from here on out, you go into those playoffs after that little bit of a bye during the play-ins with so much confidence, all of the momentum.
Yeah, you do. As we get into the arena now, we get to see players take to the stage here again. Has 2 different avenues, maybe 3, that this series could go down. Either a BLG gearing up for playoff stomp, an IG crazy roundabout victory, or something chaotic in the middle. And honestly, I'm down for the variety, but part of me does want to see that clinical style from BLG. Like, if this team is going to give us hope, and especially for a domestic run, they've got to start showing that consistency, because when it mattered most last split, it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the thing, right? As much as for your inside domestic league, you want all of the teams to beat each other, the circle of results to reign supreme. Really, you want 1 or 2 teams at the top just taking everybody else out to give you the best chance internationally, which for a lot of fans is what they care about. For the international fans that don't watch the LPL, that's all they're really going to see is what those top couple of teams are able to do on that international stage. And gearing up into the playoffs is exactly the time you want to get that clean style going.
I'm trying to downplay the golden road, you know. I'm trying to say, you know, BLG's not good. They definitely didn't win a domestic championship. They didn't win an international for the first time since 2023 for the LPL. Don't worry about it.
Don't get too excited.
Don't worry about it.
Don't think about it.
But how incredible, just a little note, how incredible would it be after all these years? LPL is the one that gets the golden run. I'm going to pretend I never said that, but
you're jinxing it.
Put it in your head.
You're jinxing it. We can't be saying it out loud. The first time we're allowed to say this is if it happens. As
I
the
think
trophy's
after
being lifted.
MSI, as long as the MSI
Okay,
goes well, that's what I think we can start talking about. If they win the domestic split here, but that is a long way away, and we got to focus on now as we're in the last week of the regular season. Crazy that we're already here. And we've been seeing a lot of meta developments as well throughout with those big patch changes and things along those lines. So we saw some of the champion pool that Way's going to be wanting to grab tonight. I think there is some overlap there, especially the Pantheon. But as we're getting closer to the draft, I think early priorities are going to be important to focus on, Bloxer.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've been seeing a really interesting style out of IG where they are trying very hard to get Way onto something aggressive, comfortable early on, and just make it work as much as possible. I'm also going to be very interested to see where we end up with our bot lanes being picked up. As we've been highlighting, right, the bot lane going to be a very important matchup, potentially the best matchup that IG are going to have for themselves. And if they're able to get some of these priority pairings early on, you know, if the Yanara ends up slipping through, if the Varus ends up slipping through, can they grab those up and take them, you know, take them to task down in that bot lane?
That's I hope we get something lane based at least in the 2v2. Oh, that's such a cute poster, by the way. Great art. The 2v2 I think can lean a lot into that aggressive style. I could also see just like an Ezreal come out for Viper if they let it through and just play
Ezreal
safe
Bard, sit back,
and
chill, don't worry about it.
Yeah, I mean that's literally been the bread and butter for
Yep.
BLG all
Yep.
split log, and it works. Let me tell
Yes.
you.
Yeah.
Whereas on the other side, we have seen a little bit more of those 2v2 focused lanes from Diati and Mako as well. But obviously, we haven't really talked about top lane, which for Bin, that's a little unfortunate. He definitely has had some big moments. Gigabin surfaces here or there. There is a sighting once in a while.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of history between Bin and Breathe, dating all the way back to those original BLG days, as well as with RNG. And I always appreciate this matchup because I feel like sometimes it can get a little bit spicy up there in this top lane, see some solo kills there, and we have been seeing been lean towards those Gnars, those ranged top laners as well. So could be getting some fun up there too in a historic matchup here in the LPL.
Let's see if we end up with something wild again. Another Varus, another Vayne, one of those proper
Please,
ADCs in the top lane. No, it's fun. It always sucks in some way, but it's always fun at least. You don't have to worry about it being a boring matchup.
True. Well, we're here in game number 1 of our second series, and I'm sure it's not going to be a boring matchup. We have BLG banning away the Orianna. We have the Rumble ban and the Ashe ban there from them. We're going to have the Varus, the Ezreal, and the Bard from IG, so a lot of respect going over.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much all of the standard bans coming on through. The Jarvan going to be locked in very quickly right here from IG. Absolutely love it. As we've been talking about, right, Way is that main driving force behind the rest of the team. One of the champions he has been most comfortable on. For BLG, they often respond by just grabbing their own jungler, but looks like right now they might just look towards this bot lane and try to secure themselves a bit of aggressive lane bot lane. I'd be surprised by this. This would be a departure from what we've really been seeing in the bot lane from BLG.
That's Ning. I think it's... Was that Baolan? I think it was. Maybe you have producer Ilya check that for me. But Lucian going to be the first pick as the answer on the other side. So I said that maybe they'll go for something safe. Well, IG took that away from them. So they said, we're going to drop the gauntlet. And we're going to go Lucian Melio and see what you got in the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this from BLG. As much as it is a real departure from their overall style, where they prefer to play a lot further back down in the bottom lane, if you think that the bot lane is going to be that main focus of a matchup, give yourself something aggressive to play it. It takes a very nice aggressive pairing away from the bot side as well. We'll see what the response is going to be out of IG. If they want to give themselves just a sort of poke-based matchup, something that can sit a little bit further back, that could potentially work out for them. I mean, anytime you've got yourself a Jarvan, there's always the chance for that Sivir. Just have that front-to-back kind of team fight style composition available to you.
I do wonder. I mean, you have to take jungle, I feel like, for BLG in this first phase, or it's going to get banned away pretty heavily. All right, IG, are they going to find their bot lane pairing? It is the Karma, so very poke-centric. Could go with... I mean, they were the ones that brought out the Caitlyn Morgana. We saw, you know, a little bit of fun there. We'll see if they want to go with something along those lines. So, Diati will lean back into the Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, this is really aggressive down in this bot lane, right? With a ton of poke going to be coming on through. For BLG, anytime you've got the Lucian Melio, you want to be finding those early ganks, early fighting styles to be able to play around. For BLG, I think you want to be picking yourself up either the Pantheon or the Xin Zhao. I think the Xin Zhao gives you that extra level of safety right here. If they don't end up taking jungle at this point, IG are going to have a very easy time banning that pool out and kind of taking away a lot of that early threat that BLG want to be playing around.
Gonna get a cold classic at this point, this split for Bin. We'll be saving Shun's pick for later on, as well as probably Knights. Nar, though, has been a pivotal pick for them. I mean, it gives Bin so much breathing room to be aggressive, to find engages, but also have some fighting power in that 1v1. But in this second phase, important to focus on where they want to ban away. There's the Vayne ban, just in case Breathe was going to have a little bit of fun with it. And we'll see what IG want to focus on now, too.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I would expect a ton of bans towards the jungle coming out from IG. You want to snap any of these early ganking junglers away. I wonder if the Pantheon might also draw a ban in this situation. In terms of things that Jun's really enjoyed playing, most of that top tier has been taken off of the board at this point. The Pantheon kind of the only thing really remaining. And if you want to get as aggressive as possible and really make it work for this Lucian Melio, that's what you really need to do. The fact that the mid lane matchup has kind of escaped through the majority of this unscathed, just the Orianna taken off the board, which was always going to happen. It's the highest ban percentage of any champion in the LPL, for good reason. It is absolutely disgusting. You are leaving Knight's champion pool wide open right here.
Yeah. Besides the Annie, I guess, that they banned away themselves. They'll save that for later. It's a little snack, you know? I do wonder, does the Pantheon get banned here? Like, we're already seeing the jungle focuses, at least for IG. Like, that is something that they could save for later on. No, it's going to be the Nocturne, just in case they get the Nocturne Ori with the last two. Yeah,
just really trying to take away some of those like key pairings that we've ended up seeing. And for BLG, right, you are wide open at this point. You've got yourself a composition that is really going to be looking to play aggressive down in the bottom lane. You can chill pretty much through the top lane. I wonder if you want something heavy roaming right here out of Night, something like the Twisted Fate, like the Rise. I think either of those two could be really nice in this situation, just to allow you to get involved further in this bot lane. They are fully telling us that we were highlighting the bot lane as a potential matchup. Now we're just playing bot.
I'm so sorry I'm getting distracted by posters. I love those Viper versus Mako posters. They have them like butting heads and like facing off against each other. It's amazing. Yeah, the roaming mid lane is going to be so powerful from Knight, and that is going to be the second time he picks up the TF so far this split, at least. The 1-2 punch is coming through for IG, though. Jax for Breathe, a classic for him that is so strong as he's seen in his career, and the Rise coming through for Nya.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Rise as the response right here. You are just saying, hey, this mid lane matchup, the 1v1, really not going to be that important to us. It's more about where we're going to be getting involved across the rest of the map. I think for BLG, it makes a lot of sense for them to go towards a Pantheon right here. Again, heavy roaming style. You can just pair up between Knight and Jhin and just get involved in every single other lane. They will indeed lock that one in. Now, that does mean that you're quite reliant on finding yourself a snap engage to be able to make a team fight work. If these team fights go quite long, I don't like the style right here for BLG. I think IG are going to be very happy in these longer team fights where you can get multiple rounds of Rise spells off, multiple headshots through coming for Jaxi. So if that's working out for IG, that can be quite nice. But again, it's pretty tricky to slow down the pace of play versus BLG.
Yeah, it's terrifying. When they have these many go buttons and these many tools to find pickouts in side lanes and overextensions, that is a scary place to be. And the biggest thing, the elephant in the room for IG is Wade typically finds like 10-minute leads, right? Like, he finds these things for IG early, but it's when team play starts mattering, when macro starts mattering, that things just fall apart at the wheel here for IG, and they find themselves losing over and over again. And I think it's something where if you're playing like that against BLG, you will not have a chance. They will completely control the game, and you will not have that little moment of being able to have that early game to play off of. So I'm really curious what version of IG we get tonight, because the version I'm expecting from BLG is one of dominance.
Yeah, absolutely. If BLG are able to play this style of composition, so aggressive, so focused on the picks, so focused on the side lanes, as well as they're able to play all of their other styles, their more standard front-to-back team fighting style, then there is very little hope for the other teams in this league. If they can play every single way, for IG, you've got to be basically perfect.
You do indeed, against BLG, who is the perfect darling, it feels like, of the LPL. Game number 1 of our second series, BLG versus IG, starts now. Little quintessential matchup here with the Nar Jax. I like it. Gnar, I don't think the champion that Ben is necessarily most known for, but Jax definitely is Breeze's champion pool. And that being said, we have to have a pause. It's not even play-ins yet. Like it's not even not even remote.
Now, my hope is that the insta-pause is something nice and easy, you know? Oh, my mouse has just disconnected. Oh, whoops, my game sounds are wrong, you know? Something nice and easy to be able to fix. My keybinds are incorrect. Let me quickly fix those. Not a, I have 7,000 ping, uh-oh.
Well, hey, things are getting settled in the new arena. It's always cool to get a debut of a new arena in the LPL. That doesn't happen very often.
No.
We'll be looking at hopefully getting things going here soon. I'm sure it's just like something tech related, but
yeah.
Congratulations to IG for their new setup, their new digs.
It's awesome. I mean, obviously, from an EU, from an NA perspective, individual team stadiums are so sick. We're barely keeping a hold of our one centralized studio, right? Like nobody's enjoying.
Why you gotta hurt me?
Look.
What?
I like Berlin. I've been to Berlin a couple times. It's a really fun place to visit, but all you ever hear is that it sucks to live there. So, I mean, I'm glad that these players get to travel around, see a little bit of different places.
LA sucks too. Anyways.
That's also what you hear.
We're going to be getting back into the game now. Seems like tech issues aside, we'll be ready to go here as we do nothing too crazy in the rune setup. Do kind of like the Arcane Comet there for Knight. It won't be the first strike that sometimes we see to really get that gold going.
Yeah.
And we'll see exactly how this early game pans out. Already some early trades in the 2v2 and on having to back away. The birthday boy getting his candle snuffed out.
And this is the thing, right? Whenever you pick yourself up quite an aggressive early matchup in the draft, such as the Lucian Milio, you are opening yourself up to be encountered and having the sort of very, very aggressive bot lane that you see between the Caitlyn and the Karma. There's two options. You can either play that, or you can play super far back and just sort of concede the early game. IG not going to let that happen. They know that Viper is a potential weak point for BLG. We say weak point, you know, we'll see how much he's able to really get done in this matchup, but at least throughout the very early levels right here, it is pretty dang tricky to be able to step to a Karma and Caitlyn and get anything done.
Yeah, I mean, you grab this duo for a reason. It's always push priority. Speaking of, though, we'll be coming to the ends of our junglers' first clears. They will be opposite side clears, so soon we'll be finishing up on top side. We will be on bot side with this push. Gank window's not necessarily there, but you can at least guarantee the scuttle crab here with how much push both mid and bot have for IG.
Yeah, I mean, I really like it right here. Anytime you've got yourself a Jarvan, you want to be ganking as much as possible early, but if all of your lane matchups are winning like this, it just gives you that extra level of freedom to not worry about it too much. Look for some potential invades as well. As we keep our eyes on the bot lane, big damage coming through.
Viper feeling himself, but he stepped onto a trap, and a couple headshots going to make the difference here. Got Wei coming over. If they play a little aggressively, this is the perfect window for Wei to get an early advantage for his bot lane. And if Caitlyn and Karma get ahead, it is disastrous for a short-range bot lane like Viper has with the Lucian. He's waiting. He's wanting. He's wishing. He's going to bring Nya over. He's going to hold the wave too. On almost dies to that Piltover Peacemaker. Flashes. Just gets flashed on by Wei, but Wei can't get the kill. Viper!
Oh!
It's a 2-for-1 in favor of IG, but Viper pulls it back from the brink.
Yeah, that's critical right here. You really wanted to keep Joshua alive throughout that early play. And now we're looking top lane where Breathe might also stepped a little bit too far forwards. Has flash.
Shun wants to get something counter on the other side. He'll wait for the stun. He'll wait for the Comet Spear to come up, but won't be in range of it any longer. It'll be Breathe getting out with his flash burned.
As we have a look back at this play, Wei has to flash to be able to follow through and actually land this knock-up. If he's able to just land that one cleanly, he picks this kill up with no worries, and they're able to turn onto Viper so much quicker, not end up actually losing out onto one of those members. So a slight misplay right there, some good fancy feet coming through from On to take things a little bit longer.
Really love that Viper stepped up into that, though. It's one of those things where you got the kill and Diati didn't.
Yeah,
which,
you're dead anyway.
I'll take Karma early gold, honestly, but it's the ADC diff. All right, Viper's just showing him who's boss at this point. But it is a little bit of an advantage for IG. Some push power will come back to Viper now, though, and Shun will get back out on the map as well, getting ever closer to those level 6 marks for both junglers where things can truly turn proactive. And all of that roaming that's going to be coming out of the mid lane from this mid lane matchup that we were highlighting.
And this is the thing, right? Both teams were very reliant on those level 6s for having things happen. See junglers as well, hunting each other.
Oh my god.
I mean, this
they
is very
have pressure
aggressive
on the
from
bot
Shun.
lane, so they can't move. Shun knows that he is kind of at his own will here against Wei. Feels like he has the better skirmishing. Did have move from Nya, so he will back off now. All he did was go put a little bit of poke into Wei, who is now looking bot side.
And that's the thing, right? Now you show up bot side,
Oh, the root's going to connect. Mako
no,
flashes to make sure he connects on his old world championship partner, and Viper will just be left to the wolves of IG as Jiachi gets his kill.
What I was just about to say is, now that you have shown where the jungler is on that bottom side of the map, you should play a little bit safer as BLG and expect that a gank will be coming on through, but they just do not respect that, do not respect the fact that Mako can flash forwards to keep that tether going on through. And that's just, like you said, another kill coming through exactly where you want the gold to be at as well, and actually picking that one up. And everything that you had done by flashing forwards in that previous player's Viper and getting aggressive kind of just gets erased here.
It's so tough as well because you feel like you want to try to ramp it up as the Lucian, but now it's going to be tough. And Jiachi's actually opting into the Berserker Greaves first. He's going to try to get a little bit more of that attack speed. Does already have that pickaxe. So we'll see what the damage profile is looking at there. But objectives are up. We do have the first dragon. Neither team really positioned on that side of the map just yet.
No, nobody really setting up too much overall at the moment. A couple of pings going towards the top side of the map. Breathe about chunked out to half HP. Jun hunting for him.
Gonna stop him with the Comet Spear. Easy annoyance. Oh, Knight has level 6 now as well. Can pop the Destiny. Goes with the gate as well. Has the yellow card. The counter. He waits it out. He baits it. Now he's going to go for the yellow card. Go for the stun. The Cataclysm comes in. 3-man knock-up from Wei. And now Knight is dead on the back into Nya. Nya has showed up. Breathe is gone. That's going to be a huge trade, though, in favor of IG. Shun barely making it out alive with the Grand Starfall towards mid lane.
And I mean, that's pretty nice as well, just to be able to push that wave in, at least stop you from getting shoved in through the mid lane as well. But really well played right here from Nya. And we highlighted how we just wanted to see him go toe-to-toe with Knight, make things happen, and not play scared versus one of those best-in-class players in the entire LPL, potentially in the entire world. That was really nice from him. Good follow, gets the push going, and then just uses the Realm Warp to come along too.
I love that they gave him options here to be able to move forward in this mid game, or at least in the earlier game once he hits that level 6, to kind of move to enable side lanes, if you will. And I think that's something we saw resources given over to this guy in their win when he first debuted, and BLG just misexecute the dive here, not expecting the movement from IG.
Yeah, and I mean, I respect the fact that Knight pauses with that gold card. It's what you have to do, but that time bought right there from just having that counter-strike up and available means that you just take way too long, and they hadn't well-tracked Wei. They would have known that you had the ulti from Nya and expect him to be up towards the top side of the map, but they didn't know where Wei was, and he was sat taking his Krugs, taking his red buff at the exact moment at which that play starts, and so it's very easy for him to just rotate on up and catch the members of BLG by surprise.
And gotta say that triple knockup from Wei's gotta feel real good against your old teammates there. you just executed a massive turnaround at the top side. Breathe though, gonna need to find a turnaround here as he gets knocked into the wall. He's just 100-0 dead by Bin's hand, and he finally goes down. Bin should go down to Wei. He's gonna try to run away now as well. He'll have the speed, and Shun's coming over. The flash from Bin gets him away, and now Nya, who was looking for the move, is caught in the transition. He'll back away. Nobody else falls. BLG feeling a little bit worried about the continued play.
There we go. We're talking about Gigabin and how he's been popping up occasionally. Not really been so much on the Gnar. That's been more of a stable pick for them overall, but that was huge. Knight, no flash.
Knight overextending his hand, but does have the campfire there. Look how much he's healing, but the root's going to finally come through, and Nya is able to blow him up, but Mako's the one that gets the kill there. And another one bites the dust. This time, Nya gets his 3rd kill of the game.
And Mazel, we were talking about needing to see some clean League of Legends out of BLG. Well, they have not been making this composition work at all. Losing out in the bot lane with a Lucian Milio, finding roams that go wrong every single time. And even when they are able to turn a good play where Bin's grabbing himself a kill in a 2v1, immediately getting caught on the rotation, and that's Knight just stepping way too far forwards, not recognizing the fact that without his flash up and available, you cannot afford to step this far up in the lane.
And way on this Jarvan is insane. He is finding action everywhere. And while Mako gets the kill there, it's a bit unfortunate. Luckily, Nya picks this one up on just missing the sidestep, getting stuck on the turret there. As we come back into live, it is a pretty hefty lead for IG for an early game, but we talked about it. That is not safe for IG once we get into mid-game. Their flubs around macro decision-making have been a known error for them, and I look for them to kind of improve on that. That's why they switched up in. They needed somebody that could play towards Wei. And we'll see if that becomes the issue here.
And they are finally going to rotate on towards this first Drake of the game. Very late for a first Drake. 10 minutes, 30 seconds on in. This one will be nice and easily secured by Wei. They've got push going on in the mid lane. And some decent pressure in the bot lane as well. Instead, it looks like Jun going towards the top side of the map. Has ulti available. Potentially going to come flying in here.
Really good damage there from Ben. Not even on first item yet. And yeah, trying to set up for Sun coming out of base. Those are the moments that BLG is really going to be looking for. Anybody overextending in the side lanes, anybody extending in their lane. They have a control ward there, but he still decides to back off as he was spotted by the Scryer's Bloom from Wei. So they did know that he was going to be looking for an entrance.
And this is unfortunate, right? Jun has now used his ulti to get away from a play, not really to be able to do anything proactive and aggressive with it, and that's just allowing Nya to have himself a very chill game. 3-0-1 at this point, already got himself that Rod of Ages available, stacking that one up slowly. Same with the tier, he's in a really good spot. Nya, again, though, stepping a bit far forwards, has Wei as backup, and again, BLG hunting for this mid lane, but not finding any success.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I compare the damage profiles from Knight and Nya, I do like Nya a little bit more. Yes, Rise hits way harder than a TF.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if that snowball can come along.
Man, the TF all about that snap engage on the side lanes, just doing things a little bit quicker than the Rise overall, and especially paired up alongside the Pantheon. You want to see that early aggression coming on through. They make that one attempt to play top lane, it goes wrong, and they haven't actually been able to find another angle so far. Big credit to IG. They're being very careful with where they're pushing up, not overextending, not allowing themselves to be caught by the BLG roam.
Now we are working and have achieved first items for a majority of members on the map. We do have those Roas blocking in the mid lane, and we have a play coming out from IG in mid lane as well. Nya gonna find the Realm Prison there, Realm Warp into the prison, and Wei was a little hesitant to actually take the engage there, not knowing where the rest of his team was. Luckily, we have 20/20 vision and know that if he would have capitalized on that, Knight did not have an exit besides his flash.
Knight just having flash up and available may be enough to dissuade that play from coming on through, but they don't even manage to take that one away, and having the flash gold card away would be massive for these coming fights. Obviously, we've got a little while until the next big objectives will be coming on up, and for the minute, it's just going to be Breathe, desperately trying to clear out waves on the bottom side of the map, swapping the bot and top lanes
Interesting
around.
lane assignments.
Yeah, I mean,
they're going to try to
right
overload.
Now, he's so dead. Unless Bin can pull some magic out, he should be dead here.
He should realize that something's coming his way. I think they were able to get the vision there. He stayed for an extra moment, but that might just be his doom. Grand Starfall coming in as Shun goes to clear the wave. It's going to be a Comet Spear damage back. IG can't find the play they were looking for. They were trying to go for a dive, and yet they have to retreat themselves.
And I really like this decision from Knight, where he thinks about using that ulti to come on along, but doesn't need to. In the end, is just able to push forwards, get a little bit of tower plating down, bring Nya back into the mid lane. And well played right there from Bin, just playing on the very edge, still getting himself XP and gold whilst keeping himself alive. That's a very fine line to walk.
I was wondering if IG were going to readapt their bot lane back towards bot, but it looks like they're going to stick around. They were thinking about taking it back, but they're just going to push in. We'll finally get Viper and On joining this side of the map as well. We do have about a minute until the Rift Herald, so that might be what they're looking for, but it looks like IG are going to initiate their backs now and get those off, get the redeploys coming, as Breathe almost taking the entire rest of the turret and bot side.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very close right here. Bin doesn't exactly have a huge amount of wave clear at this point. I think it just about is going to live. I mean, it's one auto attack away. You can understand why Breathe had to back off in that situation, though. Wasn't entirely sure where Jun was at, and obviously he can get involved very quickly.
That's a greedy back, Knight.
Yeah, it is. Oh my, okay. Maybe. Now, the response could well be the tower going over on the other side. This one, again, was chunked out quite heavily by those bot laners in the area. Really, these top laners right now just going to be skirmishing it out and then thinking about getting moving on towards the top side. Neither of them have teleports to go join the team.
That's so... The fact that the wallop goes through when you're not Mega Gnar is so nasty. As that solo lead is getting pretty big for Ben. He's up like 40 CS now at this point.
Breathe doesn't have a first
I think
item.
it'll get better later. Sun is in some trouble now in his own jungle. There's Destiny Gate popped. I don't know if it's going to be soon enough. Sun doesn't really have the damage to follow through anymore. Viper finally comes over. Culling's going to be used. Viper dashes over the wall, flashes over the wall, and gets Knight a kill on the board. Here comes the Realm Warp into the back line, into Viper. Viper's getting blown up now. He needs to be careful. They're going to turn on to Knight, who's trying to be a distraction on the other side. He's going to walk away, but the slow isn't there. He's going to flash just in case. Viper's going to try to get Jati now. Jati was a little bit caught. He's going to pop his barrier. He is fine. IG continue to poke and prod the beast. Meanwhile, first turret was taken by Bin.
Yeah, as we were talking about, right, with this item disadvantage, Breed doesn't have a first item completed, so Bin, with his Trinity Force, just able to keep that pressure up, really aggressive, really high. Nobody's able to actually pick up the objective off of the back of all of this with both junglers dead, and now...
Starfall. They're so caught.
So cool.
He's going to go forward. He gets the stun, but Mako does get the flash out, so he's fine. Jati did not burn his.
Flash. That's crazy that you don't actually manage to get the full flash in that situation. Just a little bit late, Jun desperately trying to get involved. Still, that gives you all of the pressure that you wanted around the mid lane and around this objective. With the bot side taking a reset for IG, they're just going to have to concede this Herald. Instead, Wei heading towards the bot lane and will pick himself up this Drake. Although, I mean, they could potentially run down and try to contest this as BLG if they think they want to.
I think it'll be a tough ask,
I'll
but
leave it.
Yeah, I think they'll just take what they can get there. They had already given over the grubs to IG fully, and now they'll lose 2 dragons. So BLG needs to start figuring out what they're going to be doing on the dragon side of the map as we go. As we go into a Hex Tech Soul, and IG up 2 dragons already. Something that they can use as a potential win condition. And they are looking to take down this mid lane outer turret. I think one more auto will do it, and they do.
I mean, that's just a little bit of a mis-rotation right there from BLG, rotating people between top lane and bot and mid lane, and just not bringing people in quickly enough. Losing out onto that mid lane tower does kind of suck right here, especially when all this push is happening on the top side as well. Teleports, though, they're going to get aggressive.
Bin is big right now. He has another tunneler and the Trinity Force. He is going to be really strong, and Nya needs to be careful. But Nya's tanky now. He's got that rod stacking up, too. Viper feeling himself in mid lane, sidesteps the Piltover Peacemaker, is able to get away from that one. Now you got the solo lane combo by BLG getting aggressed on. Double Cataclysm's going to be there. It's going to be Knight trying to get away but gets CC'd. Bin gets the kill on away, and he has initiated Gigabin mode as he's able to help in that 2v3 to take a kill back for BLG.
And this is the macro decisions that we were talking about, right? I'm not sure why IG thought that the exact right moment to go and fight onto the BLG members was as Bin was exactly about to turn Mega Gnar. If you'd have fought him before or after he was about to transform back, both of those plays could well have worked. You end up in a 3v2. But instead, they fight Bin at the absolute peak of his power when he's already been playing out his matchup versus Breathe incredibly well. And it just doesn't work for them, obviously. And that could have been, again, good place for IG because BLG, they were trying to make things happen at a time when Grand Starfall wasn't available. They couldn't bring junglers involved. But look at him. Bin is just about to turn Mega. This is not the moment in which you want to go jumping in.
And he instantly gets yellow carded. That's just... It's not the place. And let's be real. Let's just be honest. You're going into a 3v2 against 2 of the best laners in the entirety of LPL's history. I think odds are stacked a little against you, even if he wasn't super fed already.
Exactly, and Knight, again, you say the 2 best solo laners we've really got, well, they are the 2 that are up in this game. There's actually a decent little lead happening for Wei, for Jati, and I mean, as much as it matters for Mako. So you really are just fighting right into the peak of the BLG power. For IG, I think they really need to keep exploiting how weak this Lucian Milio are, and make it so that BLG don't have a bot side of the map to really play around.
Now we see that quintessential moment. I foreshadowed to it. We saw it coming down the road like a freight truck. IG with a solid lead. They were almost at 2,000 gold up at one moment at 10 minutes in. And now we look at this mid game and we see BLG wrestling control piece by control piece away from IG. And it feels so good with this style of comp to be in the driver's seat, because you can take those engages, you can catch people out on the sideline, you can find those big picks. Yeah. And now that they're on 2 items for multiple carries, it might even be easier.
Yeah, at this point, BLG, they've put themselves in a really good spot. They fought back off of the back of what were a couple of odd moments for them, whereas for IG, they still have some really good power in places. I can't take that away from them. Can't take away from them the fact they've also got those 2 Drakes available, but it does just feel like they haven't been able to drive the pace of the game forwards any after what was a very good early game. Obviously, Baron has now joined us on the Rift, and IG, they've got themselves great push going on in the top side, some decent control of the mid lane as well. They are now conceding that. I don't think they're going to be looking to snap engage onto this Baron, try to steal that one away, but as much as you can keep BLG out of the area is going to be very important.
I do really like this kind of play from IG, though. Just trying to scoop a little bit back, take as much as they'll give you, move in as a team towards that top side, invade, and take some jungle camps back away.
Yes.
I think those little moments you don't get to see a lot against a team like BLG, and it's just playing with a little bit of extra confidence, which I really appreciate from IG. They're going to need that confidence as we move forward. About 50 seconds until that next dragon. And I was saying earlier, BLG are not going to want to keep letting these slip away.
No, absolutely not. They're going to be looking to fight this one. You can see some resets coming on through. Knight going to head back to base right now. Obviously, with the Hextech gates, you can get down to these objectives that much faster. And Bin, Breathe, both heading towards the top side, do have teleports to come join back up. Actually, Breathe instead taking a detour, potentially looking to just join his team straight away. Remember, in long team fights that go for a while, IG should be favored. BLG, they want these quick picks to make things happen.
Also, the way the Viper needs to play is very burst heavy, but right now I'm looking at Nya. He is 4-0 on this rise. Knight still has a gold lead somehow, but don't worry about that. That's TF things. Nya is facing against one of the best mid laners LPL has produced, and he is a rookie, and he's finding a performance like this in game number 1. That is huge, but in these fights, he will be pivotal. We have to watch his positioning and the damage he's putting down.
Interestingly, Knight heading back to base once again. Does have teleport, does have his ulti as well. Teleport coming in. This is a deep teleport
Ben
here.
Just in, he just, for the shield, he just came in to get the TP, and that's actually huge in Mininar form, because now he is super tanky in his not tanky form.
Hang on, Ben just jumping forwards.
What a Chad.
Oh!
What a Chad. He's flashing. Gigabit is feeling himself, and now BLG are going to move in. On goes for the Ultra Mega Fire Kick, slowing down 2. Wallop's going to go a little bit wide. Knight's looking for another yellow, but he's just going to get the damage there with Shun. Now goes Ben with the Mega Gnar straight onto him as he gets 1 kill. We're going to leave Gnar by himself against the Karma down there. See what he's got against Mako as Breathe gets yellow carded after the Counter-Strike, and Knight has been lethal with those yellow cards, waiting for the Counter-Strike to be done.
And it's just going to be 1 death right here for BLG. Lose on during that play, but they do not care. They're going to be able to push on forwards. And Gigabin is fully online. This Gnar has been a crazy pick for him. And the confidence with which he was stepping up right there in the mini form, getting that stacked up towards the Rage, flashing away from all of the aggression as well. Critical flash there. If he doesn't flash away from way, he just dies in that situation. And instead, the team is able to pick up a bunch of kills. Now the
oh my god,
members,
dude. They were up by like 600 gold or something. They lost that dragon, by the way, and then they find themselves up 4K because of the fight.
Well, I wouldn't call it lost that dragon. They conceded it. They didn't care about it at all. During the point at which the Drake is being taken, Knight is taking a reset. He comes back into this team fight super late, so they're never looking to contest the Drake itself. But watch Bin right here. I mean, just so beautiful the way that he's playing. Knight also getting himself a flank off those gold cards every single time, just making it impossible to try to run away. And this is the thing with this BLG composition. It's very bursty, but if you're able to just catch that one member and then get the rest of the team fight going from there, it's crazy.
Oh, man. Breeze just trying with all he can to get away from that yellow card. Counter-Strike just doesn't last long enough. I love little point. Birthday man on. with the engage ultra mega fire kick. You love to see it. Got the slowdown. You know?
It's the confidence. It's the
little
confidence that this whole team are playing with right here, despite the fact that they were down a little bit during the early game. They really don't care. The only thing they have to be conscious of right here is just not giving away this full Hextech soul to IG. That would be unfortunate for them overall. But beyond that, they are in such good control of this game.
We do have 3 items now there for both our mid laners. Actualizer is incomplete for Nya, which is a big power boost to the Rise. Once he's able to activate that and get the fight going, the Lich Bane's also going to be really big for Knight, who does have the Dark Seal, still stacking up 5 there. But it's, again, another moment where BLG just show that they are better. They have to close this one out, but being able to turn around those early disadvantages into big advantages on this top trio now, especially in their solo lanes, has been the name of BLG.
Yeah, very much so. And as much as we wanted that very clean early game style to come out from them, the fact that they were then able to just stabilize, stop things from going wrong any further, and then make their plays happen is massive. Like you said, Darkseal into getting that Medjai's going here for Knight. He is just looking to rip through his opponents. Yeah, in a straight up dump your damage fight right here, yeah, should be okay. But I just don't know how much he's really going to be able to sit and hit when there is so much threat coming through from this BLG composition.
Should just have a good time, you know, stacking up his passive, he's throwing up emotes, he's chilling. When you have solo lanes like this, I guess it's pretty easy to kick your feet up sometimes. You know, just enjoy the moment. But it's also a situation where this map gets scarier and scarier for IG. They now have to walk into a bot side with literally no vision to potentially try to contest the dragon. And now Nya is getting caught by this side lane potential that BLG has set up. I was just going to talk about how you can't overextend for a second because that's what BLG is waiting for. And unfortunately, the rookie falls for the trap.
Yeah, we didn't really see any of that early aggression coming through from this BLG composition, but now all of it is.
Yo, Viper just stepping up there. Dude, we got the TP coming back. That's going to be double TPs from the top laners. I think Breathe just put himself into a terrible position. He's going to be able to jump out, but will it be enough? The culling just raining into his back like I'm watching a horror movie with guns. Soon's going to get the kill in the end there, and that's going to be a push down mid lane for BLG. Can transition this into a dragon, which would stop the stacking of IG.
Pick themselves up that first Drake of the game, 27 minutes into this one, but it just has not mattered. Obviously, Baron also up and available, but no real decision to go towards that one for BLG. They think it's going to be a little bit overly risky to put themselves in that spot when there's no need. They can just keep up the pressure right now. The big thing that's happening at the moment is that you can't just send one member to go and deal with Bin. He is so strong at the moment. 3 items completed. That Sterix as well just means it's so much harder to kill him. Knight has to turn tail and run.
Okay. Gonna try Nya's gonna get a kill on a Knight? Is it gonna happen? Can they do it? Alcove Gaming, he is dead. Oh, Wei gets the kill. It's fine. Wei needed the redemption against his old teammate too. You know, we have a lot of those tonight.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. And like you said, it just adds that little bit extra. That does bring all of the members of IG up towards the top lane. And there is a pretty big potential flank coming on through.
They are looking to play with him.
Okay, it's fine.
Trying to play some bush shenanigans. I like how deep Wei is going just to potentially cut anybody off here. He's going to look for a little bit of vision as well. They're pinging up towards this top side, try to fix out their side lanes if they can. Big thing is, though, BLG will have their tools available again, soon having the Grand Starfall, so can join these fights if anything kicks off.
Yeah, I mean, Knight has teleport available, will also be respawning with his ulti as well, so you're just in a really good spot again to just make that same play happen. Right now, we're going to send the top laners down towards the bottom side of the map. Bin should just be able to step up and bully this tower away. Wei is going to have to flag and drag over the wall. But you are just conceding space once again. All that space you were able to get off of that pick on tonight, you immediately lose.
We are so close to a flame horizon for Bin over Breathe. And, you know, I'm going to have to hold my hand up and say maybe I'm accountable because this is a matchup I know and love in the LPL between Breathe and Bin. It's something we know for many years at this point. As a very pivotal top lane matchup, but Breathe just don't got the sauce, at least in game number 1 so far. It's a 3-item bin Gnar with a Wit's End completed. And that's going to be a bit terrifying in these side lanes as those item completions are coming through with plenty of gusto for BLG, with the GA now completed for Shun.
And I mean, at this point, BLG, they are just at the absolute peak of their power. They are sat in an incredible spot. All they are going to need to pick up this Baron and crack open the base is one more pick to be able to come on through. Right now, IG, they are pushing forward. They are potentially hunting.
Shun can play with his life, though. He has the GA. Destiny Gate's going to be there as well. Viper going for the culling on Jotzi. Jotzi was the focus. Flashing forward. It goes Viper, but Viper might just be dead. Cataclysm onto him, and Nya takes him down. The damage from the Rise is really pumping. As now Knight's in some trouble. He doesn't have that sustained damage. Remember, just like you said, it will be Breathe who got soloed out. Now Bin, he's looking for cleanup kills. Jotzi, they barely got out. That was so close. But Bin still exerts his might nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, they're able to pick themselves up that kill onto Breathe on the backside of that fight, but like you said, way too aggressive coming through from Viper. Jumping forwards, flashing forwards, in fact, and it fully gets him caught out. Now IG, they've got a couple of seconds until people are back up. 15 seconds until Viper is back up and available. I think this is overly aggressive, though. They're going to get forced off of this one.
Nya does this really quickly. Could be a 50-50 way, saying, I want to take that. I'll take down Shun. The 50-50 smite fight. They're feeling a little bit worse for wear now. That yellow card doesn't work, and they haven't seen Shun. They didn't see him. He goes in by himself, though. No damage to follow it up. Ben can't get close, but they do find a yellow card out of Mako. Mako is dead. The GA is going to be popped. Shun will fall afterwards. Nya is doing insane amounts of damage right now, and no jungler means no Baron.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You're not too worried about trading this one over. Breathe, very aggressive right here. Immediately going to get caught by the fire.
Realm Warp coming in as well. The trio Realm Warp. Jiachi gets insta-clad by Viper, but Viper going to dash away. He's actually surviving so well here, too. They're going to turn back on a Knight. They just want something. They are desperate to get some gold back here as Viper coming back over. They've got the carries realigned here, but IG will back away. White flag up, but they were able to chunk the gold lead down by almost 1.5k.
And this is the thing, we're talking about how IG, their macro isn't necessarily the best once we get into this mid to late game, but they know how to play a messy game out, and they are dragging BLG down with them into the mud. This play starts almost 3 minutes ago at this point, with this play down onto the bottom side of the map, trying to catch people out, and Viper just way too aggressive right here. He thinks he gets one more auto attack off and will do enough damage to kill Jashi, and the second that that doesn't happen, the turn and burn is just here, because Jashi can hit from so far away. Really, unfortunately, an over-aggressive, and now Viper, his flash is still 2 and a bit minutes away.
Yeah, and you've got Nya almost on full item build here as well. As I guess we'll talk about Viper now, as he had a bad play, but if you want to vote for him on his good plays, you can go vote for him in
if you want to vote against
AP vote. But we got to focus on the Dragon now, because we were getting set up for that one already. And that just means there's going to be a pick potential on the bin. He is the major carry here. Ace in the hole is going to get blocked. He's going to heal up a decent amount. He's going to have Mega Gnar now. 50-50 smite fight. Soon he's not going to get it. It's the soul completed by Wei. He gets the 50-50, but he goes in with his life. GA is going to be popped. Mega Gnar from bin gets 2, but they have no damage. They've got to be really careful here. Viper is the big damage dealer now. Wei goes in. IG are team fighting like a beast right now. Grand Starfall comes through to get him out. Oh, it was short. He is dead. IG wipe BLG off of Summoner's Rift. They have soul. They could push into the base.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be some pretty long death timers at this point, 33 minutes into the game, and IG, it looked like the game had slipped away from them after a good early game, but now with 30-second death timers until anybody with wave clear is back up and available, this will be IG taking game 1.
IG with the team fight comp, the scaling of Nya. We said this is an opportunity for you to face one of the best ever in the LPL. He said, no, it's time for me to take him down. 1-0 lead for IG versus BLG.
Yeah, take a bow right there. An incredible game from him on the rise, and it's exactly what we highlighted during the draft phase. For BLG, they had to get a pick with this composition to then make the rest of the team fights work, and instead they were trying to straight up front to back, and the second that the team fight went long, the second that you got multiple rounds of spells off from the members of IG, there was nothing that BLG could do. They didn't have the sustained damage, they didn't have the ability to step up. And oh boy, I mean, maybe everything changes right there on the smite out of way, stealing away that Drake, giving them the Hextech Soul, but I think that fight was lost anyway for BLG.
Yeah, I definitely think so, unless they had found a big pick. But man, the team play the general of IG finding the big picks there. I mean, his Jarvan looked impeccable. He was active everywhere.
It was like he was all over the map right there, and I'm so happy that IG were able to pick up a game like that, where it was messy, where they did kind of lose behind during the mid game, because being able to fight back against BLG is really tough, and being able to fight back against BLG when you're IG, who have some real problems with your macro, is really nice to see. It felt like they were in this just stalled out situation where they couldn't touch Bin for so long, but BLG never really pushed the pace of the game forwards. They never really went for the Drakes on the bottom side. They didn't really go for too many picks once they got into that mid to late game, and the composition sort of just faltered around it.
Yeah, and let's be real, bit of an ego draft from BLG there. Not gonna lie, and they looked good until they didn't, because Bin gets caught. You know, little moments like that happen. All your gold lead gets sunken away, and you could say that the desperation play there by Bin to try to get the big wall bang with the Meganar, but nobody was there to follow him up, and you just didn't have the tools drafted to give yourself an advantage in those 5-on-5s.
No, and it was a real departure from the actual style that we expect to see out of BLG. They put a lot into wanting to win around this bottom lane. And we'd highlighted that Viper overall pretty quiet, not really getting too involved in a lot of plays, and you saw it during the very early stages of the game. Jachi and Mako were just all over them, pushing them in constantly. Yes, you were able to get that one play where you flash forwards as Viper during the very early game, but that was probably the only good flash he made during that entire game. Every other one was overly aggressive forwards or just running away from situations. A couple okay cullings, but really, I don't think BLG can play around Viper at the moment. Is that going to cost them the LPL title here? We'll have to see. Will it cost you internationally, though? Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. You have to have a whole functioning team there. And again, I think it was really hard for Viper to play into this comp because you have no range. Even with the BLO campfire, it's okay, but it's not great. And I think you could see the amount of times where he just really wanted to go in, but was playing a little bit too far forward. And yes, flashing forward a couple times is too bad. But that's where I give a lot of props to the way that the bot lane for IG played. That the combo of Tiati and Mako, who said would be crucial tonight in that head-to-head matchup, played the lane pretty well. They were back on their back foot a little bit towards the end of laning phase, but then when the team comes together, right, you have that front line, you have that front-to-back setup that works so well.
Yeah, I mean, the way that IG were able to stabilize this game back and then play around their composition specifically, really, really nice. And we'll have a look. Yeah. Woo! That's an LPL gold draft if we've ever seen one. But again,
oh my God.
33k damage right here in what was a 33-minute game, right? You're doing 1,000 damage a minute. That's massive right here out of him on this rise. And so much of it really came through at the point at which he was able to grab himself the actualizer, really be able to step up into his opponents as much as possible. But I also love the way he was using the realm warps pretty aggressively during these team fights. He'd start a team fight and then he'd bring the backline to cut off any kind of retreat that BLG had. He did it a couple of times, and that was really good to see.
And this was a team that was struggling to find team play, and that is seemingly what Nya has brought. I mean, they've had some tough losses, and that just goes to show what a rookie has in the series and coming into the LPL. But it's moments that like this that you're like, damn, they can actually function together. You have those map plays that are happening for IG that weren't consecutively there for them before.
Yeah, if you're able to then play around this mid-jungle duo, as it really feels like they are with Nya and Wei, it's huge. And we didn't really see it coming through that much during the very early stages of the game, but then the second we got to the mid-game, that's where they began to find those duos, and then the team play. The team fights, so much better. Now, you would not expect that Nya's coming in and doing any of the shot calling. That I'd be shocked if he was doing any real talking during the games.
It's way 100%.
Yeah, it will be way 100%, as you say. Maybe a little bit coming through from Mako as well, long tenured supports. That's also who you're going to be getting your shot calling from. So it's not that he is changing the game for them with his shot calling, but it's just the way he's playing out these team fights is unfortunately for Renard a lot better overall.
I'm hoping we get that last little play where Bin gets like fully chunked out in the dragon pit as well. because that was such a pivotal moment. Because if Ben has more of a health bar, that fight's so different. The fact that he just has to kind of give his life for the final Mega Gnar, as we see kick off here. This was a tough moment. This was the moment that Viper went a little bit too far.
Viper, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? The thing is that this play right here has some quite wide-ranging consequences. Up until this point, BLG have been winning like all of their fights. Then they lose out onto those fights, and you end up with these plays right here. Watch Viper again. He just about is able to get enough of the culling off and get himself back away from this play. But imagine if he has the flash in this situation, you can re-engage on this. You can keep playing that fight right there. You also probably wouldn't be in that situation in the first place. And yeah, like I said, this is the final play. Bin, he's so low, and the fact he gets this 4-man Gnar off, if his team are there with him, and if he has any more health, if he's able to then get a wallop down, this game is potentially still going, or BLG have won it. Instead, it just doesn't happen.
I got to give massive props to Wei, who I think, maybe gets an MVP just for the straight damage numbers, but Wei was the one that made this game possible.
Yeah.
He was literally everywhere. And being able to find those crucial picks, being able to find those big cataclysms, being able to find the backline access when he needed to. I think Wei was leading from the front this game, and it feels very refreshing to see that kind of performance from him.
Absolutely, and the fact that, again, we'll keep talking about it, but the fact that this mid-jungle duo is working for IG is everything, because Breathe didn't have himself the best game overall. I thought that Jaji and Mako were pretty good. Yeah, I would say so. The top lane matchup specifically was just not looking good for him, but you know, he did his job in the end. The bot lane are something that you can play around, but in the current meta, where you've got a lot of heavy roaming, gank-focused junglers and mid laners, you need those two working to be able to impact on your bot lane. I agree with this one.
Rightfully so. 8 MVPs so far this split. Incredible stuff. 95% KP. And a Jarvan that brings me back to his performances on E-Star, one of the champions that he made his name on, which is really cool to see. Obviously, Jarvan just very good in the meta right now as a facilitator, being able to get map pressure everywhere you want it. And Wei was able to do just that here. Quick thoughts before we get going off of game number 1 here, Bloxer.
BLG have just got to go back to their actual style. Play something that's safe down in the bottom side of the map.
Respect your opponent.
Yeah, don't just think that you can walk over IG, because remember, BLG, they still have something to play for. They still want to lock themselves up that top spot of Group Ascend, and if they lose that at the last moment, if they trip at the last hurdle, they're not going to be happy.
They are not indeed. We'll see if IG can close this out 2-0 and keep their dreams alive, or if BLG can bring us back down to reality and get us to 3 games. We'll see you on the other side of this break. Welcome back to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and we have IG jumping into the water in full cannonball mode for this second series. 1-0 lead for IG in their new stadium against one of the titans of this split.
Yeah, making it work right here. Just playing incredibly well overall. Really impressed here with Nya, their new rookie mid laner, coming on through and having a mega performance on the rise, alongside Wei playing incredibly well on his Jarvan, and just overall, really good mid-jungle duo was enough to carry them through, but the late game macro, so much better than we've seen previously.
And that's the craziest part, is like, it was one of those things that you thought it was going to be typical IG. They found an early lead. Oh, it looked so good. And then it's gone. Well, that happened, but then they brought it back. And that is the difference between the draft that we saw from both teams, where there was a lot of early game mechanical need for BLG's composition. And for IG, they just needed to scale. They just needed to get to a point where they could group as 5 and have Nya just literally blast people as Rise. And that's what happened. And Nya takes a huge first win overnight in his competitive career, which is massive for them.
Yeah, absolutely massive right here. Really big congratulations to him as we jump on into the second round of picks and bans. And let's see what the response is going to be right here. BLG, they've got themselves that first pick, so they should be in a spot to, go whichever way they want to go. We were talking at the end of last game about how we wanted to see some stability out of the bot lane. I don't want you getting overly aggressive. I want you to pick your Ezreal if it's up and available here and just chill out. Don't worry about it. Let Viper get involved in the team fights, but don't try to build an entire game plan around him.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll have to kind of keep a side eye on as we go into it now, though. We do see the Varus, the Rumble, the Ezreal ban by IG on that blue side. Be that Nocturne, Ashe, and Akali from BLG on red.
Yeah, not surprising that the Ezreal does get banned away, but with the Orianna going on through, you are always going to give this one over, as we've been talking about, right? This is the highest pick of any champion. 89% pick ban at the moment, and most of those are bans. People are not allowing this champion to go through, and when it does, it is winning a ton of games really well. Giving that over tonight is pretty terrifying.
Yeah, I don't want to be Nya in this position. Hopefully they'll give him something he feels comfortable on, something he can pair up with Wei, because that was the more important fact. It didn't really matter what happened in lane. Lane didn't really amount to anything that time around. It was what happened outside of lane. And I do want to see if that combo continues to play towards that style, at least. As the Vi will be locked in, could see the Ahri, could see anything else, some setup tools from the mid jungle.
Yeah, I would really like to see that Vi Ahri at some point coming on through. You could just, again, that pick potential, giving you a way to always start off a team fight and not have to worry about it too much. But again, it does expose you like it did for BLG in the previous game, where if you don't get those picks off, the comp does kind of fall to pieces. Instead, IG gonna pick themselves up a Corki down in the bottom side of the map. So again, they're looking to get themselves some level of early aggression coming on through. For BLG, now that you see the Corki, you're pretty wide open to play down in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Something with a little bit of extra safety, and you're chilling.
Now BLG going to be looking for their jungle duo with the Orianna. We've had multiple iterations, not just the Nocturne, of what can go with the Orianna. I think that's something we've been seeing, is Orianna's just good. Nocturne was a cool tool, but there are other tools in the tool shed, and one of those is Xin Zhao. The other one was the Nefiri that was hovered already.
Yeah, some sort of ball delivery system was always going to be what you want to pick up for yourself. Right now, it's looking like, overall, you want a pretty standard front-to-back teamfight kind of composition, although if you're stuck in the Jace, all of a sudden you're pivoting towards a bit more poke. I think this makes a lot more sense. Give yourself something tanky in the top lane, doesn't really care about what the matchup is. Even if you get put behind early as a Scion, really doesn't matter in the end, and I like this. I like this overall. It is unfortunate that Bin, his Giga Bin performance in the previous game, didn't end up picking up a win, but the Scion, he should be really helpful for this teamfight comp.
I mean, the Scion just feels so good. You're just going to be so stalwart, unable to be moved, and going to be a massive team fight threat as well. The bend and break of the Gnar not going to be there this time around. See what Breathe wants to go. Before we get into our second phase here, he's going to go with the Ambessa. Even with the changes to the ult, still very strong.
Yeah, I mean, the ult taking a little bit longer to land, it just feels a lot fairer for everybody else to actually get a bit of reaction time to be able to jump away. And that being said, right, as much as it is still overall very strong in those skirmishes, the ult was already kind of tricky to land in competitive. It's going to get a heck of a lot harder with these changes coming on through. I like the pairing alongside the Vi, as we were talking about. Something that could be a dive buddy alongside the Vi is always important, and these two can work really well together. I think you still want something quite aggressive to be able to pull through in the support to give you that 3-man jump forwards kind of composition. Into such a tanky, such a front-to-back kind of composition out of BLG, though, I do worry a little bit. You jump in as the Vi, you jump in as the Ambessa. If you get caught by that shockwave, there's very little you can do. You can get CC locked very easily.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest scary point of it. I have not been a fan of Corki in the meta. I know it's strong. I know it can be really good. I know we've seen pop-offs on it.
I hate it.
But I'm
not my thing.
Yeah, I'm not about it. Second phase, though, we do see the bot lane focus for both sides. It is going to be the Lulu and the Xayah banned by IG. We'll see that Nami banned already by BLG. See what else they want to follow it up with. It's got to be more supports.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. The Xayah, very interesting. Not being a particularly high priority champion overall, but when you're looking at ADCs that could potentially survive all of this engage that you've got, the Xayah would have been topping out that list. And the Rakan has been pretty interesting recently, which always drags that duo up in priority. For IG, they're going to be looking to lock something in through the mid lane at the moment. And if they do grab the Silas, that's a couple of really good ultis to potentially grab for yourself. Would also take any sort of engage support away, because you don't want to be giving all of those ultis over too. They've got lots of options that they're thinking about right now, and you do need some more just straight up long form damage to come through, because otherwise you're just so burst reliant.
Yeah, I think that's the toughest thing about it is you at least get a little bit of that here. The Victor will be locked in for Nya, so be able to have a little bit more sustained damage there. It's another comp that's looking to scale for IG so far, though.
Yeah, they very much are not trying to play fully through the early stages of the game, but BLG, they're going to match them in this, and this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see the standard BLG experience, the Sivir, the Bard, what they've been playing. Anytime the Ezreal isn't available for Viper, this is what they end up going towards, and this whole composition for BLG, it is straight up, front to back. We are going to play the game in the most standard way possible, with that added little wrinkle of being able to put down that Tempered Fate from the Bard and split a team fight up.
And being able to pair up with Shun as well, and to be annoying in the jungle, I think is the biggest proponent of having a Bard on the map. We'll see the Alistar come through for Mako. This is a huge comfort for him in his career, his very long career. But it's also not something we've been seeing as much of recently. They now do have a pretty strong front line, at least.
Yes, they do. And I think that now you've sort of not gone all in on this full burst engage composition. You've now got some damage that can deal it over time, that can slow the pace down, specifically with Nia, and then having Mako on a very tanky champion. You've got a couple more options to try to play around. You can look for those picks, and I think picks are still going to be very important for this IG composition. Being able to catch Knight or Viper out before these team fights start will be massive. Jun, especially if you can grab him, although that will obviously be a little bit trickier. But now if you do have to straight up front to back, it's okay. You're not going to be finding it quite as tricky as you would otherwise.
It's an important factor and a very big difference for BLG from game 1 to 2. This is a true test for IG. This is a moment where BLG are going back to their form. They're going back to something they're comfortable with. You just had an incredible splash of game number 1. Can you take some of that momentum, some of those really good macro decisions, and bring them into a second game? Potentially bring BLG another loss, which is something they're not super accustomed to so far this split. And it's a really important factor here for IG to be able to have a clean game, especially be able to get off the ground running without any hiccups that we've typically seen from them. Consistency is key as we get closer to playoffs, and especially with this important series for IG in their new home arena. IG versus BLG, game 2 starts now.
I love how loud the chants are. I mean, everybody super excited for this matchup. And as you said, right at the very end of draft, right, this is important for both of these teams. For BLG, it's all about building momentum going into this next round. They've secured themselves top 4, but they want that top spot. And their whole week 7 is pretty tricky. They've got the IG match here, then they've got TES and AL to play to. Those could be losses too if they're not feeling in form.
And those are teams, at least TES, right next to them in the standings. You know, first place in regular season has a nice ring to it. I'm sure teams are going to want that, even though seeding does also matter in those cases here. But we will see the opposite side stars for both junglers. Some vision have been put down in the jungle by both teams, particularly by BLG. So we'll have some information on IG.
Yeah, they're just wanting to track through as best as possible, not allow this fight to find any early ganks through, something that Champion can do incredibly well. Once again, though, we're going to be waiting for the level 6s really to be coming on through for our junglers, for our mid laners, for them to feel most comfortable stepping up and looking for the aggressive plays. So we have a look down towards the bot side of the map, and as we were saying in draft, I'm really happy with what BLG have done here. Go back to the standard, go back to what Viper has been best on. He's not super good at the moment at being really aggressive and trying to carry the team for himself. He's been so much better at these champions that just want to sit back, farm up, get into the later stages of the game, and then unleash.
I know this is going to be kind of a side point. What's he been? He's gonna die. I think he's in some trouble.
Why would he flash? Huh?
Why did he flash? He's gonna TP
oh, he's flash
because
TP.
they don't have
okay.
any more CC.
Okay.
All right, I like it. Use both of the summoner spells.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's my question here. Is that what do you get? He gets he does at least get himself a couple of components coming through. I was going to say, if he ends up just heading back to base with nothing, but no, he was able to grab himself a good couple of waves. He's okay in this situation, but losing out on your flash and your teleport right here whilst Breathe is just chilling in the top lane, not ideal.
Scion good for late game. That's what he's going for.
That's true. That's
Nya
true.
is way far up right now, and Shun is going to try to be the bearer of bad news here. Going to get the flash out of Nya early, so that can be something they revisit very, very quickly. Mako and On going at it. Should be just some supportal combat that On actually has the better end of, just because he's ranged.
Yeah.
And both ADCs had reset. I was going to ask you, how many games do you think Mako has on Alistar in his entire career?
Oh my god. It's got to
And
be
I told you
over
it's his most. I told you it's his most comfortable champion, so it's got to be up there. And he's been playing since 2011 or 2014.
He's well over 100 games of Alistar, surely.
Okay. And whittle down a little bit more.
Is it over 200?
No.
Okay, I was gonna
It's
say
167. 167.
I was
This
gonna
is
then put us
168.
at like 125. I would have thought 125,
lot.
126. 167 is insane.
You gotta
amounts
remember
of
that
capacity.
Alistar was like main meta for like 6 years.
Oh yeah,
but still.
it's very rarely not been something you could potentially go towards. It has been a staple, right? But still, that's an insane number of competitive games on this champion.
It is crazy, and Viper will know that very well. His old teammate for that world championship. We'll see how the rest of this 2v2 kind of peters out. As both junglers getting back onto the map and their second clears here, both of them still going to be on that opposite side pathing. No real lane advantages coming out for anybody just yet. Bin will go for another proxy in the top side.
And I mean, why not at this point? I think the same thing could well happen, right? You are
Yeah,
in a
he doesn't have
situation-
flash TP this time though.
Yes, but and Wei is once again in the area. Instead, going to be a bit more of a focus from BLG around this bottom side of the map. As you would expect, the Alice are very weak during the early laning phase, so you're getting pushed in quite a lot by Viper and On, and that's going to give them a lot of leeway to just go and head towards this Drake. I mean, having to heal there just to run away a little bit faster is pretty rough. This bot lane for IG, so far, not feeling too good, but this is exactly how you expect the matchup to go.
Yeah, I think there's just that push priority that inherently comes with the ricochets and things with the Sivir. Do love to see the early Dragon Prio here. I think getting that trend going for BLG is a big difference from game one.
Yeah, very much so. If they're able to just sort of stabilize out through the early stages and then push the pace of the game a little bit further forwards. I think that was the other problem we ran into with BLG in the previous game, was they just stalled out. They weren't trying to make their composition work for the picks. They weren't trying to just find ways of accelerating the pace of the game. Instead, they kind of let it happen to them, and IG, with their scaling, were able to come back through. A very different composition right here out of BLG. They're happy for this game to go long, for Viper to get bigger, for Bin to be able to get massive right here on the Scion, and obviously giving over the Orianna is, I will continue to say, a little bit crazy from IG.
Yeah, I would say so. Victor's still also very strong, but we'll see how that all pans out in the end. There's a little bit of a lead in topside for Breathe, at least in the XP department. Do love to see both Mako and On getting more involved on the map. I think that's something that really helped out IG in game number 1, was there not being a lot of roaming power out of the bot lane. This time around, that's going to be a change of pace here. But also another change of pace is that Dragon had gotten taken early, which means that both teams could contest for grubs, which is coming about 1 minute and 10.
Yeah, and we saw the first Drake in the last game wasn't taken until almost 10.5 minutes into the game, and then all of the subsequent ones picked up by IG for a while. They were very much in control of these objectives. In this game, like I said, BLG able to grab that first one for themselves, and if we do end up getting a little bit of a skirmish around the top side of the map, these are two teams that actually quite like a skirmish, but I would give a little bit of an advantage over to IG as long as they're able to land that initial Vault Breaker out of way.
And man, I just the world that we would live in if IG 2-0 BLG. I'm just putting the thought into people's brains. Like
IG
a little
who lost to
right
double
now,
A,
'cause it
WE.
is possible in this current state.
Yeah.
What BLG has to say about it. And I came in today saying BLG need a clean series. They need to look clinical. They need to finish out these last 3 series really strongly to build up into playoffs. And that has not been the case so far, Bloxer.
Yeah. I mean, the craziest circle of results is IG lose to WE, beat BLG 2-0. Like, what is that world? That should not be the current world that we are living in. I mean, the LPL regular season is always crazy, but I think that might well take the cake.
I think my headset might die, but I can still cast with the TP coming in. See Mako actually find the spellbook TP towards top side and try to take down Ben here. He's gonna unstoppable onslaught out, and he will be just fine. That was a short trip on the train there, Bloxer.
Yeah, just puts himself straight into the wall, doesn't actually want to run any further away, and will just be able to keep up the pressure. Still, with all of the pressure up towards the top side of the map, IG looking potentially towards these grubs are going to start them up. And there's no real contest coming on through. BLG just going to send Jun down towards the bottom side of the map, grab himself a Scuttle Crab, clear out a couple of camps. Nothing really to steal away either, and so IG doing pretty well for themselves during the early stages here.
Really good trades in mid lane by Knight onto Nya, though this will mean we are seeing the grubs go over to IG. They were able to get them last game as well. Vipers are waiting in the bush. He's going for a kill on a Diachi. Dude, this guy's just smelling blood tonight. He's just like waiting in bushes. He's flanking. He's finding little bursts. And now they are going to fully surround Diachi by himself in this bot side. Temper Fate's going to come in onto the turret. They're going to dash in. The Crescent Guard is unleashed, and they won't be able to get the kill there. Diachi survives with just his flash being burned, and now IG can counterplay. They're not going to be able to, I don't think. Maybe Wei was looking for it.
I don't think that IG are really going to be able to actually get themselves any extra kills, and that does blow the teleport out of Nya down towards the bottom side of the map. That gives an advantage over to BLG, but the fact they weren't even able to capitalize on having just so much free time around Diachi, he doesn't even end up using his barrier in the end.
That's so crazy. There's
chilling.
4 people surrounding him, and doesn't even flinch.
Nope.
That's going to feel good as well for the IG collective. About 35 seconds, though, and another dragon comes up. BLG could look to go for that, but more importantly, Shun pathing away from the dragon as of right now.
And was able to pick up that first Drake, so no real pressure to have to head straight on towards this next one. 20 seconds, he can very easily finish off these Krugs and then just take a reset, head back down towards the bottom side of the map. In fact, we're going to see Knight teleporting back into the mid lane. Hasn't quite been able to complete his first item yet. Nobody has been able to get that far forward at this point, with no kills yet on the board. And actually quite a lot of pressure from both teams around the top side.
I don't like it. I want kills. I'm getting antsy. I need something. Blood for the blood god. That's what they say.
Indeed. I mean, you might get one here. Breathe, pretty low.
They're looking for another clap, so they tried one on bot side. They're going to try it on top side now. Tempered Fate's not available, so they can't get the turret out of the fight, and they'll just back away. But they are looking.
Yeah, but with all of that pressure happening on the top side, look at what's happening to Viper. He is having to sit so far back. Oh,
yeah, gets caught by the shockwave. He will have to burn his flash there. Needed to get away from Shun.
just about going to be able to get away. Burning the flash there, though, is going to be pretty big. As you said, we've got a lot of pings happening down towards the bottom side of the map. Shun actually taking a reset right now. Wasn't able to grab one just from the top side because of that attempted dive that they were looking for, and that's going to give IG a pretty fast track look on in towards this Drake. It is an Infernal Drake, something that teams always like to go towards.
They've got a weird flank here. On was not ready for it. He's going to have to take his magical journey out, but guess who's waiting on the other side for him? It's
Punt him back!
Mako.
Punt him back! Yeah!
We're playing volleyball. Spike! And Mako is gone.
Oh, that was so sexy right there. You could tell IG knew exactly what was happening. Really well played. And now losing out onto the Bard means that this is going to be a lot trickier to try to fight back for BLG. They do, however, have that full item completed onto Jun, so they are a little bit confident.
What a play from IG, just finding the little incremental advantages, though. Jyati gets jumped on now. Crescent Guard into him. He's going to get the 3 talent strike as well. He's going to be so low. They do find the kill there. The Arcane Storm is ticking. They don't have enough damage anymore, and BLG are skirmishing their way out of this early deficit. Tempered Fate comes a little bit wide there. Mako will end up flashing over the wall. Dragon number 2 goes to BLG, and they take back the lead in full force.
Way able to step away from that Wind Becomes Lightning, otherwise he would have been dead. But it was an early pick out of IG that BLG just completely flip on its head. This is why you ended up seeing that reset coming on through. BLG, they knew that they could afford to be a little bit later into that play. They send them on back, and now this is just the red buff being stolen away as well. Mako needs to be careful. There's quite a lot of friends in this bush.
He's thinking about playing for this one. He not gonna get the red, unfortunately. BLG do take a little bit more, so now about 1.5k early here, 13 minutes in. We'll have these lane assignments come right back to it. Nothing changes all that much in the way that the game can be played out, but there is some small advantages for BLG across the board.
Small little shutdowns on top of Viper at this point, on top of Breathe, and this is just really fun. This is a really fun play. You can see Mako is waiting, and this is what 167 games of Alistair in competitive play will do for you right here. Just going to be able to pick that one up. But then this is Jun, who's headed back to base and has been able to grab himself that Sundered Sky, so he knows that he is absolutely fine to walk forwards here, especially with the ulti pop. Nobody's going to be able to kill him. We'd just watched Nia lose his flash earlier on, and this very well could have been a couple extra kills. As you said, the Tempered Fate and the Wind Becomes Lightning both going wide right here. If that had have landed, it would have been 3 kills and the Dragon.
Yeah, that would have been a lot more of a snowball there. But we are getting first items now completed for majority members on the map as well. Trinity Force there for Jyati. That's a big spike. Essence Reaver there for Viper as well. So some spikes that might change how some of these fights work, but what isn't changing is that BLG are back to pushing on bot side.
They are continuing to push a lot of members down into this lane as well. You can see all 4 members right here stacked up in the bushes, hunting forwards. It means that IG cannot afford to step to this tower, and it will be first tower going on to BLG. The response is going to be a big push coming through from the mid lane, and there's not really anybody available to go and cover onto the mid, so you do lose out onto a little bit right there, but can they make the collapse happen?
Going for their own play. There's going to be the flash and the cease and desist to follow up the Vault Breaker into Viper, who's just going to sacrifice his life now as well. Mako's going to punt back soon, and now Shun is in some trouble too. He's going to pop the Crescent Guard, but he's going to die. Tempered Fate hits onto 2. Knight's going to go for something big. Shockwave hits onto 2. He wants the damage. Knight finds 1. I don't think Knight can follow up more though. Jyati able to fire back. Way going to look for it now. Bin shows up. Unstoppable Onslaught gets the first kill. The solo laners of BLG are showing up big here as Nya goes down 2. On's going to fall, but that is Knight and Bin asserting dominance.
I mean, what a complete mess of a team fight overall, and the teleport going to come through from Knight as well into the top side to keep their tower alive. So it's a tower going over, a couple of kills back and forth. I like the idea out of IG, but they just didn't recognize that Bin had this mega flank coming on through. And the second that Tempered Fate landed and bought some extra time, allowed Knight to get that shockwave off, BLG, they were always going to find a couple kills back.
And they brought Knight up to the top side, but maybe he didn't want that. As
No
Breathe looking for the solo. Bolo doesn't have the damage. Gonna flash forward just to make sure. Meanwhile, it's his support who's getting engaged on underneath him as Shun gets the solo, at least the 1v2 kill onto Mako, and Breathe TP's out, because why not?
Mazel, this game is a mess. This is a complete mess of a game. I mean, we were talking about clean gameplay out of BLG, and right now it feels like IG have fully dragged them down to the 5 and 7 depths, to the mid-tier of Group Ascend. Now, potential play
50,
around
50?
this Herald.
50-50? Okay. He's not gonna. He's gonna go.
Oh, he's going in.
Though. He's got Breathe with him, full health. They do get the eye. They TP out there, though. It's gonna be a little bit troublesome, though. On will fall. Big picks for IG. They're going to get re-engaged on, though, and Breathe needs to be so careful. Knight takes him down now. Mako flashing away, and Jiati unreeling to go with the rest of that fight, rest of his team, and he is down now. Nya will fall, too. And again, one of those quintessential mistakes of positioning for Jiati, and that lead just got even further for BLG.
Well, I mean, I think you're also going to have to put some blame on Wei and Breathe right there for also getting as aggressive as they did, stepping way too far forward. The map play is also going to be incredibly important. They're going to get the mid lane tower off of this, possibly the top lane tower too. This, though, Jun on going so far forward, you're also then going to end up with Jachi just... He's stepping to Bin here. Look at him. He is pumping damage into Bin, and Bin does not care. At what point does Bin care? Why are you sitting and trying to hit right here onto the Scion is beyond me. But also the other thing that's happening during this play is that Viper is chilling. He doesn't deal that much damage at this point in the game, right? You're going to need a couple extra items, just the Essence Reaver available for him at the moment. But even after just the next item that comes through, if he gets an eye edge, if he's allowed to just sit and hit like he was in that previous team fight, IG are going to lose.
And you already have BLG threatening a soul point on another Hextech Soul, by the way.
Yep.
And I don't know if IG can move in to contest this. I mean, Wei would love to try to 50-50 it, but they're going to give over the Soul point over, and now that just means a 5-minute timer till the Hex Soul comes up for BLG.
And it's the complete opposite of what we saw in the previous game, where BLG weren't able to get any of the early Drakes, and the one they're about to take gets stolen away to turn it into Soul for IG. For IG, they've got a composition that really was reliant on getting quick picks between Wei and Breathe, and they really just haven't shown that to us yet. In fact, Wei might be getting picked here himself.
Yeah, these are some of those moments that we were kind of foreshadowing to when we came into the series, is when things aren't in the lead for IG, stuff gets a bit messy across the board, and that is going to be one of those moments, as BLG feeling pretty confident and comfortable here in game number 2. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call from game number 1.
Absolutely, and hey, if this is what they needed to prompt them into playing a little bit more of an aggressive style, I do like that for BLG, but they're still going to be annoyed to have dropped that first game, and getting 2-0'd by IG would be devastating for them. Right now, not looking particularly likely. 3 Drakes in inventory. They've got all of the towers in the game as well, and I think this is the key point. All the outer towers are now gone. Yes, the top lane tower is very low right here for IG, but they still haven't been able to pick it up. It's making their setup for these objectives so much harder to play around. You always have to have people in these side lanes to be pushing out, otherwise they just lose so much map pressure.
And we're looking just like off game number 1 at these solo lanes so far from BLG. I've been really impressed with the way that they've been able to conduct themselves. Obviously very well known, very strong laners. We've already seen that so far this split, but you know, in that first game, I think Finn's going to want that one back for sure with the amount of gold that he did have. But in this one, it was a little bit more of a contested early game. They still find themselves in promising positions, with Knight himself being 2.3k individually over Nya.
I mean, we're going to have to keep questioning why it was that BLG were allowed to get Orianna. You question why anybody's allowed to get Orianna in the current meta. And Knight, with his MVP level performance so far, yeah, not exactly who I would have been giving over the strongest champion we've got in the meta at the moment. Still, we're going to see the Reft Herald go down into the bottom side.
Go mid.
Bot lane tier 2 tower. How's
See
the driving?
Skills. Let's
It's
see.
looking good.
Around the corner, whip it.
Oh,
whip it real
beautiful.
good.
Beautiful. Driving license secured right
Even
there.
the cute Pengu on the end.
Yep. It's beautiful. That was incredibly
That's our duck.
well done.
If you know, you know.
Aye.
10-10, I'm looking at you. As a fellow Shun enjoyer. But we are getting a little bit set up preemptively around the Dragon Pit here. Still 2 minutes and 15 seconds out, but you could tell how much this is looming large in the purview of IG.
Absolutely, they are really early to this one. Looking for a potential pick. It wouldn't even take that person out for the Drake itself. They're hunting for Knight, but just about going to be spotted out.
They
Way
really
still going
wanted
to go.
him. Oh, they didn't find the engage there. It is looking a little bit desperate here for IG. As Jati overextends again, he's going to Valkyrie out. Beautiful knock up there. They try to go back for Knight. Knight gets tempered faded though, and On is doing a wonderful job in this fight as he's flashing away from Mako. He turns around and helps get the kill. He's the one that gets the gold off of it, and now Breathe finds himself 1v4 just falling, and that's 4 members down of IG, and Wei slinks his way out. I don't think he's going to survive though. They saw him with the TP hover over, and Knight is just going to try to take him out. This sombrero will signal the party for BLG.
And in an attempt to stop BLG from setting up around this Drake, instead they're going to lose out onto the Baron, and it's just overly aggressive from IG. They don't have all of the vision set up. Wei is fully spotted out whilst hunting for Knight, and what makes it worse is that Knight both has his own golden, then is able to get then isn't tagged actually with that Tempered Fate, which means he's then able to flash away. If he was just tagged with the Tempered Fate, he would have come back out of golden at the exact same time as the IG members. That didn't happen. He could just flash away, and it just allows him to survive through that play. And Bin as well, flashing over the wall straight into the ulti, straight into the knock-up. Just infuriating to try to play against this champion.
I kind of like that timing as well, just being able to use that to make On's Tempered Fate even better as we take a look back at this one.
Yeah. So Knight is going to use his own golden milliseconds beforehand, because he gets fully jumped right here. And as you would expect, this is probably going to result in his death. He goldens, then the Tempered Fate hits, so he's able to flash back over the wall. It's just tiny things like that in these kind of big messy team fights that are really nice to watch. Whilst we're watching that though, at the same time, yeah, as we said, Bin just flashing over the wall, and oh boy.
And then we come back to live, and IG are already getting picked clean again. The bones weren't even set yet as the decimating smash comes in. Breathe is okay. He was able to dash away. Viper's coming in, trying to go for a little 1v1 action on Jati. Public execution comes in. They find one. It's not enough, though, I don't think. They're going to get the double knockup. Mako is going ham, but he doesn't really have anybody to follow him up. You have some damage from Nya, but there's no way he is taking down all these members of BLG, as Mako is left all alone to a double kill tonight, and maybe make it a triple kill for the golden left hand.
There we go. And hey, in the previous game, Wei able to pick himself a game MVP. I think Knight is gonna go back to being even with him in terms of those individual pickups of those wins.
But for one game, he had the world in his hand.
He did. Now Knight has a 10-stake Medjai's in his hand, so I think things are looking pretty dang rough right here for IG. We obviously missed the initial play right here, and I'm surprised by how long it is that the IG members are able to survive right here. The fact they are actually able to step up and deal some decent damage. Yeah, is hitting pretty hard at this point, but unfortunately the BLG members are just too tanky. They just hit way too hard. Jachi's never allowed to actually play in this team fight. Watch, he never steps back up to this fight at all.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no way he can,
No,
unfortunately. Oh, you thought we were done in the bot side. No,
let's go again.
We're right back.
Round 3.
As Hextech Soul is on the plate here for BLG. They want to go ahead and scoop that one up.
So we've had 3 fights for this Drake, and the Drake has just actually spawned and been
the most important dinner guest. Okay. Oh, he's out.
Nope.
Oh, Shun's gonna find him. Oh no. You thought you were among friends, Wei, but they are no longer your teammates. You will take a little bit of an L, and BLG will take a big old dragon.
There we go. Dragon finally going to be picked up. This will be soul point right here for BLG, barring some kind of crazy steal from IG. They're still trying to step up. Mako looking to punt somebody back into the team, but he's just going to pop the ulti and die slowly.
Slowed down, can't even do anything. Meanwhile, Bin's going for an insta flank with the train. He just whips it out and throws him at him. Double kill come through for Knight again. This guy is 12-1 on the Orianna. A comeback central here in game 2 for BLG.
I mean, really the only thing that we're questioning at this point is whether or not Knight's going to hit that 25 stacks on the Medjai's. He has been incredible throughout this game. It is an 11,000 gold lead at this point for BLG.
Yeah, 25.5 minutes in. That's going to feel real good, as well as the Hex Soul on top of it. IG just struggling to find anything here in game 2. Makes you think, what happened in game number 1? Bin, I wonder if he can take this, or at least escape. He can use the
so
unstoppable onslaught into the wall there, at least into Breathe to stop that initial damage flow. He should just go down. It's taking a while though, and you'll have to see what BLG. Did he really just flash? He's playing with them, man. He is just having a good time. Doesn't even care.
Nope.
As the rest of his team is taking the base of IG here. Mid lane will be the focus.
And they don't even have a Baron buff right now. They are just bullying the members of IG out, cracking open the base right here in the mid lane. A minute 30 seconds until that Baron will spawn. So for BLG, I want to see them, just back off, take away the jungle camps, and get yourself some good vision set up. I mean, right now, the vision line for IG is miserable. They've got themselves a couple wards down in the bottom side of the map where they were setting up around the Drake. And beyond that, it is just pure darkness on this top side.
It is indeed. And I just got to heap some more praise towards Knight. I think this guy is just having himself an insane split. You know, coming into this series, I was wanting to kind of put together best performances from him across this split, but even maybe across his career, because it's so insane how consistent this guy has been.
Yes.
He has 2 of the most kills in the game this split so far, 15 being the highest, and then he has another game of 13 kills on the Mel. He is getting close. He's tied with the 5th place person right now in Shanks at 12 kills. If he gets any more kills, he's going to add his name on there again. And I think it's just impeccable how he's played his game. Yes, there were some moments at the beginning of the split that had some lightness to them and not as much, locked in nature of Knight, but the other 3/4 of the split, this guy has been making everything about him, and it's incredible to watch year after year he be the actual protagonist of the LPL.
It is really awesome to see, and it's great to see him do it both on the domestic and the international stage. And right now they're looking to close out this game versus IG, send us on to a game number 3. 5 seconds until the Baron spawns, but right now BLG, they don't care about it. They're just looking to keep the pressure up as much as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to find little cracks in the base. I do like IG's defense so far, though. They're able to kind of push BLG off here. No Baron started yet. Shun's going to face check the bush. Temper Fate comes in. He still has the GA, and Wei just has no fighting strength. That's about an item differential right there, and this is about a game differential right now. Breathe does find backline access, does find Viper. Mako trying to keep him alive here, but Breathe will have to flash away. Goes back into On. But On has the birthday aura, so you got to be a little bit more careful there, Breathe, as he has his bodyguards right there next to him too. Knight and Bin running Breathe down as the rest of the team looks to close in on the rest of the base. Sun's going to go for the bot lane turret. Inhibs are going to be broken open. It can't end just yet, but this is permanent damage done. TP's coming in as well from Knight.
And what were we saying about the most kills coming through? This is going to put him up towards the top of the list.
Oh,
once
he's about
again,
to get the top of the list.
Tying the most
crazy.
at the moment, 15, 1 and 8. Yep. One more kill for him to top the list out, and he has just been incredible. He really has. For IG, it's an unfortunate game. 13, nearly 14,000 gold behind. There's really no way they can get back into this one, barring some just major Alt F4 level of collapse out of BLG. I'm not sure why Wei decided to go flying in just then. I know you are so out of this game as a Vi. You needed so much to have gone your way early on that just simply did not. But the rest of the team do some damage. Nya, Chachi, Breathe even, they've got ways to go back in, but they really need their jungler alive to even think about being able to do it.
And it's so funny when you look at this BLG team, because we were like, oh, but Viper, he's been a little bit... It's hard to be loud when the entire band is playing for somebody else on the team.
Yes.
Like this, Knight is just taking over the kind of big spotlight for BLG so far. It's rightfully done, right? And I think maybe Casper... no, okay. Oh my god, that damage was ridiculous. 25 stacks, and he officially crosses the most kills in a single game of the regular season here in split number 2 of the LPL. The golden left hand is alive and well.
The LPL is just Knight's playground at this point, and BLG with the Baron buff, in inventory as well. They're looking to just march this one straight down the mid lane.
Oh my goodness, he's going to get another one. He is just going to break that record so far, and easily so. Viper's even dashing and doing some flashiness, as that is the BLG emotes coming up, and BLG pushing our second series all the way to 3. Knight at 18 kills, the most kills in a single game so far this split, and it is an honor and a pleasure to get to watch this guy do his thing in the LPL.
It's amazing. Just getting to watch him play is so much fun. 18, 1, and what was it, like 8, 6? A huge amount of assists too, considering he was just absorbing all of the kills. This is the thing we were talking about with Viper. Oh, he's got really low kill share compared to all of the other ADCs. They're all Knight's kills. Knight is every single kill he's able to pick up right there. 18 kills is just ridiculous. That's a solo queue game kind of performance. And for BLG, after what was a pretty disappointing game for them in game number 1, they bounce back and they come out swinging.
They do. It's nice to see, but also questionable. It's like, why did that first game even happen? And, you know, it's, again, going back to the draft, kind of maybe disrespect towards the opponent, trying to play what you want to play, maybe get some more reps in potentially as well. But it's also for IG a stark contrast for them in terms of how they were able to approach this game. This game felt a lot more like the regular IG that we've gotten in some of their bad moments in the second half of the split.
Yeah, very much so. They were showing us a lot of those like bad habits that they have, where they don't set up around objectives in the way that you really want. You know, you're not getting as much deep vision as you really need. I thought Mako overall actually had a pretty good game. I've not got a lot of blame for the way that Mako played this one out, but Jachi was not able to play at all really on this Corki. So your bot lane are pretty quiet overall, and as much as Mako was trying to get stuff done on the Alistar and was finding it here and there, you're always going to get outroamed by a Bard. That's just the nature of the champion. And then on the rest of the map, yeah, I tried his absolute best. I had, again, no real problems with him. What I do have problems with is Breathe and Wei. I thought those two really were exhibiting the worst habits. They were getting caught out before play started. They were going in when the rest of the team really didn't have any way of properly being able to follow up. They weren't getting any flanks off either for the squad, and when they did try find a flank, they were being spotted out as they were happening. And it means that as much as, yeah, your bot lane wasn't really able to get ahead and your mid lane's doing pretty well, if your top jungle are not doing anything, you're of course going to begin to fall behind when it comes to objectives, when it comes to just the tempo of the game.
Yeah, and that's a tough place to be, obviously, but I just can't help to think that, you know, it's got to feel okay for IG to have pushed BLG to 3 games. And if they take this one, all the better of it, right? And you get to see that kind of turnaround. But even be able to push BLG this far, because they've had a lot of 2-0s, even in some losses for them. Some 2-0s, but 17,000 gold lead in the end. Knight with a incredible performance across the table. Like, not even, I don't think, a single moment that looked bad from him.
No.
And a BLG that seems back in form, at least for this series.
Huge. I mean, we talked in the previous game about how, you know, in a 33-minute game had 33k damage. Well, that was 34k damage in a 30-minute game. That, like,
just had to one-up
game. Yeah, I mean, just even more impressive. And I mean, look at the KP. Obviously, you expect your mid laner's KP to be pretty high, especially with these teamfight-orientated picks, but still, the fact he was involved in everything, he was all over the map the whole way through, was just so very nice to see. And if BLG keep playing like this, again, I think we're getting back to what we were expecting coming into today.
Yeah, I think that's... So again, it's just the wild ride of the LPL occasionally. When you get these wild moments, any team in our league can drop a game 1. That is the stated fact here in the LPL. It feels like
that's true,
and we get to see that time and time again. But gearing up for that MVP conversation, I mean, it's Knight all the way. It's 100% Knight, which means that he gets to keep in the running with Wei for most pogs, which is cool. I mean, he's winning, but you know,
yes.
I mean,
he is indeed winning. Yes,
he's winning. He's winning.
We'll see if he's able to put in another good performance. He's also the most voted for. I think he's got the most overall player of the series of anybody. I think he's quite far ahead in that conversation. It's the individual games where I think it's a little bit closer overall. So we'll see if he's going to be able to pick up another one of those. I wouldn't be super surprised, but again, IG, why would you give Knight, the Orianna. Like, I can't think of a worse combo to give my opponents than the best player in the LPL, the best champion.
Yeah, I think that'll come back to bite them a little bit.
Yeah.
But hey, I think it's cool that
I'm glad we got
they
to see
tried
it
to find a way
from
around
a
it.
viewership.
Yeah,
This is good.
true. But I think they'll want that back a little bit. It was fights like this that were kind of like already over. And I think some of the splits were good. Like I think IG were able to kind of split some of these fights really well. They're just so far behind that it just didn't matter.
Very much so. And looking towards that next game, for BLG, if they're able to just, again, get themselves this kind of composition, boring, straight up, front-to-back composition where Knight is able to be awesome, and you don't expect anything major from Viper, but he's able to just sit and hit and do the damage, amazing, wonderful. Be interesting to see if Viper's going to be able to pick himself up that Ezreal. Obviously, you don't have the Ezreal Bard anymore, but still, if he can grab himself an Ezreal, if he can grab himself something like the Varus, again, something you can sit back with, chill out, not expect too much from him, and then you've got tanks in the top lane, something that you can just play around in the mid lane for Knight. It's a winning formula for BLG, and we saw when they deviated heavily from that in the first game, that's when things started to go wrong.
It truly is. I struggle sometimes to see the light at the end of the tunnel when you're facing such a dominant team like that, but I think there always is, and I think that's where you always reset the stage when you go into a game 3, especially just because you've gotten to that point already, right? You've already taken a game, you've proved that it's possible. So I do want to see what they have, and of course Knight will take the MVP. So it's 8 for Wei and now 10 for Knight. So
he's pulling away.
Keep it above.
Yeah, very much so. And hey, Knight, he's been doing an incredible look. I think we've been talking a lot about MVP voting. Remember, go join the Discord and get involved in the MVP voting. We certainly will be putting ours through. I think the mid lane and the overall MVP is pretty locked up, but there's obviously very interesting races for MVP all across the rest of the lanes.
It is an astounding thing to get to watch games like this and get to watch players do what they do, and especially BLG as a whole, but Knight individually. 18 kills. It's a hell of a spread. That's game 2 for us. We'll be back after a short break for game number 3 to see who takes the series, IG or BLG. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Bloxer. We've got Ilya behind us on prod, and we have a full 6-game bangerino day. IG took game 1. BLG down smashed them in game 2. And now we get the spice of life for game number 3. Who knows what you can get? It's like a box of chocolates, Bloxer.
Never know what you're gonna get here. Although it might be a virus.
You just turn it on the other side. Isn't that how it is? Oh.
They sometimes come with a little information sheet. In fact.
Yeah. So
And
then
I
why
think-
does that say? What is that saying
I
for
don't-
that?
I don't know. To be fair, it's not like we're going to be majorly surprised, I don't think, by too many picks right here. In terms of the top tier of pickups, they've all been taken away. The top pick that we usually don't see, the Orianna, being allowed through, giving Knight the highest kill game in the entirety of the LPL this split. Just a monster performance, 18 kills for him.
Yep. And now he has 3 of the top kills in a single game in this split at 18, 15, and 13.
Yep.
Which is pretty insane.
It's funny company he's keeping as well in that situation, because the next most is 1xn.
Yeah. That was a fun game. If you didn't watch it, go watch it.
That was a good time.
Anyways, it is IG BLG game 3. Big picks that I'm looking for: what they want to jungle, what kind of aggression is Nefiri going to finally come through? Do we see more facilitators, especially for Wei, who is looking good on the Jarvan, not as good on the Vi? And also what this bot lane is going to be looking like, because we've whittled down. We've had a lot of bans towards bot lane, so maybe some of those start opening up. But if that doesn't happen, then it can get a little crazy.
It's going to be very interesting to see if the Ezreal is allowed on through. That's pretty much been banned the whole way through this set of games by IG. They're not interested in allowing Viper to play on his most comfortable champion. If that continues on, again, the Varus, we'll see who ends up picking that one up. Again, very high priority, the sort of thing we're expecting. If that doesn't happen, like you said, we're now getting into the sort of depths of the pickups. The Yunara, still something potentially interesting. Kai'Sa, if you're wanting to get really aggressive. We've also not seen the Ashe Seraphine, the sort of pairing that you love to see a lot in the LPL and could potentially set you up for a bit of a pick composition. There's still the Nocturne available if you wanted to fully lean into that kind of comp. If I'm looking for either team to play that, I'd expect it to be more of an IG look. For BLG, again, they just need to play the standard front to back. It's what they're best at, and it's the easiest style of game to play.
Well, if you're going to do it, it's going to be on the debut night of your new home arena. We are in IG's new arena in Shanghai, and if they have the momentum, maybe they can bring this series back and take it home. What a christening it would be for the first performance here at their home stage. But they will be on red side for game number 3. We will see BLG banning away Nocturne. We also had already the bans by IG with the Ezreal still there, and the Annie rejoining that ban table.
Yeah, not too surprised to see that one taken away. I mean, it's been a pickup that Knight has been incredible on so far. One of his most picked up champions, and he's been really, really nice on that. But, I mean, trying to ban away from Knight is a little bit of a fool's game. The champion ocean that he has available to him right now. See what the final couple of bans coming through will be. Again, we've been seeing really just a lot of the same bans. A lot of that top tier of champions taken off of the board. Both the Ashe and the Varus now gone, so that top couple of ADCs still left available are gone. Ezreal too, and so we really are getting down into the depths of things. I do wonder if we could see something like an APC down in the bottom lane. We've been seeing it a little bit. Mel has kind of been the main pickup. You're not a fan? You don't like it?
Just stop.
It's fun.
No, oh, is it? Is it fun for the other person who's played the normal thing on the other side? No, it's not. You know what is fun though? Lulu Yunara, and that is potentially available for IG. But no, just memeing about the point. It is interesting now that we can kind of lean into those as well. Ziggs maybe somewhere in there, but probably not here in the competitive sphere. But it is potentially in BLG to do that here. We'll see though, because now they need to figure out either what they want to take away or what they want to deal with this bot lane that you're already knowing is going to be some sort of hyper carry.
Yeah, you're very much assuming that it is just going to be that Yanara Lulu if it is allowed on through. Do you want to split that pairing up? If you do, what are you going to be pairing it with? Obviously, we lost the Milio during that first game. You've obviously still got a couple of interesting options. The Nico as well, been sliding through the entirety of this pick ban so far, and a champion that we usually expect to see quite a lot higher priority on. For right now, BLG, they're going to grab themselves that Jace as the first pick, and actually just going to answer with the Nautilus, so looking for something that wants some engage.
If you're going to take one thing into some enchanters, maybe it's just full-on pressure in the 2v2.
Yeah.
You could look to
MF.
finish that one up here.
Wow. Could potentially be the MF, been a pretty common pairing that we've been seeing alongside that Nautilus, something we've also seen BLG play for themselves, although you do have to be pretty careful. If you begin to lose in that lane, if you start getting pushed around a little bit too much, it's almost impossible to get your way back into this one. IG gonna lock themselves in the Wukong. We're expecting to see the Yanara, to be paired up alongside that Lulu. It's the primary pairing that we have been seeing. Now that you've immediately grabbed yourself an aggressive engage support down in the bot lane for On, though, what we would usually have been talking about, like, oh, maybe you want to go towards the Renata, the Seraphine, the Nico, any of those could have come through, and
I'm not going to get baited. Just say,
told
I told you so.
I told you it could be fun. It could
Let's
still
go. How did I know?
Yep,
How did
yep.
we know?
Yeah,
If
to be
the
fair,
Ziggs comes through.
it could still just be Knights. Like, Knight has played it already.
could.
Now, you usually
Yeah.
see it as a counter into the Azir, as that main sort of
True.
matchup. It can play into a lot of those more poke-based mid laners that are just looking to scale up into the late game. So you've got a lot of flexibility here, because as much as we're expecting this to be the Jace up in the top lane for Bin, it doesn't necessarily have to be. You can move
Yeah.
that one around as well. So BLG got a lot of flex picks here.
I would want the Senna for BLG. I love Senna Nautilus. I think it's such a ridiculous pairing, and you just never die and have so much damage at range. Would be nice to see if they want to go for that. But we get continued, at least AD bans. It's going to be the Vayne, which can be played top into the Jace pick. But we'll see what IG are trying to ban away. You have a lot of options to ban here with the jungle, as well as looking at what that mid lane's going to be.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, right, in terms of the jungle pickups still available, we're really rapidly running out of them. You've lost all of the top first picks that you would expect to be coming on through. Now, the Nocturne also getting banned away means that the very aggressive style is gone. Basically, all that's remaining here that Jun particularly likes to play is these tankier champions. Your Maokai's, your Mundos, your Skarnas, all of those potential pickups. If he wants to get really aggressive, the only things really remaining is something like the Kiana, but you're already then very squishy as a composition.
Yeah.
I think you just need something tanky. Maybe it's even a Sejuani angle.
I think Kiana's time has passed. We did have some bright moments with Kiana coming back into the meta. The Cassante continuing the top lane bans by BLG. It's going to be the Maokai, so they even take away that. And like a far off side pick for Shun, which he has shown proficiency on before, but they're really whittling down his pool.
Yeah, they are squeezing him out massively, and as we said, right, in terms of the things remaining, I think the Skarner is probably the best available pickup into a Wukong who's looking to leap at you, or Yanara, you can also catch her out, especially before she transcends. If you're able to grab with that Impale, that can just snap any sort of engage straight in half out of IG, and it can be just a good thing to play around for BLG. You've also got that... Don't do it. Oh, they're going to do it. They're playing aggressive. BLG, they know the right option, but they want the fun in this situation.
They want the fun. Shun's first Lee Sin of the split. I've been following this guy for a long time. Not going to lie. He does not play a lot of Lee Sin. And,
for good reason.
His hands are going to be at the ready here. We'll see what he's got. But they are going to be saving Knight counter pick yet again. So the Yorick comes through for Breathe, something that he's been willing to go for at least once here in this split, but as well in his career. And that split pushing power is there.
Yeah, very much so. This is the thing with this composition, right? You really want to be looking for those standard front to back team fights for the most part, but when you've got the Yorick, it can team fight, it can go split push. My worry with the Yorick is it always needs quite a lot of attention early on. As much as you do have a good counter into the Jace matchup, you still want some jungle intervention to really get it rolling and then put you in a spot where you can push so far forwards. It is going to be the Aurora as the final locked in. Yeah, just going to grab that one, and
the Ziggs bot lane, let's go!
Yeah, it is Ziggs bot lane, and I love it right
here. Big brain, let's go!
I told you we were potentially going to get some sort of AP,
cooking.
And you knew that it was going to be the Ziggs.
It's the tag team combo. High five, Blocker. Let's go.
High five right here. Let's go. I mean, Even beyond that, I am super thrilled with the fact that Knight is then going to be able to grab himself this Cassiopeia. I love it into this composition. You've got so much in this comp from IG that's looking to leap at you, and you could just say no, obviously, with the Miasma. And also, when he's playing as well mechanically as he has been recently, this Cassiopeia is oppressive at the moment.
Yeah, it's so tough. And you have so many things that the Miasma just stops in its tracks. You have so much team fight setup that it can enable as well. But again, this is a situation where both teams are saying, let's see how you do in 5-on-5 team fights. There's a little bit of action in the 2v2, potentially in the 1v1s as well, but truly looking at those 2-3 item spikes to start these big team fights for both sides.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, these are the sort of compositions where a single pick to kick off a team fight can completely change the outlook. The thing is, for BLG, they've got quite a lot of poke that they can be playing around, and then that snap engage, as soon as you find it, send on in, send Jun in, both of those can head on in and just blow somebody up. For IG, it's going to be very interesting to see what the split is going to be from Breathe, whether or not he's going to spend a lot of time with the team or a lot of time in the sidelines. If he decides to be more of a team fight styled Yorick, I think this composition works a little bit better and should unlock Jaji.
All right, well, let's find out game number 3, the decider between these two teams. Can BLG rise to 10 wins on the season, or can IG keep their dreams alive? We'll find out here soon. It is going to be a little bit of a setup here as we're getting into things between that bot lane. You love to see the crowd in force at IG's new stadium, but we're going to start getting hot and heavy in these lanes pretty quickly. It feels like you want pressure for how these junglers want to be playing the game.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think this mid lane is going to be a critical point. Most of the time, we haven't really seen the mid lane itself be as impactful as what they can do on the rest of the map, where they can roam to, how else they can get involved. Whereas in this sort of lane, if the Aurora's playing well, I mean, this can be a really good place to find some pressure, but the whole thing is all about just dodging away from that Noxious Blast. If you get hit with the Noxious Blast, those Twin Fangs will just keep coming through, rip through your health bar right here, and Knight will be in a really good spot to just control the potential roam of the Aurora and put himself in a good spot later on to, as we said, be able to just snap a lot of these engages in half from IG.
Both junglers this time changing what's been going on in both games prior, are starting on mirrored clears, or at least same side start clears, as we will be getting the bot lane focus earlier on than maybe last time around. And we've had some pretty slow starting games. Last time we did get a little uptick in an early objective, but still like no kills till 10.5 minutes in or something along those lines. See if that changes pace at all for a game 3.
I mean, we'd hope so. We'd hope so in this situation where you've got yourself a Wukong and a Lee Sin. Both of these champions really wanting to get something going a little bit earlier on. The Lee Sin specifically. A pretty risky pick, we'd have to say, right? It's something that, you know, we've not seen, right? It's been popping up a little bit.
Yeah, it just seems to lose a lot.
Yeah, I think we've had 13 games of it played.
The problem here is that as soon as Viper throws out everything, you don't really have that sustained damage. That's something we're really going to have to keep an eye on, especially in these fights, is there's not super amount of sustained damage on BLG's side besides Knight. Everything else is bursty, but Shun's going for a play. Gotta remember, Ward Hop is a hell of a drug here.
Oh, he missed!
The Sonic Wave misses it, and it's gonna be the flash from Diancie that gets him away. He's gonna pop Ghost. We got the heal out from Mako as well, but IG get away from the early gank.
They do, and it costs on his flash, so that's a lot of that aggression going to be pulled away from BLG.
Oh, and then
now
Shun walks straight into Wei. The fighting pressure of Lee Sin is strong, though. You got to remember how many abilities he can cycle through.
Yes.
And that does mean that Wei will back away.
And it's just, I think, it didn't even look like it was anti-synergy between Jun and On right there. I think he just straight up missed it. Yeah, unfortunately, did not land that one.
My God, no!
On his birthday.
Well, we're gonna see what happens after these first clips. We did get the Scuttle Crab trade, so nothing else too crazy gonna happen there. Knight gets stopped a minute. Another greedy back. We saw him doing that last game too. Wei will get spotted out by a really well-timed ward there by Ben.
Necessary. Yes, very necessary. If he didn't track that one down, it could well have been going down early, which, you know, pretty unfortunate in a situation where you've got yourself quite a lot of lane pressure going on at the moment. Getting caught out there on a gank would have really, really hurt his hopes for continuing to play through this game, but you can see what is good about this matchup, right? These ghouls are just so impossible to deal with. He's constantly getting chunked out. However, with Breathe, no real mana available to him. This is the point at which Bin can, again, just try to get his own back.
First roams from the supports, both going to go mid lane, as is tradition at this point in this series. Nothing else going to come of it. There's a lot of vision from IG on the bot side of the map. They've done a really good job of keeping that warded up just in case for Jiachi.
Yeah, very much so. Seeing how much they can just keep the vision going and make sure that you're not going to get caught out. Because the pressure is something that we're going to keep seeing back and forth. This is why this early gank not going well for BLG is really, really rough. Because that big push that IG had, being able to punish that, get a couple of kills, would have been huge.
They're going for it. Dreadline's going to go wide, though. Knight trying to layer in some damage with Twin Fangs there on Nya. Does do a good job of doing so. We'll get him pushed off. Viper, though, in some bad ways in bot side. Going to have to figure out how to get a little bit of help here. Wei is going to get pushed out of his jungle. So Shun using On's early roam to put pressure. That's what this Nautilus can do. And Mako walks up. He's just a little enchanter. First blood with the execute from Shun. As now they're going to go on to Wei. But Diati in some trouble too. Has no real mana. Sonic Wave's going to go through. Shun's not going to follow it though. A little bit of a bait back potentially there. As we see Diati taking his full back. But a really good play from BLG. And they are 1.3k up, which is a lot at sub 6 minutes.
And you can see it's majority just coming through from these CS leads, from the farm coming through, specifically in the mid lane where Knight has just been bullying around this poor Aurora. This is the thing, he is so good at hitting that Noxious Blast that, I mean, it's so hard to be able to actually deal with it. Still, on the bot side play, Mako, it was just a straight up mistake. You knew that Jun was hunting around in your jungle, no reason to go and face check that rush.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. He wanted the solo kill.
I don't think he was going to get that anyway.
Hey, you know, let him dream big, all right? That's what Knight was doing with game number 1. Give him the dream. Oh, the maiden!
Go on.
Oh,
yes.
The maiden is dead. GG.
I mean,
BLG.
It's genuinely a big play right here. That's a lot of the pressure that Breathe had just gone. Bin is now able to play so much easier into this lane. That's recognized though. Wei is also heading towards the top side. Will potentially be spotted out on this ward, but it might be too little too late.
The heavy push in means Ben was feeling confident. He's going to need to be careful here. Could look for the flash over. He's going to try to use the speed, but okay, he will end up flashing. I was wondering if he was going to try to use the acceleration gate to get through there, but was a little worried about what could be coming his way.
Good to be able to just get that flash away. Now we do have the Drake spawn on the bottom side of the map. We saw in the first game that there was no real priorities on towards it, and looks like that's going to happen again. Yeah, just about going to get away from that dredge line, and neither of the junglers really looking towards the bottom side at all at the moment, just continuing on with their clears. And heading back to bases, come back out onto the map, then could potentially be looking to fight.
This is going to be the first non-Hextech soul of the series. It's going to be the first dragon, though, but it looks like we're going back to game 1 in terms of our timings for these dragons. Yeah. Will be about 20 seconds or so, a little bit more for the grubs coming up. So that means there is potential for the trade map of the neutral objectives, but we will see the dragon preemptively started up by Shun and by BLG with the push that they've gotten through bot and mid.
Yeah, and you see the level 6s coming through as well for these junglers, so they are very much in a spot where they want to be looking to skirmish, looking to want to fight, but just a little bit of extra pressure around the map, going to make it very easy right here for Jun to be able to pick up this Drake. And I mean, Hextech Drake as an individual, probably the best individual Drake to be able to grab. Everybody loves the stats that it's able to provide for you. And so now, can they potentially just invade and take away some of these camps? Nya heading his way down as well, so if you do want to skirmish this, there is a potential to look for the play, but I think this is just losing out onto the blue buff.
I've appreciated how much they're using these roams from On. Like, he is just going around helping so much of this pressure around for BLG and the constant invades they've been able to pull off. Now they're going to be able to get this reset and potentially go topside and contest for the rift, or the grubs rather, sorry, and be able to continue kind of neutral objective control.
It's what really sucked, I think, about the composition during Game 1 with him on the Milio alongside the Lucian, because you couldn't run around. You were all about just being alongside your Lucian. You are all of the Lucian's extra power. And so we didn't get to see him exerting his pressure on the rest of the map, whereas in these second 2 games has looked way better for that. And like I said, these grubs now going to be the next big focus. IG, they are going to have the fast track in towards this one. They've got pressure in the top lane as well.
I do like that they are trying to steal away at least one here. They do have the smite. He can just get out of this fight. Breathe moving over, though. He might get pinched. That's the biggest thing with BLG's comp is they can always look for an engage. Shun trying to go for it, just going to connect here with the Dragon Rage kick, but the Maiden's going to come back up, and Breathe is finally going to be executed by Sun, who finds himself 2 kills already. Now Viper has made it over, Between Worlds coming through. They're flashing away, and Mako is trying to get on the other side of the fight. On finds the engage on Nya. Viper's still alive, and here comes the rest of BLG. They've lost On now, though. He wasn't super tanky, but Sun looking for more kills, and those fangs, oh, they sink so deep, and it's not even Viper, it's the dual snake combo coming through for BLG. And go ahead and call him the 2-headed as it's BLG fighting. Oh, he almost another one as Mako almost goes down. It's going to be a slow and steady burn here for Mako to die to the strength of BLG.
Now you can see they end up down where Archie was just pushing through the lane, wasn't interested in coming over and getting involved, didn't think he was going to be able to provide too much, just pushing on through. And what a good set of plays right here from BLG. Specifically, I mean, I hope we get a replay of this on. Really nice with his dredge lines, being able to tag a couple of members, then puts the depth charge through to get that initial kill onto Breathe. But more importantly, at the point at which Nya puts down that ulti and goes flying in, is able to get a good hook off to keep his ADC, well, his APC in this situation alive. You can see originally, good dredge line, lands that knock up as well, and just going to pick this kill up. But watch this engage right here onto Viper. Viper is pretty much alone and very squishy at this point in the game. The Between Worlds puts him in such threat, but great hook right there from On to pull Nya away, nearly gets him tagged with that ulti as well. And it means that Viper is chilling throughout this entire fight. Everybody else has to just go and either turn tail and run or switch focus onto some other champions. They get On at least. It's something back for IG, but really just a disaster.
Oh no. They've found Mako and Tianti once again. They're on the wrong side of the map, and Shun gets another kill, going up to 3 here between the mid-jungle duo. They are now 6-0-2.
Yep, they're looking really strong right now. And like you said, 3 kills on tonight, 3 kills on Jun. They are just absorbing every single kill on the map. Once again, Viper just dealing with table scraps at this point, but he doesn't mind. Luden's already completed. This Ziggs is going to hurt.
That's why you play the Ziggs. You know you'll always be useful. And you'll always be able to have that damage in the later part of the game. Doesn't matter if you're not very fed early on. Love the Ludens early. I love that we already have Knight being the next center of attention here. Petrifying Gaze doesn't really hit the mark, and he will just die. The kill going over to Wei. That's a big slowdown of BLG's potential, but Wei just walked into a bush. They had no vision, and he will just die to Shun, as that's another kill going to the Lee Sin. The early game snowball champion that is Lee Sin now has Eclipse and probably close to another item too.
Yeah, I mean, Breathe correct here to just turn tail and run. He's going to have to get himself away, otherwise he will find himself on the sharp end of a collapse. Shun instead just going to settle for taking away this red buff. And can you believe myself that they were thinking about playing the Skarner in this situation, right? Which would have been, I think, the overall safer pickup, but instead, BLG decided to take the fight to IG, be very aggressive, something that we criticized them for in game number 1, as it really took them out of their main style, but it's going far better in this third game.
Yeah. Hey, just needed the warm-up game, you know? Yeah. Apparently that's all they needed. The Grubs will finally be finished off, and BLG could just move straight down to the Dragon if they want to. About 10 seconds on that spawn coming up. The lead they have is massive. They're already about to complete all the quests. Obviously, just a little bit behind is IG. And we'll see them move over here towards this bot side of the map. But, dude, I sit there with Viper right now and kind of feeling as we're going to have a 1v1 and maybe even more in the mid lane. As Viper's missing On at this point. On's been off on a journey. He's been, finding himself. Viper's been all alone down there in the bot side, man. I feel for him. I know how that feels, Viper.
Hey, he's been... Actually, hang on, Ben.
He's been?
He's been... No, he has at least keeping himself even in terms of CS, now going to be able to just maul this bot lane tower as well. This is where a lot of the gold is coming through for BLG. They're just constantly cross-mapping, finding themselves a bunch of plays. I've also been especially impressed with BLG throughout this whole series with their deep vision. I mean, look, they've got so much vision all around the side of the map that they're looking to play for. Some deep vision over on the cross-map as well, making sure they always know where Wei is. There's a big part of why Wei right now just hasn't been able to have the same level of map success that Jun has.
Then just hits one accelerated shock blast, takes half of Jiaqi's health. Meanwhile, we're getting a little bit of a catch out here. Wei thought his jungle was his own, but truly it was just Billy Gaming's, and that is a little bit of ownership of land there by BLG, and they're going to find another hook, a little bit of a bouncing bomb, and Viper's going to look for even more. He goes for the Mega Inferno Bomb to predict Nya, but Nya ended up going the other way around, and still Viper will get a kill, so that's his second now. Starting to catch up in those kills against his teammates there.
Yeah, there we go. Looking to get something going. Obviously, with the Ludens, it's in a strong spot.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Joshi knew that Knight was in that bush, knew it better than to step up towards it. So the pressure going to be kept up nice.
It wouldn't be Jaws, it would be Anaconda, wouldn't it?
Do you want to sing that one for us?
I don't think they have a theme song, but maybe we need to start thinking of one, because I feel like Knight's about to turn this around.
Oh my God,
Petrifying Gauge is right there. The Twin Fangs are starting to sink again. On gets out with a flash.
the
Wei
damage.
gets knocked back from the satchel charge, and Knight finds another one there with the damage he was able to bring down. Now Sun comes through onto Breathe. Breathe in some trouble here. Dragon Rage Kick is not available. TP, though, coming in, and that's going to be Bin joining with an accelerated shock blast. Does go between the upright, but Viper finds himself another kill, and now he's on par. It was like nothing happened. He was 0, 0, and 5. Well, now he's caught up with the rest of the team. 4, 0, and 5.
Yeah, there we go. Once he had the Ludens, things were beginning to look up. Now that Rocket Belt is in inventory, he is in an incredibly strong spot, but all rise for the king right here, as Knight's just going to get himself another crazy little, I'm not even sure it's an outplay. I mean, you have to see that coming right there, as you have to expect that's what's about to happen to you as Jiaqi, but unfortunately he's just going to get taken down, and like I said, the Twin Fangs are sinking at the moment. I mean, the amount of damage he's able to pump through is ridiculous, and every time somebody steps up to him, he's just able to burn them down.
They need to start calling the local hospital for some antivirus or whatever, like anti-venom rather. I love it because we've seen Viper now come up on the Ziggs, and I know we talked about him earlier in that first game, at least on the Lucian play, but here, I mean, he deserves some flowers on the Ziggs, showing a little bit of versatility here as On's going to make it out. You can potentially get some action for Viper as well if you want to go vote for him for the All-Pro. He's had a little bit of a quiet season so far, but his big moments are still Viper moments. Make sure you hit that QR code and go vote for our All-Pro that is available right now. And I just love me an ADC that can do both.
Absolutely. I love the fact that he's actually able to step up in this game a little bit, show us what we've been waiting for from him. He played a very good Sivir game in the previous one, but I mean, always on the Sivir, going to be a lot quieter than you can potentially be right here on this Ziggs, and it's been really nice to see so far. I do wonder, Mazel, just how many of BLG members are going to end up as our first team All-Pros.
It's probably a lot, I would say. They've been the cleanest team so far. We've had some losses from some. I mean, losses from them too, losing to NIP, who seemingly could just beat the world. By the way, just a little shout out to NIP. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a lot for BLG.
Yeah.
And again, I think it's subtly like a very important year for BLG, putting this team back together, back to a point where we do have an international now won by the LPL for the first time in years. We have a team that has instilled confidence in a region that feels like it's lacked it for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's been so much LCK-based dominance recently. As
Wei, man. It's looking like
dies.
game 2. He just can't even go into his jungle. It's 3 times he's died trying to go into his jungle. Bin is in a little bit of 1v1. Can get the hammer slam back. Breathe gonna still try to chase him down. I think Nya's got the angle on him. It's like watching a foot race right now as Nya tries to go in. The flash from Bin, but he's going towards the alcove, so he's not going to be able to turn the corner, and he can't turn it fast enough. Nya is going to try to find him. One flash, one hit, not enough. The bird was, though, but they committed so much. That's going to be TP from Breed to get out the last second and leave poor Nya by himself to die to the snake in the grass, I guess, of Knight as he goes up to 6 kills now. And Viper is pushing Mako out of his side of the jungle for some reason.
Yeah, he should be able to live. Mako should just be able to walk this one away. Jarchi pushing through onto the mid
Yo,
lane.
the Proto Belt second is
I know,
based, bro.
I know. It's BLG are playing with just infinite confidence at this point, it feels like. And we'll have a look back at what happens.
He just
but
chased him down,
he just walks
man.
him down. Like I've got to admit something. Hang on. As On might be getting caught out.
It's his
Should be
birthday.
able to
Leave
just
him
walk
alone.
out. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Cassiopeia is my favorite champion to watch in competitive. It is far and away my favorite thing to watch because I'm a big fan of champions that can just say no to engagers. I really like the Renatas and the Seraphines of the world. But the fact that the Cassiopeia can also do the other thing, which is just snap turn around and just chase you down, so much fun. And I feel like we just get such incredible performances from the best mid laners on this champion, as Knight is giving us here.
Been a heck of a night for Knight. Honestly, I should have just left it. It's been a heck of a night. Anyways, it really has been. I mean, he's bought Magi's every single game, which I think is hilarious. But it's also just like quintessential BLG performances we've seen in the last 2 games. I think the game number 1, a little bit of a blip on the radar. I think Danny's going to have some words to have with them. But I'm also loving that we're getting a different shade here with Shun on the Lee Sin. And he's been able to perform on it. We see all the time in LPL these days. LPL Lee Sins who start strong, have like 6 kills to their name, and then still lose
and then
the
does
game.
nothing. Yep. Yeah, I mean, obviously BLG looking to avoid that one right here as, oh my god, that was one bouncing bomb. He actually loses a 5th of his health. He's going to lose a chunk more here.
Shun wants it. Oh, okay. I mean, everything is used on the clone. It's fine.
That's not real.
It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine.
Whoopsie.
It was just the depth charge. Could be looking for an insect play here by Shun, as he does have the flash, but they were able to get the 3rd dragon earlier, so that puts them on soul point of an infernal soul. We had some really good souls tonight. And hovering around about a 10,000 gold lead at 21 minutes. But besides that, you know, IG, they're still in the game.
Yes, I mean, technically, they could get their way
do
back
it, Wei.
into
Don't
this
do it,
one.
Wei. Okay,
Wei,
okay.
okay, it's just going to be able to survive.
Dude, I feel
If
like
you
I'm
are-
back in Texas at this point. I'm walking through the wilderness. I just have to watch my feet to make sure I don't
Yep.
step on a snake, man.
Yep.
That's terrifying.
Every brush can contain a snake right now, and I don't think the snakes in Texas had a 10-stack Medjais. I think those
They have
were probably
rattlers, though, so you can actually hear them. This
Yeah.
is more terrifying because there's no sound. He's just
silent.
there.
He's just waiting to catch you out, and it is really tricky because you don't have a true tank in this game, right? Like, Breathe has got Trinity Force for himself. He does some level of damage, but he's not a big tank. Wei is not particularly tanky. He needs to be hitting a lot of people to get that healing off. Really, you are reliant on Mako being there with the wild growth to give you an actual frontliner. Ardent Sentence are completed for him as well, so he will be able to keep people alive for a while, but if he's not there, or if you just get bursted down before Mako can even do anything, there's nobody to step up into these brushes, and that's making this objective setup so tricky for IG.
Wei is on vision there. He needs to be careful. He does not have the health bar. He's down 3 levels on Shun. He just goes in. He's going to get the wild growth used on him. That's going to be a dodge from Tiazi. Really nice fancy feat here from him. He's able to stave off a little bit of the darkness from IG, but look who's coming around the corner. It's Knight. He's waiting. He's trying to get everybody focused on him. It's going to be a flash out of Jatsi to get away from the bouncing bomb there. You have to, or you're going to take a huge chunk of damage, especially with the shock blast following it. But it's going to be IG that escape with their very lives for now.
And that's a couple of key flashes used right there. Jarchi not having that one up and available now for the Drake in 1 minute and 30 seconds, or the Baron, depending on which it is that BLG want to play it around. Same thing for Jun, though. So a little bit less mobility, less options for some big insects to potentially come through for BLG. We'll track if those end up making too big of an impact. As in terms of items, right, you've got 3rd items very close to being completed for a couple of key members. Jun specifically, let's see what he can grab next time he beds back to base. As Wei, please don't step into that brush.
Just let him get the Krugs, man. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Knight. Thank
Good.
you. Such a generous man.
My god, it is truly oppressive to try
It's a
to play
Serpent's
into this
Fang
guy.
from Ben too.
Yup.
Mako doesn't
I hope
get
you
that
didn't
fun,
want
though.
to survive through any of these fights. I hope you weren't relying on some shielding to help you out in these ones. Yeah, things getting just increasingly tricky for IG at this point. It is now a full 10,000 gold lead for BLG, and with Soul Point in their inventory, Soul in just about 30 seconds time. For IG, you need to find a pick now. You need to find a way into this game right now, and I just don't know where it's going to be. It's going to take a mistake out of a BLG member.
Oh, Jhachi taking a huge hit. He's got Bloodthirster now, though, and he's on 3 items, so Jhachi is pumping. And you could see the start of that in a couple of the last fights, but it's all about positioning here, and Wei can't get caught out, can't get killed. He gets Petrifying Gaze from the bush, couldn't even see what's coming as he's turned to stone. So is IG.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That is definitely scarier than a real-life snake in Texas. And now, with 4 members remaining, no jungler, you've got the pick of the litter right here for BLG. It looks like they're going to send people down towards the bot side of the map, not looking to just force onto the Baron right now. Going to just secure themselves this soul, and then they can really take IG to task. For IG, they're hovering around the Baron. I wonder if they were going to try snap steal this one away. I don't really know that you're going to be able to.
This is just not fair. He's just hiding in bushes, man.
Oh, not again. Not
He's
again.
so quick. He's allowed to have boots now.
He's allowed
How
boots,
unfair is that? He's got Swifty. He's got the upgraded Swifty.
He is
That's not fair, man. Snakes with boots?
Yeah.
That's what
Slithering way too
it's the opposite. It's supposed to be snakes in boots, not Thank you, Toy Story. Anyways. It's just unfair, man. This team is built of such superstardom. When they have performances like this, you just can't help but to just hang your mouth open and watch what happens.
I mean, now with Shirellia's in as well.
He's gonna do it again.
You cannot step to this
Mako's
bush.
terrified.
IG, no. Step away. Okay, they are at least going to force Knight out of that brush. Still, as soon as BLG start to hit this Baron, they are going to take it incredibly quickly. Anytime you have a Cassiope, you just shred through these objectives so dang fast. And it's making IG very antsy. They keep having to push these waves as much as possible, step up as much as possible, because they will just lose this Baron, and as such, the game at a moment's notice.
TP coming out from Viper to mid lane, so he'll be able to join the fight. Shun now has the GA. So he can really play with his food here. He's 4 levels up on Wei, who is close to getting Flame Horizon in the jungle. And Baron's going to be started up. Oh! Wei takes half his health from a shot from Ben. He's got to find a way in. Okay, we're going to see if he can platform his way through this. Mako forced the flash. Wei gonna sneak around. Wei's just going for the kill. Going on to Viper. Viper's in trouble now. Nya getting away from Ben. Ben's gonna be the one that dies first. Breathe gets the kill on that one, but unfortunately Wei went too far ham and will be turned into one, as now Knight is just slithering his way to try to take down Mako. Flash over the wall of Knight. My God, man. They have families.
And, I mean, what can you
He's
do
gonna
at this
TP
point?
back, man. That's
Yeah,
not,
I mean, it's done. It's done. Baron in inventory. This is going to be a very quick game. 26 minutes. I don't know that you're really going to be able to survive this one, Jhachi. It's all on you.
They brought it to 3 games, but then made the 3rd game so quick it almost didn't matter. In the end, this will be the 10th series win for BLG in their quest to get first place in the regular season, and they are right on their way. On's going to miss the engage there, but it's going to be Viper who's doing the due diligence. He's the one trying to take down the Nexus, but they actually have the defense now. The Baron minions are there, but Knight's getting a little bit low. He's going to try to get the kill here. He's going to get the pop of the Seraph's Embrace. He's going to miss the Petrifying Gaze, so he does go down, but Bin has arrived, and Big Brother Bin with the TP and the shield is looking to end Mako's life. He's going to look for a big shock blast here. He could just kill him outright. Almost does. Hammer slam to win. And it's on. The birthday boy blowing out the candles in this series. He's going to slowly take it. It's just a Nautilus, man. He does no damage. He's going to back. No way.
Let's back up.
Don't kill the birthday boy. No. Oh, well. That's going to be it for this series. Ben's going to go and have a little bit of fun. Viper finishes the job, and BLG rise to 10 series win as they 2-1 Invictus Gaming in their new home arena.
And it was a pretty interesting back and forth game with some good moments from either side. I mean, I'm really impressed with IG for picking up that first game. They really punished what was an overly aggressive BLG. But it felt like the second that BLG woke up, plugged their monitors in, really started playing the game, there was nothing to be done. This last game was the real BLG that we had expected to see. You knew about 8 minutes into this game that it was just over, and it never got better.
And that's the tough place to be, as I just think that, like, you had some bright moments. And hey, y'all got a game win and kills overnight in game number 1. But besides that, it's the consistency for IG that has always been the problem. And I think it's going to continue to do so as they try to round out their split number 2 here in the regular season at least. But BLG, everyone kind of had their cake today. I think the quietest member was maybe Ben or Viper, but Viper had a pretty pop-off game number 3. It's tough to see a weak link on this team because even the weakest of links is still one of the strongest in the league.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, in terms of that All-Pro voting we keep talking about, we've got the first team All-Pro, but we've got second and third. I'm expecting BLG members to make every single one. They're going to end up at least in that third team All-Pro. And if you're thinking, hey, Viper's, not been the most exciting, he only deserves third team, that's still an incredible split. And if you've got All-Pro members throughout the entire board, you're going to win games like they were able to today. I think it's going to be interesting to see who actually gets voted as the player of the game in this last one. I think Knight's my overall. He was incredible in all of the games. The Cassiopeia
I think
was
it
awesome.
has to be.
I wonder if they give him the individual for this game. I think it could possibly go towards Wei. I thought he had a really fun game.
Dude, the amount of times that Wei didn't get to play, that Wei didn't get to play the game because of Knight. I don't know. It's gonna be tough though, because I do agree it was nice to see Shun on the Lee Sin and have some heads up plays. He missed a couple too many Sonic waves.
He did. And as much as Viper had a much better game, like he was really big, he wasn't flashy. Like, the couple deaths hurt Knight's case a little bit. He was kind of just caught out once in the mid lane. That final death, whatever, it doesn't matter. But it did very much feel like Knight was the reason this game was just so oppressive for BLG, because he was running Nia down, and then he'd step into the jungle and run Wei down, and then he'd step into the bot lane and just run Jachi down, and there was just nothing any of them could do.
I just want to, like, create a video, like a montage of his kills, but then replace his model with just like a snake jumping out of the bush, and we just do that over and over again for the amount of times that he killed people, because the amount of times he was just sitting in the enemy jungle waiting for somebody to walk into him. Like, that's how a snake acts. That's how they hunt. Maybe he is part snake, I don't know. I mean, he's been hanging out with Viper enough.
Yeah, very true, very true. And I mean, the double snake combo definitely going to be very scary. We'll have a look at the individual game stats. Knight not doing as much damage as you would have thought, but that's because he was just 100 to 0ing somebody occasionally and then just running at them the rest of the time. I'm really impressed with the way that Viper plays. We talked about him as a weaker link potentially, but on this APC, that we said potentially could be fun, he was looking really good. And
he has an 80+% win rate on the Ziggs. Like 11 games played now.
It's good. It's good. And for IG, I don't think they have to be particularly disappointed with this loss right here. Like, getting the win early on was nice. That does 100% lock them out of getting those top 4 spots, so they will be in the play-ins, and that's, I think, where they really are going to have to shift their focus over towards. They've obviously still got one last series to play up against JDG. That is genuinely going to be interesting. Those are two pretty evenly matched teams, I'd say, at the moment, who both have really fun moments and both have very questionable moments. But then beyond that, they've got to be looking at some of those top teams from Group Nirvana and thinking, hey, am I going to be playing up against a Thunder Talk? You'd imagine they'd be able to win this one very easily, but crazier things have happened.
And Bloxer, we got engaged supports tonight. I haven't casted an engaged support since forever.
Yeah, I'm glad they're back. I'm not a massive fan of the Enchanter meta, I must admit. Right?
I just like it when there's both. Like, the thing of the duality of League of Legends balancing is it's always one or the other, it feels like.
Yeah, and to be fair, we did have an entire year of engaged supports. All of 2025.
We've had a lot of years of engaged supports. Let's be real.
Yeah, I mean,
but that's what
I'm not gonna disagree with you that I like a bit of a combo of both. My favorite season ever was that Ardent Sensor meta back in 2017 Worlds. That was so much fun. The genuine whoever gets your Ardent Sensor first wins entire game.
Was that fun?
I loved that year. That was a sexy year for League of Legends, I think.
I was still playing Jin, so I know I wasn't part of the train.
I was 14 at that point, so I might be looking through some Major League rose-tinted glasses.
True. You know who else is going to be looking at Lee Sin with rose-tinted glasses? Sun.
Oh yeah. I was questioning the pick a little bit. I was like, with the way that
I might still
BLG have
question
played, with the way that BLG play these aggressive compositions, it's way more 50-50 than when they just play standard front-to-back team fighting. And so I'm like, oh, do you want to just, play a tank in the jungle? No, he wanted to get aggressive, and I love how aggressive he was with it. He didn't fall into the trap of being passive on a champion like the Lee Sin.
I just have to watch Knight run down Wei like 5 times in a row.
Crazy.
A crazy end of the game too. Wasn't abrupt at all. It was a slow burn. It was Bin chasing, killing, and TPing back, and On trying to end the game by himself and dying for it, which was pretty funny.
It was very
happy
fun.
birthday, On.
Yeah, big happy birthday to On, and a nice little series win for them. As we've been talking about, BLG, they actually do keep the biggest remaining schedule of any of the other teams. They've been able to do what we expected them to do up against IG, even if it took an extra game. The next matchup is against TES and then up against AL. So these are incredibly big matchups for them in terms of just locking out the end of that standings. The top esports one is obviously going to be the most important for them. They should be secured at the top, you'd have to imagine, right? Top esports would have to win out, they'd have to lose all of their games, but you just want to have it nice and easily locked up.
You do indeed. So final thoughts on MVP and POM? Who you got?
Oh, I think I just have to give it to Knight again. I know that we have been all over the Knight hype train today, but he truly is the best player in the LPL at the moment, and it was a great performance right there on the CAS.
Yeah, it truly was. That series was chaotic as heck for a majority, and then the stompiest game number 3. That's just how it goes, I guess. BLG were able to handle out IG though in that one. 2-1 there to rise up to 10 wins on the season. Before we do get going though, got to give a special shout out here to our coffee members as well. Got to give some special shout outs to our elite coffee members, Aaron, Soup, and Mung, for their pledged financial contributions. Oh, we have standings. We have standings first, and then I'll talk about coffee. I didn't know if we were going to have them updated or not. I was just going to lead us off into the night. But we can bring up the standings here now to talk a little bit about how this is working out, as well as we were seeing some of the setup that BLG has now to take first seed.
Yeah, indeed. You are pretty much locked at this point, right? With 2 games remaining. They would have to monumentally mess up to really be able to slip any further down. With TES losing as well, that puts them in a much worse spot overall. A big surprise, really, that loss ended up coming through for them. And for BLG, coming into these play-ins, able to just sit there, don't worry about it, and then get to the playoffs as that top seed will be massive. As you said, right, they've got very lofty expectations for the year. They would like to win everything ahead of them, and obviously that first step will just be securing that first place during the regular season.
And IG now in the play-ins, gonna have to figure out who they face off against in Group Nirvana, do or die to make it into the actual playoffs. So a lot of fun to be had there in the play-ins, but gotta say the top 4 teams definitely gonna be resting well to not have to deal with that craziness and be able to go straight to the double elims, which is exactly what you say. Now I get to talk to and about the coffee members here. So let's go ahead and get our coffee graphic up and give some special shout outs to our elite coffee supporters, as it's the best way to provide support for the stream. It is the best way to directly contribute to the stream and to directly get the content that we'll be putting out. So please go check out our coffee if you want to try to support the volunteers that make this a daily aspect of League of Legends lives, except for maybe 1 or 2 days a week now that we have breaks. But thank you all so much, and please go check that out. We'll have links in the chat here, and that is going to be it for us for the night. It was a full day of games, 6 total, and that means we'll be back for more hopeful games tomorrow in the LPLs. We are in the final week of the regular season, and it's going to be a banger nonetheless. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.